Hundreds of thousands of Alcyon masters. Murim has been constantly harassed by only one warrior for more than 10 years in a row. He had to mercilessly kill each of them. The young man was very tired during all this time, cutting his enemies to pieces for several years. He did it in a way that no one could do before. However, the warrior did all this for a reason. These events did not bring him any pleasure at stake, so the warrior was forced to take extreme measures in order to preserve it and continue its existence. In the end, he managed to defeat almost all of his enemies. His bloody body barely moved on the battlefield, leaning on his sword. After all this, the young man became the enemy of all Murim, the most wanted thief among all. His name was Qin Tianlan. Opposite the young man stood an enemy in a blue robe, holding a sword in his hands. After many murders, he asked the young man if he was satisfied now. Qin Tianlan stood opposite and listened to the mindless questions of the man who completely did not understand his shaky position. It was the head of Murima's alliance, Mook Chanik. He decided to deal with the common enemy on his own, without any help. He despised the actions and in general of his potential opponent. He asked the young man where he got so much cruelty from. The old man pointed with his hand to the battlefield, where hundreds of corpses lay. A large number of innocent people died at the hands of one soldier. Qin Tianlan was very angry with his opponent after these words. He gritted his teeth and barely held back his emotions at this moment. The young man said that it was not his fault, because it was the old man himself who started this great purge, sending his wards to him. He accused the Murima head of creating his image of the great slayer, who in reality did not actually exist. Mook Kiona only laughed in response to these words. He asked the young man if he really believed that the masters fought him only because of an order. The soldiers wanted to kill the young man of their own free will. The old man asked the killer if he really thought he didn't live up to the nickname he was given. He called him an assassin who was able to learn any kind of martial art just by looking at it once, and then use it against the enemy. Thanks to this, Qin Tianlan subdued the 5 major sects, including Feng. His skills were on a completely different level compared to his opponents. The old man reminded the young man that he had even killed the head of the Orthodox sect, Chan Muzambona, who was a very strong opponent. In addition, Qin Tianlan even defeated the head of Shaolin, who was considered the god of martial arts, before death came to him. Qin Tianlan noticed absolutely no enemies on his way. In the eyes of the world, he looked like a real demon with tremendous power. The head of the Murima pointed his sword at the enemy, and asked if there could be anything more terrible than what he had done in his life. The old man emphasized that all the people lived in fear, fearing to die at the hands of the monster that was the cause of their fear. Qin Tianlan looked at the old man with horror in his eyes and did not understand why people thought so, because he was simply defending his life. The young man calmed down a little and smiled at the old man. At the same time, he began to draw his sword, taking it in his right hand. He once again emphasized that he tried his best to protect himself, and his enemies constantly tried to kill him for nothing. Chairman Murimir did not want to hear any excuses from the young man. Smiling, he said that it all no longer mattered. He again pointed to the battlefield and told the young man to look around, assessing how many lives he had taken right here. Qin Tianlan completely disagreed with his surname. He looked at the corpses of people below him, but he did not feel sorry for them. The young man understood that they would not be able to have a constructive conversation with the interlocutor. He took out his sword and asked why the old man was telling him this. Mook Kiona was very wary at this moment. He watched the young man's movements to always be on guard. Qin Tianlan felt absolutely no burden on his shoulders. With a swing of his sword, he said that he would soon die. This was the only opinion the interlocutors agreed upon. The head of Murima was absolutely in agreement with the fact that the young man should be killed. Qin Tianlan immediately rushed into battle with his sword, emphasizing that they were going to take the old man with them to hell. Mook Kiona barely had time to react to this blow. He blocked a powerful blow from an opponent who was not going to give up. Qin Tianlan felt that he might lose this pain due to overwork, but it did not worry him at all. He had one mission left: take the old man with you to the next world. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword, which was again blocked by Murim's head. The old man was in complete shock from where the young man got so much strength. He barely restrained his onslaught, which did not cease to subside. Qin Tianlan fought every battle like his last. This one was no exception, and he went all out to finish off the enemy. One of the shots almost hit its target. Kiona noticed the blade of the sword, which passed literally centimeters from his head. Murimu's head fell back a little and landed. He realized that things cannot continue like this, and something needs to be changed. The old man looked at his opponent with a sinister look and asked why he was trying to defend his position to the very end. The man began to release a colossal amount of energy outwards, preparing for a counterattack to finally finish off the infamous killer. The old man was serious enough and put all his strength into this attack. He immediately got up from his place and headed towards the enemy. Kiona swung the blade of his sword, which glittered in the air, and said that it was time to save the young man's soul. Qin Tianlan had a completely different opinion on this account. He sped up from his place in time to counterattack. The young man literally repeated the technique of the old sword and struck him with the same blow in return. They differed only in energy. Kiona was shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. He could not believe that the young man had managed to copy his unique technique. Opponents collided in a powerful blow. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, which was accompanied by huge emissions of light. Murimu's head fell back slightly after the collision, sliding on the ground. He continued to watch the enemy carefully. Having made sure that the enemy was not attacking, the old man began to look around, assessing the situation around him. A sinister smile appeared on his face, which symbolized that he had an additional plan to defeat the killer. He suddenly raised his sword up, giving a signal to his wards and shouted loudly that this was the end for Qin Tianlan. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. He did not understand what was happening in general, and what could be expected from the enemy. Suddenly, dozens of arrows flew in his direction, which the young man did not expect. He could not even think about who was left alive from the Murimu alliance. Qin Tianlan tried to deflect all the Koma arrows flying in his direction. However, he did not see the danger from the back that hit the target. Arrows began to pierce the entire body of the young man, who could not do anything at this moment. Blood began to flow from his body in a river. The warrior fell to his knees, leaning on his sword from impotence. He wondered how he hadn't noticed dozens of enemies around him at all. Murimu's head immediately approached his enemy, who was on his knees. He stood in front of him and was going to finish the young man. Qin Tianlan was just shocked to hear these words. He was in great pain and did not want to hear it from the old man's mouth. The young man became very angry at this moment and began to stand up. He asked the head of Murima how he dared to speak the name of his beloved. Qin Tianlan said that the girl was the only master he recognized. She had only recently become a majestic celestial dragon. Murima's head immediately betrayed her because she was on the side of the young man. Qin Tianlan could not forgive the old man for this. Kiona agreed that she was indeed an unsurpassed master. The girl died due to illness and love for her lover. The old man had something else to say to the young man. He said he had received a very interesting message before coming here. He informed the young man that he had a son, Nam Gun Cheon, who could not stand the pressure from his surroundings and committed suicide. Qin Tianlan was literally paralyzed by this information. He did not even know that he had a son from his beloved. The head of the Murima began to swing his sword to finish off the enemy. He said that for him it will be, on the contrary, a gift, because he can meet his son. Kiona thrust his sword into the chest of the enemy who was kneeling before him. Qin Tianlan couldn't resist and was still thinking about what the old man had said. He still could not believe that he really had a son. After finishing off the assassin who had killed hundreds of his wards, Kiona said that he hoped that the young man would be born normal in the next life. Even before his death, Tianlan continued to think not of himself, but of his son. He asked to be given another chance as he cannot die now. The young man lay with his eyes closed and felt that he was very cold. He couldn't figure out where he even was now. Qin Tianlan suddenly opened his eyes as if he had woken up. He looked somewhat different and did not understand what had just happened. The young man felt some strange mass in his mouth and spat it out on his hand. It was very unpleasant for him, considering the situation. Qin Tianlan looked at his hand and saw a pile of rice. Rice was used for the funeral ceremony, but the young man understood that the enemy could not do such a thing. He felt life pulsing through his body. The young man miraculously survived and could not understand how he managed it in such a situation. He remembered the moment of his death. Murimu's head cut through his ribcage precisely, which would not have allowed any person to continue living. Suddenly, Qin Tianlan realized that he was in an unknown city. He was lying on the bed, from which he immediately tried to get up. However, it turned out to be the best idea. The young man had almost no strength, which caused his sudden fall immediately after waking up. Qin Tianlan raised his eyes and did not recognize any objects. He saw a mirror in front of him, which was placed by someone who is unclear. After looking at himself in the mirror, the young man was literally speechless. He could not understand who he was and why he had such a face. In front of the entrance to the room stood two men in white robes. They were talking about a young gentleman who died 3 days ago. They went inside to check the young man's corpse. They discussed the fact that the young man carried the blood of the killer. Qin Tianlan had just woken up in a new body, and someone had already entered him. He couldn't understand what was going on. The men who entered the young man's room were simply shocked and froze when they saw his living body with their own eyes. They shouted loudly and began to run in different directions. They thought that the ghost of the young master had come down from heaven to take revenge. The man began to scream even louder when the young master grabbed him by the collar. He thought that these were the last moments of his life. Qin Tianlan hit the man on the head with his fist and told him to shut up. He had a headache anyway, and they were still shouting in his ears. The man fell silent immediately after that. He understood that jokes with the young master are bad and it is better to immediately follow his orders. Qin Tianlan gave the man a sinister look and ordered him to tell in detail why he was lying there like a corpse. The man told the young gentleman that this was the body of Sun's son. Qin Tianlan realized that he was now in his son's body. This alarmed him very much. He could not understand what delusion was happening, and how he was able to take possession of his son's body. Suddenly, the young man heard loud shouts behind him, calling his name Nam Gun-chun. The woman was approaching from behind. The young man recognized the voice he had just heard and could not believe that it was really him. Qin Tianlan turned his head back to see everything for himself. He recognized in front of him the face of his beloved Gong Song, whom he had loved endlessly all his life. She looked very scared. The woman suddenly grabbed the young man by the face and began to squeeze him. Qin Tianlan realized that this was not his lover, but that the women were just alike. The woman calmed down a little and came to her senses. She slowly exhaled and spoke, still very happy that the young man woke up. She continued stroking the young man's face and said that she absolutely did not understand what had happened, but she was very happy that it turned out that way. The interlocutors both came to their senses a little and left the room. Nam Gong Cheon asked his aunt to take him to a place. He kept thinking about Nam Gun Sung. The place where they came was like a place of honor, where an eternal candle of peace was burning. The woman who hugged the young man was named Nam Gong Hwa and was the younger sister of beloved Qin Tianlan. She was very surprised at the reincarnation of her nephew. Before, he was very angry because he was the son of a great assassin, but now he suddenly wanted to look at his mother's altar. Approaching this sacred and peaceful place, Nam Gong Cheon turned to his aunt and asked if he could stay here alone. Nam Gun Hwa did not fully understand her nephew. She could not refuse him, and told him that he needed it. She had no idea that Chun missed his mother so much. The young man stood silently in front of her sacred altar. The young man began to speak to his beloved son. He said that he himself did not know how, but ended up in the body of their native soul, their son. He added that it was not Cheon who should have died, but himself. But it was impossible to change anything. It turned out the way it did. Everyone pointed a finger at the young man, calling him the son of a murderer. It was unbearable, so he committed suicide. He talks about his beloved. Qin Tianlan assumed that the problem was that she left him and went home. The man seemed to see the account of his beloved near the altar. He was a little angry with her for hiding the existence of their son together. Because of all this, Nam Gun's family was also oppressed. Very difficult times came for her, and the family was literally on the verge of disintegration. The young man tried to understand the reason why he was in the body of his son. He did not know why fate had decided this way. He clenched his fist and said that he was ready for anything for the sake of his son. He was going to find out the reason for such an existence at any cost. He promised his beloved to bear the honorable name of their son and return everything to the way it should have been from the very beginning of their love. He promised to revive Namgun's family and everything that was dear to his beloved. He was going to catch everyone, including Lee Kang-ho. 15 days later, the head of the family, Nam Gong, called the young man to a family meeting. He had a very important and serious conversation with him. Nam Gong Cheon looked at his grandfather and marveled at the expression on his face that was stony even after his grandson had risen from the dead. The two members of the Namgun family sat across from each other, and remained silent for a while as they didn't know where to begin the dialogue. Chan decided to start first. In a serious and pressing voice, he told his grandfather to ask questions, if he had already called him. Nam Gong was very surprised by this behavior of his grandson. He did not expect that the young man would behave so brazenly. The head of the family was warned that the grandson's personality had changed, but he did not believe it until he saw it in person. The old man was very surprised that the young man was the first to ask him a question and looked straight into his eyes, not being ashamed of his presence. Gon looked back at his grandson and thought about how death can change a person, leading them to a righteous or an unrighteous path. Cheon decided that the chairman had nothing to say to him. He added that it was necessary to think before calling him to himself. Gon was simply shocked when the young man said those words. Cheon added that they are both uncomfortable right now, but he is holding his own. Nam Gunhwa was very worried about her nephew. She did not expect him to be rude and talk in such a tone. The aunt became very worried when the young man said that he thought everyone would shun him because he was the son of a great murderer. Gon balled his left hand into a fist and asked who said that anyway. Cheon didn't immediately understand and asked what the old man meant. The head of the family looked at the grandson with a serious look and asked who told him that he would stay away from his own grandson. Cheon was somewhat confused in this situation and did not know what to answer. He paused to consider his words above. Nam Gong told his grandson not to judge other people's intentions, as this is the main mistake in building any relationship. Cheon realized his mistake and nodded his head, saying that he completely agreed with everything and would take the old man's advice into account. Gon continued to look at his grandson, who had changed a lot. He didn't believe until the end that it was Cheon sitting in front of him. The old man said that he would not have given possession of the castle to his grandson if he had thought of him as the common son of a dangerous murderer. Cheon asked his grandfather why he avoided him then. Gon was very surprised and asked when the young man managed to regain his memory. Chong replied that I still haven't returned to you, and he made preliminary conclusions from what he heard in this castle. The chairman immediately looked at his daughter, as he understood that she was the one who told him. Hwa felt very uncomfortable with her father's gaze. Cheon said that even though he inherited the castle, he still caused the death of the chief's daughter, and that is not easy to forget. Now Gon understood what the matter was. He asked his grandson if he had really made his decision to commit suicide based on these facts. Cheon began to clutch his clothes with his hands. He said that he is at an age when it is difficult to deal with such problems on his own. The chairman asked permission to ask his grandson one last question. If he were to face a similar problem again, how would he solve it? Cheon confidently looked at his grandfather, and replied that he was not going to stand on the same rake twice and commit suicide. Family head Nam Gong heard everything he wanted. After the young man answered the question, there was silence between the interlocutors. Gon told his grandson that he could go. Nam Gunhwa breathed a sigh of relief after this tense dialogue was over. As soon as the young man started to get up from his seat, the chairman asked him to wait one more time, as he had important information. Nam Gong gathered his strength to tell his grandson information that could change his life. It was about his father. Nam Gun Cheon was absolutely shocked when he heard the chairman say that his father was not at all what he was called. The moment they remembered the moment from their lives when they met on the battlefield. Their conversation took place in a tense atmosphere. Nam Gong Cheon pointed his sword at the young man and said that he was not a murderer at all. Chin Tanlana did not understand what the old man wanted from him. The head of the family hid his sword and added that the world wouldn't leave him alone anyway, so he needed to learn fast attack skills. He advised the young man to get out of here and run, as this was the only way to survive. Chin Tanglon was simply shocked by these words. The head of the family, Nam Gun, said that fate is turning the other way for the young man, but he must continue to live and get out of here. Passed after Qin Tianlan got used to his new body. He sat in the lotus position meditating in his room. The young man was completely focused on the flow of energy that his body released. He breathed in and out slowly, controlling it. Qin Tianlan was very pleased with his son's body. He thought he had finally succeeded in making this body usable. The Nam Gong family's Azure Sky Divine technique shocked the young man. He didn't expect her to be so strong. Qin, for the first time, Tianlan was shown this technique by his beloved Song. Then he did not discover all the weaknesses of this technique, and got rid of them. The only thing that was needed was for the son's body to inherit these skills. Qion slowly got up from the ground, intending to go somewhere. He looked at his body and called it pretty good. The set was really suitable for crushing enemies. Qion was lucky enough to inherit the blood of the mother of a majestic heavenly dragon. But Qin Tianlan saw another unsolved problem. He looked at his hand and wondered if he would even be able to use his own copying technique in this body. This technique was called the Copying Eye. The skill allowed the owner to master any fighting technique at first sight. It was Qin's personal technique Tianlan. The first stage of the technique was the first look, which recognized the style of behavior, then followed the path of two roads. The second movement made it possible to feel the understanding of exactly what intentions the enemy has towards you. And the final stage of the technique was threefold a fusion that made the wielder of the technique one with the copied skill. It is for these Qin skills Tianling was the most dangerous thief. He was pursued by many enemies and did not hesitate to attack from behind if he felt defeated. But the young man promised himself that this time everything would be different. He chastised himself for doing absolutely nothing as a father, but he could not allow his son's body to be treated in the same way. He was going to change the lives of Qion and the Nam Gun family at any cost. Someone was heading towards the young master's room with great speed. A little fear could be seen in the movements of the legs. A man broke into the room without even asking for permission to enter. He introduced himself as Pak Song and brought urgent news. The man bowed low to the young master, and Qin Tianlan understood that it was Qion's servant. The young man asked what happened. Pak Song felt very insecure and was at a loss for words. He invited the young gentleman to take a walk with him, and by chance he would say the word of escape. Qion immediately thought that something was wrong here. He refused his servant's offer and told him to step aside. The young man stepped forward and said that he needed the head of the family to the pavilion, as he had a very important conversation with his grandfather. Pak Song dropped to his knees and grabbed the young master's leg. He didn't want to let Qion go, and said that it was cold outside and he couldn't go there. Qion asked his servant if he was just suggesting that he take a walk outside, and now he says that it is very cold out there. The young master also heard the word escape and asked the servant what he meant. Pak Sung was confused about his words and didn't know what to answer. Qion told his servant that he could continue to disrespect him by hiding everything from him. Pak Sung was very surprised. The servant immediately apologized to his master and said he would tell him everything as it is. Qion managed to get the man to clean water. Pak Sung didn't really want to say it, but he told someone that there were guests in the family pavilion. Qion asked what guests might be there. The servant was speechless for a while, but Qion forced him to speak. Pak Sung said that Huang Sangyun's family is now in the pavilion. Hearing the name of this family, the young man immediately thought. He had been gathering some information for the past 2 weeks and had learned something. From the very beginning, Huang Sangyun was lagging behind the Nam Gun family. However, when the latter lost their power, everything changed. The Huang Sangyun family's profits skyrocketed as their competitors fell. A chasm in development has literally formed between them. Qion said he wanted to meet the guests. Pak Song was on the point of letting him go, and stood in the way of the young master, closing the door with himself. Qion immediately began to demand that his servant explain his behavior. Pak Sung said that Huang Sang's family came here with their youngest son. He explained that he was referring to the younger son who was studying at Yangkun Academy, and had a not-so-good reputation. Nam Gun Qion asked if this was really the same young man they were in the same class with. Pak Sung replied that it was him. Qin Tianlan immediately thought that his son was forced to endure bullying at the academy due to his relationship with his father. He thought about the fact that in the present their guest was definitely one of the culprits of the fact that his son was forced to suffer. Cheon asked his servant to tell all the details of his training. He began by saying that the students had never considered Cheon human. They always challenged him to a sparring match, but instead it was just like one young man getting beaten up by a whole bunch of students. They even went so far as to use hot weapons lit on fire to leave burns on Cheon's body. Yoon Cheon-sung not only did not protect his countrymen from being beaten, he was one of the main ones in the movement behind the beating of Cheon. Chin Tianlan clenched his left fist tightly. He realized that because of these bastards, his son could end his life by suicide. The young man said he needed some fresh air. The servant supported such actions and gladly led the master, but he didn't expect Chong to decide to walk to the pavilion. The young man was going to talk to his countrymen about things that were bothering him. As soon as Chong was about to open the door with his hand, someone was already ahead of him. Someone's hand did it, opening the door on the other side. A young man burst into the room, who felt at home. Pak Sung was very frightened when he saw this person in front of him. It was Yoon Young Sung, Hwang Sang-yoon's younger son and Cheon's classmate. He came to see if Chong had really risen from the dead. Chong himself was not very happy to see his friend. Unbelievable anger enveloped him when he saw Yoon Young Sung in front of him. He was very much surprised by the behavior of the young man whom he raised from the dead. Before, Chong didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. Yoon Young Sung moved closer to Cheon and asked if it was true that he lost his memory, and seemed to lose his fear along with her. Cheon had such an expression on his face as if he was about to pounce on his interlocutor. This was exactly what Yoon Young Sung had expected, no matter how unhappy he was. The young man smiled sinisterly in response to the person he had just insulted. He wanted to enter the fray and restore Cheon's sense of fear. Suddenly, Yoon Young Sung suggested his old friend to join their favorite band. Cheon asked what it was. Yoon Young Sung smiled and replied that it was sparring. He added that they played this game every chance they got. Chin Tianlan remembered the words of the servant who spoke about beating Cheon. The young man immediately scratched his hands to show who was the boss here. Young Sung's offer. Pak Sung immediately stood in his way and said that there would definitely be no sparring today. He was shaking all over and explained his actions by the fact that the young man had not practiced for a long time, and was now not in optimal shape for sparring. Right after those words, Pak Sung received a powerful blow to his face. He had no chance to dodge. Yoon Jong Sung took this blow and ordered the servant to shut up and let the noble young masters, who knew what to do themselves, speak. The young man continued to rage at the servant, calling him an ill-mannered pig. At this moment, someone's hand stopped him. It was Nam Gun Cheon who in a calm voice asked the young man to calm down and stop insulting his servant. Yoon Jong Sung was not going to stop and decided to teach Cheon a lesson. He struck him with a powerful blow, but the young man managed to dodge. Yoon Young Sung was just shocked that his shot missed. Never before had Cheon possessed the skills to dodge. Nam Gong Chong smirked at his would-be opponent, and advised him not to waste his energy before the match began. Yoon Young Sung decided that he was ready for sparring. He asked if he really wanted to fight now. Cheon smiled again and said that it was very difficult to say no to a friend he hadn't had fun with in a long time. Pak Sung was just shocked. Yoon Young Sung laughed at this moment, and apologized for his behavior. He predicted his victory in advance. Pak Sung tried to stop what was happening, but Chong ordered him to stop. He said that he would be able to deal with everything himself. Chin Tianlan got a very good opportunity to test his new body. He told the servant not to worry as he was completely different now. The young man approached the warehouse where the swords were lying. Yoon Jong Sung watched his opponent, and thought that he was going to end now. Cheon took the sword and threw it at his opponent. He asked just in case if he really wanted to fight, warning that he had changed a lot. Yoon Jong Sung deftly caught the sword and replied that the young man was a complete fool as he had never been afraid of him, and was not now. Nam Gong Chong was very pleased with this answer. He mentally called the opponent a real idiot if he chose to fight him. The expression on the young man's face suddenly changed to an ominous one. Yoon Jong Sung literally signed his sentence by offering a match to the new Cheon. The young members of their family stepped out into the courtyard and faced each other, preparing to begin sparring immediately. Yoon Young Sung turned to his operative and emphasized that he chose wooden swords to fight, so he was afraid. Cheon just smiled back and thought that this was only done for the safety of the enemy, and not for himself. Yoon Young-sung could no longer just stand still and talk. He swung his sword and offered to start sparring now. Nam Gun-chong was fully prepared for this. He looked at his opponent coldly, and bid him begin. Pak Sung stood aside and trembled with fear. He was very worried about the young man who was in a dangerous situation. The man gathered his strength, and decided that something had to be done. He immediately ran to the pavilion to inform the head of the family about everything. Yoon Jong-sung started sparring between the two young gentlemen. He swung his sword, advising the enemy to surrender immediately, but Chong had absolutely no intention of doing that. His eyes suddenly changed color. Qin Tianan decided to use his copying technique. He could clearly see the enemy's energy streams flowing through his body. He could see and predict his next moves. The young man was very pleased that the equipment was working. This greatly facilitated his existence in his son's body, increasing his strength. Yoon Young-sung expected absolutely nothing from his opponent. Approaching him, he called him a fool, because he opened up a lot. Nam Gong-chong met his opponent's eyes and said that he was not at all bothered by the fact that he had weakened his defenses. Yoon Jong-sung was literally centimeters away from his opponent's body. Cheon finally drew his sword in time to block the blow. Yoon Jong-sung didn't expect the opponent to dodge his attack so easily. The swing of his sword cut through the air, not the enemy. Cheon continued to watch his opponent with a copycat eye. Qin Tianan could use this technique while continuing the fight. He turned to his opponent and laughed at him for the fact that his slow attacks wouldn't even be able to damage that body. Yoon Young-sung was very hurt by these words and started to get angry. This was evidenced by his right hand, which gripped the hilt of the sword as hard as it could. With loud shouts, the young man charged again. He counted on the help that she should have already finished, but everything turned out to be more difficult. Nam Gong-chong deftly dodged or blocked the enemy's blows. He behaved as if he fought 10 opponents every day. Cheon once again laughed at the enemy, calling him slow. He scored. Where does such a fool get so much self-confidence? Yoon Young-sung was simply shocked by this turn of events. He couldn't figure out what was going on, and why his equipment wasn't working. The young man clenched his teeth, holding back his anger, and tried to reassure himself that the enemy was just lucky to dodge a few times. He rose into the air again, swinging his sword to attack the enemy. He was going to test how long luck would be on the enemy's side. Cheon was very surprised when the opponent increased his speed. However, it still wasn't his level, which wouldn't cause any problems. Chong struck with his sword in response to the opponent's strike. The swords clashed in a powerful strike, radiating energy. The young men stood opposite and could look each other in the eye. Chong was smiling at his opponent, something that could not be said for Yoon Jong-sung. The young man was completely shocked by what the enemy had just done. There was no way he expected Cheon to be able to block it. He started to get very angry, emitting a lot of energy. He promised to finish off the enemy with his next attack. Immediately after these words, Yun Chongxing rose into the air and swung his sword to deliver the final and most powerful blow. However, Cheon perfectly saw the moment of the enemy's strike. He quickly lifted his left leg off the ground to counterattack with it. The young man delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's shoulder, which stopped the movement of the body. Yoon Young-sung couldn't do anything at such a speed. Hwang Sang-yoon family was in a completely disadvantageous position. He perfectly understood that the enemy could kill him at any moment. It looks like Cheon is going to do just that. Knocking his enemy off his feet, the young man swung his sword, exposing its blade directly in front of him. Cheon pierced his opponent's body with a wooden sword. Yoon Young-sung couldn't do anything. He spat out blood after the impact. Cheon thrust his sword firmly into the enemy's body. He could release his fingers from the hilt, and the blade was still on target. As the young man drained his weapon from his opponent's body, Yoon Young-sung immediately grabbed his throat to stop the bleeding and began to cough. Cheon wasn't going to stop there. He ordered his opponent to stop catching crows and to get up and continue the fight. The young man was absolutely confident in his abilities and mocked the enemy. He said that everything is just beginning. At this time, the Nam-gun family was receiving guests in the pavilion. The head was sitting opposite, sipping tea, and his youngest daughter was standing next to him. The guest made an offer to the chairman on not too good terms, which angered the man a little more. He knocked the cup loudly on the table. After that, Nam Gun Gong looked at his interlocutor with a displeased look, showing him his position on this matter. Across from him sat the head of the Huang Sangyun family, Yun Chong Sang, who insisted on his proposal, pushing the interlocutor into making a decision. Family head Nam Gun looked at the man with his cold gaze and said that they were not going to make concessions, and his answer remained the same. Yun Chong Sang felt goosebumps at the sight. He could not understand why the chairman did not want to surrender with his family. When the eldest daughter of a majestic dragon family fell in love with a majestic assassin, Nam Gun lost his majesty due to various gossips. The family felt a deterioration in their financial status, so they began to sell their real estate, including several plots of land. Chairman Huang Sangyun thought that now the family is making ends meet and only thanks to their help, but still does not give in. Yun Chong Sang kindly addressed the representatives of the other family and advised them to make concessions in their not the best situation. The man thought about what else he could offer and said that he had a proposal that would allow the Nam Gun family to rule the Huang Sang house. He proposed to Chairman Nam Gun to give his daughter in marriage to his son. Nam Gun was simply shocked by such a proposal. Yun Chong Sang, for his part, promised to give the allied clan administration and other affairs if they agreed to this offer. The man knew that his eldest son had long been in love with this girl, and making her his daughter-in-law would be the best solution. Nam Gunwa looked back at the man and thought that he was too confident because her father would not make a hasty decision. The head of the family, Nam Gong, could no longer tolerate this treatment. He began to get angry and clench his left fist. Nam Gong got up from his seat and looked at the interlocutor with a sinister look. His figure looked very creepy. Yun Chong Sang was very scared when he felt the gaze on him. He realized that a tiger can be dangerous even without teeth. Suddenly, the high-ranking people's conversation was interrupted by Pak Song. He burst into the room and alerted head Nam Gun about the trouble. The servant immediately fell on his knees before the master and apologized for breaking in here. He explained that the matter is very urgent. He announced that Chong had started sparring with Mr. Yun. Nam Gun didn't understand why he would do this since he was still raw. Pak Sung informed the audience that he was doing absolutely everything to stop the young master, but he did not listen to him. Yun Chong Sang was the only contented person in the room. He asked the favor if Chun had voluntarily agreed to spar. Hearing a positive answer, the man smiled and said that then there is no problem and let the young men practice a little. Chairman Nam Gung decided to agree with his face. Nam Gun-hwa, on the other hand, reminded his father that his grandson had only recently come to his senses. Yun Chong Sang started bragging about his younger son's skills. He invited the audience to go and watch their sparring. Nam Gong had no choice but to agree to this offer. He tried to keep himself in his hands and not react to provocations. Yun Chong Sang had one big remark on this score. He asked to wait so that everyone could clearly hear what he was saying now. The man said that sparring by voluntary consent means that after it there will be no claims for injuries. Meanwhile, the sparring between the two young men continued. Yun Jong Sung could no longer continue and begged his opponent to stop beating him. He fully admitted his guilt and tried to somehow justify himself. He said it was just a joke to a friend. Cheon wasn't going to listen to his opponent's excuses. He swung his sword and said it was his turn to joke. He delivered a powerful blow to a worthless opponent who could not do anything to him. Young Sung could only scream loudly in pain. The young man landed very painfully on the stone floor, which made his situation even worse. He felt all of Cheon's anger on him. The youngest son of the Huang Sangyun family was trembling with fear and pain. He did not stop begging his opponent to stop beating him. Nam Gong Chong did not want to listen to these complaints. He leaned over his opponent and, looking into his eyes, ordered him to get up to continue sparring. The heads of their families went to watch the sparring. Yun Chong Sang said that his son has been restless since childhood and likes to beat up his friends. He added that adults should not interfere with children's games and interfere in their affairs, just as children should not interfere in theirs. Yun Chong San had a premonition that his son would defeat the enemy. He was sure that Nam Gun Cheon was already exhausted. However, everything turned out to be completely different from what the man had predicted. When he saw the picture in front of him, he was simply speechless. His youngest son was on the ground and begged his opponent for mercy. In addition, he was all beaten up. Cheon immediately turned his attention to the new figure. He understood that the guardian of the little boy had come and now something interesting would happen. Yoon Chong-san immediately charged at the young man for daring to beat his son half to death. Cheon behaved very discreetly and assessed the capabilities of the enemy. The Yoon family's skills were built on the basis of the great son's script. The young man deftly avoided the enemy's blow and realized that the father has much stronger skills and a more sophisticated fighting style than the son. However, it did not change the essence at all. Yoon Chong-sang was completely shocked when the young man dodged his attack by simply moving to the side. Meanwhile, Yoon Young-sung regained his composure and raised his head. He looked straight ahead and did not understand what was happening. The young man received a powerful blow to the chest from his father. Nam Gong-chong skillfully used the advantage of the terrain in the battle. Yoon Chong-sang was just shocked when he realized that his punch had hit his son. He shouted loudly, apologizing to him. Chong Nam-gun just laughed at the situation. He said it was too much to beat his own son like that. Yoon Chong-sang became very angry after these words. He simply did not find a place for himself, and was ready to finish the young man on the spot. Chong Nam-gun noticed that the opponent was much more serious the second time around, emitting much more energy and speeding up their attacks. Qin Tianlan knew very well that it was dangerous to fight in this body, but there was nowhere to retreat, so he came up with a plan. He wanted to minimize the damage to his body as much as possible, but suddenly, their fight was interrupted by a powerful energy release. Cheon didn't understand what was going on, and covered his face with his hand to avoid further injuries on his body. Yoon Chong-sang also didn't understand what the matter was. He was just ready to finish off the enemy, but this flow of energy prevented him. This technique was used by the head of the family, Nam Gun Gong. He put his sword in front of him and ordered the parties to the conflict to stop immediately. When both fighters calmed down, the man finally lowered his sword. He asked his distinguished guest what he was up to here. Yoon Chong-sang was simply outraged that Chong Nam-gun had treated his son so cruelly, beating him to death. The head of the family, Nam Gong, looked at the man sideways and asked if he really wanted to shift all the responsibility to their side. Nam Gun-hwa intervened in the dialogue, reminding her husband of his words about voluntary sparring. Yoon Chong-sang was simply shocked. The girl added that the man himself said that the injuries received during friendly sparring cannot be contested by any of the parties. Yoon Chong-sang was very angry when he heard these words. He thought that it was not his son who would receive these injuries, but his opponent. The man barely restrained his anger, gritting his teeth. A little more and he would start fighting with the head of the family, defending his honor. Yoon Chong-sang started yelling at the head of Nam Gun's family, and said that he will mark this incident in his memory and never forget it. Nam Gong Gong was not going to tolerate such behavior on his part. He stomped his foot on the ground so loudly that the floor even began to crack. Nam Gong Gong said that the guest did not answer for his own words and dared to use brute force on the territory of his home. He told Yoon Chong-sang that politeness was enough for today and ordered him to go home. The man was very unhappy. He stood by the body of his defeated son and thought that everything should be different. He could not accept the fact that his family had lost. The head of the family, Nam Gun, had some grievances against his grandson. He asked him to follow him and spend literally a couple of minutes. Of course, the young man immediately agreed and went after the head. He said that he just wanted to talk about something important. Nam Gun's family went to the family meeting. They sat down at the same table so that everyone could see everyone and communicate. Cheon still couldn't get used to his grandfather's grumpiness. He looked at him and expected what he would say next. Nam Gong Gong didn't look too pleased, showing it with his facial expressions. Even though it was a sparring match, Cheon felt that he was going to be beaten. However, the head of the family started with a completely different issue. He asked the godfather's grandson how he managed to defeat Chong-san in the first place. The man answered his own question by saying that the energy flow could have been avoided by accident during the head attack. However, the fact that the young man defeated their youngest son remains unchanged. It was quite difficult with his previous skills. Chong replied that his opponent simply lost his guard and became arrogant, and arrogance can lead even the most experienced warrior to his grave. The young man asked his grandfather to forget about this incident. Nam Gong Gong was simply shocked that the young man was going to set his own rules here. He gained patience, and slowly let the steam out of his mouth. Cheon expected his grandfather to scold him now. How surprised he was when his grandfather agreed with him. The young man asked the leader if he was just going to scold him for this. Gon did not hear the young man's question and asked again. Cheon evaded the answer and said that he just went a little overboard with his sparring power. The chairman said that the grandson was not concerned about the situation, because he should not be responsible for it, even though he had hurt the opponent. Nam Gong Gong finished scolding the young man and decided to move on to his conversation. He asked what the young man wanted to talk to him about. Cheon was a little surprised at this suddenness. For a moment, he even forgot that he wanted to talk to the head about something important to him. He informed his older relatives that he wanted to return to the academy after the summer vacation. They were absolutely shocked by this decision. Nam Gun-hwa warned that with his current circumstances, it would be very dangerous for him to return to the academy. The young man said he was not afraid. The head of the family asked the grandson if he knew about his past. Clutching his clothes, Cheon said he remembered everything better than anyone. He added that he had inherited the blood of a great assassin, so no one would be happy to see him, but he had to go to the academy. After hearing his grandson's answer, Nam Gun Gong asked him if he was really going to return to the academy after all this. The young man replied that he is not going to hide all his life and there are no such problems that cannot be overcome in this life. The head of the family thought about the young man's words and said that he reminded him a lot of his father, who was persistent and fearless in any situation. But the man added that even a great killer died in this world where absolutely everything is decided by the power of fighting skills. Cheon replied that his father had done everything wrong and that he was going to continue living, despite the insults and beatings in his direction. The head of the family thought about the young man's words. They touched his soul and he decided to leave the young man alone with his decision. Nam Gong Gong understood very well that this was not all that the grandson wanted. He asked what he wanted to get if he went back to the academy. Relatives understood each other with half a word. Cheon said he wanted to get the precious ancestral sword that is only found here. The head of the family was simply shocked by such a request from the young man. He did not know how to react, and whether it was possible to give this weapon to a young man. Nam Gun-hwa was even more shocked than her father. She couldn't believe that Cheon would ask for this weapon at such a young age. The precious ancestral sword was the heavenly sword of Cheon's mother. She possessed it perfectly, and then the weapon gained tremendous power. The young man was going to take over his mother's skill and asked the head to give him this sword. He was not at all worried that he had asked for too much. Nam Gun-hwa sat next to her father, and wondered why the young man needed a family heirloom. Maybe he wants to have a memory of his mother, and knew her father very well. She looked at his face and understood that he would not be able to give this sacred sword into the hands of his grandson. However, family head Nam Gun shocked absolutely everyone. He said he was entrusting the sword to his grandson, but he should be careful with it. Cheon bowed low to his grandfather and thanked him for his trust. He promised to guard the sacred relic like the apple of his eye. Nam Gun-hwa was simply shocked when her father ordered her to give the heavenly sword to the young man. She literally began to envy him. Pak Song was in a great hurry and finally arrived at his master. He barely made it to the moment when the young gentleman had not yet set off. The servant was very worried about the young master and begged him to be more careful. Chong said that there is no need to take care of him for the rest of his life. The young man looked at the man and realized that Cheon had much more fun in life and was not alone with such a person by his side. Cheon set off along a forest path that ran through the middle of the forest. The sun shone brightly outside, filling the plants with energy. Walking through the forest, the young man suddenly stopped and saw an obstacle in front of him. He did not immediately understand what was happening. It was Yoon Young-sung who was limping after the previous fight. He welcomed his old friend and waited for him here. Cheon was a little surprised that the youngest son of the Hwang Sang-yoon family was waiting for him here. Yoon Young-sung said that he wants to go on the road together. Hearing these words, Cheon immediately threw his bag into the interlocutor's hands. Yoon Young-sung is simply shocked by this behavior. Cheon asked the friend if he had any objection. Young-sung replied that he was fully willing to help his friend and carry his things. Cheon planted his foot firmly on the ground and told his friend to prepare for something special and difficult. He told Yoon Young Sung to hold onto his things tightly and quickly follow him, trying to keep up with each step. Yoon Young Sung didn't understand what the young man meant and asked what he was talking about anyway, since they didn't need to rush anywhere. However, Chong ignored his friend's question. Immediately after his words, the young man got up from his seat and quickly headed forward. He decided to test his friend's speed. Chin Tang-on looked very pleased as he mocked the person who insulted his son. Yoon Young Sung was simply shocked by this turn of events. He shouted loudly, asking John to wait and calling him a freak. The young men arrived in the village. Yoon Young Sung was very tired of carrying things. Cheon told the boy not to be dramatic as they were not heavy. Cheon turned to face the other person and gave him a sinister look, saying that it was now his turn to carry things. One thought entered the young man's head. He asked his friend why he didn't go by cart this time, as he usually did. The guy was very confused while answering the question. He said that his father told him to walk this time. Cheon turned his attention to the hotel that Yoon Young Sung had stayed at earlier on his way to the academy. The young men entered the hotel and John told them to prepare the best room for them, saying that Yoon Jong Sung would pay for everything. The young man was simply shocked and very angry. He realized that Chong wanted to shake all the money out of him while he was in the hotel. The young men were led to a really cool room. Yoon Young Sung realized that he would have to spend a lot of money paying for her. Cheon told his friend to make himself more comfortable. Yoon Young Sung got even angrier when Chong started mocking him. Cheon decided to remind his friend of his place and threatened him. He said that they were going to have dinner and asked if the young man would mind. The morning of the next day came and the young men left the hotel. The staff saw off their guests, inviting them to their place the next time. Yoon Young Sung was beyond angry as his wallet was empty. He spent all his money on a luxurious room and dinner. Cheon continued to taunt the boys and said that he was somehow misexpressing his emotions of gratitude for staying at the hotel. Yoon Young Sung looked at the interlocutor with a sinister look. He mentally told him to wait and very soon he would get his. Cheon again suggested his friend to run as it was the best practice. He did not stop mocking him for a second. Upon hearing the words about them, Yoon Young Sung's hands literally began to shake. He no longer wanted to obey the orders of this fool. This time, Yoon Young Sung decided to outrun his friend and set off first, regardless of the weight on his shoulders. Cheon followed his friend with a look. He chose the perfect moment to try out his newly learned flying step technique. Cheon decided to give his opponent a head start. All the same, Yoon Jong Sung had no chance against the new Cheon. The young man felt that his physical condition had increased many times over, but it was still clear that he had not unlocked even half of his potential. However, even this level was absolutely enough to fight on par with many of the first-class masters in this world. Cheon rose into the air and with a smile on his face headed to catch up with his friend. He was going to do it in seconds. While still in flight, the young man noticed something strange on his way. This alarmed him greatly, and he decided to stop. Cheon landed in the middle of the forest to assess his surroundings. It was here that his friend stopped, who could no longer continue the race. It was a place hidden from prying eyes in a dense forest. Cheon wondered why his friend had stopped at such a place. Yoon Young Sung was very tired, constantly continuing to run along with things. He was breathing very heavily, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, the young man fell on his knees in front of Cheon and asked him to give him a chance to rest at least for a little while, as he was struggling a lot. Cheon told his friend that he needs to work on his skills as even a dog can run faster. Yoon Young Sung was indignant. Cheon decided to put his friend in his place and hit him on the head, asking where he got such a sinister look from. He added that you can't stare at your friend so ominously, wishing him harm, when he gives you good advice. The young man started threatening Yoon Young Sung again. The guy immediately realized that he smelled fried and began to apologize for his behavior. Meanwhile, someone was hiding behind a tree. Cheon asked his friend what he was shouting after him when he started running the first time. Yoon Young Sung decided to pretend to be a fool to avoid getting kicked. He said that he wished him luck, but Cheon heard something else. Deep down, the sign felt completely different. He was still very angry with Cheon for shaking all the money out of him. Cheon noticed that the boy was constantly looking around. He asked why he was doing this as they were not waiting for anyone. Meanwhile, the people standing behind the trees slowly began to show themselves. They were dangerous, as their weapons suggested. They slowly went behind Cheon. The young man said that they were very lucky that they did not meet robbers on their way. Cheon pretended and perfectly felt the presence of danger behind his back. Now the robbers had no need to hide their presence. One of the robbers turned to the handsome young gentleman and asked where he was in such a hurry. His intentions were definitely not good. Nam Gong Chong quickly assessed the situation he was in now. He was surrounded by soldiers of the second class and one soldier of the first. The bald bandit once again asked the young men where they were in such a hurry. From his mannerisms, Cheon immediately knew that he was the leader of the group. The young man replied that they were just going to the academy. The bald man was surprised by the young man's coolness towards him. Yoon Jong-sung was very pleased with the events that were about to unfold. He thought that Cheon didn't have much time left to show off. Meanwhile, the robber put the blade of the sword to the young man's throat and advised him to calm down, as he might leave him without a head. Cheon actually ignored the robber's threats. He said that an ordinary bunch of thieves couldn't do anything to him. The leader of the bandits was very angry after these words. He ordered to immediately give everything that the young man had, otherwise he would say goodbye to life. Cheon continued to keep his cool and replied that he had absolutely nothing to pay the thugs. He pointed his finger at his friend and said that he had all the money. Yoon Young-sung was just shocked when he was handed over. The leader of the robbers began to worry about his position, because the young man behaved very confidently. He gave him one last warning. Cheon was not going to give anything to the robbers. He looked at the enemy with a cold gaze and asked if they were really ordinary robbers. The leader felt this demonic look on him. Cheon said to think very carefully about the answer because his life could depend on it. At this look, the robber's hands began to sweat and shake. He had never seen such strength before, but he wasn't going to back down. The man shouted, calling the young man a bastard, and rushed at him with a sword in his hands. He was going to give his opponent a taste of his blade. Cheon himself was already tired of the conversation, and was only glad that the enemy wanted to fight him. It's time to test your sword. Chong told Young-sung not to get too close as he might get hurt. The young man gave Kona's bag, which he carried with him. Young-sung felt much more confident than before and did not want to back down. Chong thought that it didn't matter since he was going to get hurt anyway. Meanwhile, the warrior needed to focus on his opponents. The leader of the robbers was already approaching him and promised to blow off his head. Cheon took out his sword in time and blocked the powerful blow of the enemy. The robber was simply shocked that the young man had such a powerful power. Cheon knocked the opponent's sword out of his hands so that the blade cut into them. The leader did not expect this at all and cried out in pain. Nam Gong Chong felt the full power of the family heirloom. He fought with his sword as if it were an extension of his right arm. The young man was very pleased with his new artifact and felt a fire inside him to finally hold the sword. Cheon delivers a powerful blow to the opponent's nose. The bald robber was simply shocked at such speed and could only watch the blade. He thought he would have time to block the blow, and quickly reached for his sword to take it out and place it under the blow. However, his speed was not enough to keep up with Cheon. The young man powerfully hit his enemy and pressed him to the ground. Yoon Young-sung was simply shocked by his friend's skills. He asked if he really killed him with his last attack. Cheon turned to face the young man and told him not to worry as it was not death but a normal knockout from him. The young man was not going to stop there. He decided to teach the robber a lesson and stepped on his head, hitting the ground. This beating continued for some time. The robber was forced to suffer kicks and constantly begged the young man to stop. The man could do nothing. He fell powerlessly to the ground after the young man's last blow, throwing his head back. Cheon stood over the body of the defeated enemy, and was surprised that the man began to beg for mercy after a few blows. The rest of the robbers were simply shocked by what was happening. They couldn't believe that an ordinary boy had killed their leader. Cheon wasn't going to stop at one opponent. He turned to the thugs, twisting his weapon in his hand. With the finger of his left hand, the young man called the enemies to him and offered to attack first. He behaved as impudently as possible. The robbers perfectly understood that he was provoking them, but they could not restrain themselves and rushed at the young man all at once. Chong deftly dodged several blows that the enemies threw at the same time. All the blades missed the target, and cut only the leaves in the air. The young man carefully watched his enemies using his eye. He assessed their capabilities and felt his supremacy. After avoiding all the attacks of his opponents, Cheon finally decided to counterattack. He delivered a powerful blow that hit 2 enemies at once. The outlaws weren't going to back down after that. 3 of them attacked the young man from behind, approaching him very quickly. The leader had already stood up and was watching this battle. He saw that the young man did not have time to dodge the attack and that his end would soon come. However, Chong had completely different plans. He turned towards the attack and deflected it with his stream of energy that covered his entire body. He looked into the eyes of his enemies and asked if they really wanted to continue fighting with an opponent as strong and impressive as him. The young man made his most powerful attack, hitting the enemies. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield, accompanied by huge emissions of light. All the birds decided to leave this area because they were very scared of the explosions. The shouts of the robbers, who were moaning in pain, could be heard all around. Young-sung was very scared when he saw the corpses in front of him. He couldn't understand how this happened in just one attack. Suddenly, Cheon turned to his friend, which startled him greatly. Young-sung thought that now it was his turn to answer for his actions. Cheon remembered the moment when he asked his friend to step aside and asked what he said back then because he listened a little. Young-sung wrung out and said he wanted to help. He decided to act in advance and offered his friend to take the robbers' belongings. Jong laughed and said that this was the first bright thought that came to Jong-sung's head. The young man also laughed, but he seemed suspicious. Young-sung found a heavy bag of money and showed it to his friend. Deep down, he was very angry because the money was meant for someone else. Chong took this bag in his hands and felt its weight. He asked the boy if this money would be enough to rent a cart for the journey. Cheon said that he still needed to see the faces of the enemies before leaving. Young-sung couldn't allow it since it was his relatives. As soon as Cheon got hold of one of the bodies, Cheon-sung stopped his friend and said that they might be in trouble and that they would be chased. Then, Cheon decided to go on a showdown with his opponents and started to draw his sword. He said he would finish off the men right now. Young-sung stopped the young man again. He said that it may not be all members of the group and they may come to them for revenge. Chong again praised his friend for his good opinion. He came up with a plan that would allow them to be in the most advantageous situation. After some time, the robbers saddled 2 horses and hitched a carriage to them. They were escorting someone important inside the booth. Cheon was sitting there, enjoying the ride. He turned to the robbers and told them to prove him comfortably if he had already spared them. Young-sung was simply shocked by the plan his friend came up with. He couldn't understand how it was that Cheon was in control. The cart arrived in the capital city of Hubei. Men in black masks were looked askance at and considered robbers. Cheon enjoyed the life of the capital, looking out the window. As he expected, life in the capital was the key, not sparing anyone. Young-sung couldn't enjoy the scenery like his friend. He was still angry with him, and clenched his right fist tightly. He mentally called Cheon a bastard who had ruined their trip and turned his relatives into servants who looked like robbers. When Cheon turned his head, Cheon-sung was very frightened. Cheon asked if there were really 3 educational institutions in their capital. Jong-sung told someone that one of them was the martial arts academy that combined the largest number of people from the 9 Great Gates sect. Another academy was the Academy of Chivalry. Rich people from the Mon, Sanghan and Tenga families studied there, but no one else, and in the 3rd they studied. The academy was called the Heavenly Dragon. Young-sung was surprised that Young didn't even remember that. Qin Tianlan thought about his son's life, which could have been completely different. If only the man knew about the existence of his child. Cheon asked if their academy was really the weakest. Young-sung replied that she is not the weakest and is among the 3 strongest in the city. Cheon concluded that she was hopeless and asked what they even taught there. Jong-sung explained that Kangho masters teach there. There you can study the organizational features of the Murima Alliance, as well as learn about the army and the battlefield from experienced teachers. Cheon still thought that the academy was a complete mess, because they didn't teach any practical skills, only the rules of the alliance. The young man understood almost everything about the academy. He reached up and looked out the window, concluding that they were close. Young Sung decided at the last moment to ask his friend for a favor. He asked if the young man could keep a secret. Young Sung explained that he was referring to his defeat in sparring. He didn't want the whole academy to know about this incident. Cheon looked at his friend with a sinister look. Chin Tianlan realized that this bastard always only cared about himself, and his son suffered. The young man smiled and thought that there was no need to hide what the students would soon find out anyway. However, Cheon smiled pleasantly and agreed to keep this information a secret. He perfectly understood that it was still useless, but Cheon had some conditions in return. In return, he asked a friend to tell him details about the students of the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Cheon was sitting at one of the tables in the academic center of the Heavenly Dragon Academy. The silence around seemed very strange to him. The young man was very bored. He thought that no one was aware of the latest news and the students would not beat him up. Suddenly, Chong heard conversations behind his back as the son of the great assassin rose from the dead. He was interested in this conversation. The three students talked about the blessing Cheon brought to the wall through his death. The young man silently listened to the conversation of his fellow students. Cheon recognized the handsome man standing in the very center. Song Won-hyun was in charge of everything that was happening within the confines of the room. The young man realized that next to him was Peek Lee-hyang, who was the only daughter of the Peek Lee family and Hanam's first beauty. Song Won-hyun was very angry with Cheon because his favorite teacher died because of him. It was simply unbearable. He approached his hater from behind and said that he would like to tear him apart. Cheon behaved as discreetly as possible. He understood absolutely nothing of the young man's words. Tianlan had no idea that one of the teachers had died because of him. The man concluded that some teachers were mobilized and he fought with them. The students approached the young man and started talking. Song Won-hyun smiled at the young man's face and politely greeted the young lord of the Nam-gong Great Clan. His smile was fake. He removed it from his face and asked the young man why he was sitting here alive and well if there were rumors about his suicide. Cheon Nam-gun wasn't about to show his emotions. He said that if he was sitting right in front of them, then the rumors turned out to be false. Song Won-hyun was very surprised by the confidence of the young man, who had previously been afraid to even look in his direction, let alone answer anything. Baek Lee-hyang also decided to join the conversation and asked Chong if it was true that he lost his memory, and how he felt. Cheon brazenly replied that he was feeling just fine until the interlocutors approached him. The girl was amazed. She slowly put her right hand on the young man's hand and said that she meant something completely different by her words. Baek Lee-hyang asked the boy how he felt the moment he decided to end his worthless life by suicide. She began to scratch the young man's arm, asking if he had met his father in hell, or if the great murderer was still alive at that moment. The girl even dared to mention his mother, who is also probably in hell. She said that the young man's family belongs there. Cheon is by no means the image of a girl. He smiled in her face and thought that she was simply not out of adolescence. Seeing that insults had no effect on the young man, Baek Lee-hyang decided to switch to a different strategy. She clutched her face with her hands. The girl shouted to the whole hall that young Mr. Nam-gun had decided to pay for his father's death to the great assassin. Cheon was not happy with such a speech. P. Lee-hyang told the audience that they could order whatever they wanted and would not have to pay. Song Won-hyun tapped the young man on the shoulder and said that he had become a normal person after returning from the world of the dead. He said that he thought Cheon would do anything to protect his worthless father. Cheon was already on the verge of holding back his emotions. Song Won-hyun united all the students of the Blue Dragon class against one. It was a very good method of isolating an unnecessary target from everyone. Tianlan admitted that this was a very good move, as everyone benefited, and the supporters of this fool realized this very quickly. Cheon clenched his teeth as hard as he could, holding back his emotions. He saw in the boy in front of him a young version of the merciless Kanho. He clenched his fist tightly. The young man perfectly understood that if he refused to treat, then everyone would accuse him of protecting a great murderer. Tianlan couldn't even imagine such a life. He felt very sorry for his son, who was subjected to such abuse every day. Nam Gong Chong had no say in the confines of this building. Everyone humiliated him and constantly forced him to say what was beneficial to others. The students were enjoying their meal in the Blue Dragon Academy dining hall. They asked to bring them more wine and more meat dishes. Chong calmly watched and listened to all this. He sipped tea, constantly looking in one direction, then in another, assessing the situation. Students were too picky and chose the tastiest dishes. They didn't pay for everything, so they didn't care. Yoon Young-sung was just shocked that Jong was acting so calm. He understood that the young man could make him pay. Song Won-hyung and Peek Lee-hyang also found the young man's behavior strange. They thought he was even enjoying himself now. The girl wondered what could have caused such changes. Song Won-hyung suggested that the reason was an encounter with death. Peek Lee-hyang smiled and said that the situation would not change even if the character of the ordinary dog had changed. Woo Song Won-hina had one idea. He decided to teach a lesson to the dog, which for some reason turns out to be a tiger after waking up. The girl laughed at the young man and called him a real jerk. It was very similar to Song Won's character Hina. The guy looked at the interlocutor and smiled back. He advised her to keep quiet as her character was no better than his. Most of all, the Nam Gun family was hated by the Baek Lee family because they opposed Baek Lee joining the 7 great families. But now their positions have changed. Dream of Won-hyung slammed his fist on the table and rose from his seat to lecture the young man. He was going to strengthen Baek Lee's position, and for this he needed to make a representative of the Nam Gun family a scapegoat. The young man got up from his seat and walked to the center of the room. He clapped his hands and asked for a little attention. He thanked his friend Cheon for the feast he had arranged. Cheon immediately sensed that Song Won-hyung is up to something again. Song Won-hyung wasn't too pleased when the whole hall started thanking Cheon. He asked them to wait and everything will fall into place. Laying a hand on the young man's shoulder, Song Won-hyun said that they treated Chong with pity because there was a reason for it. All of this was the reason why Chong has the blood of a great killer. He said that before that, Cheon treated him like a father. Tianlon thought about the boy's words. He could not even think that the son defended his father's position during his life. Song Won-hyun said that today everything will change, and they will raise a toast to the death of the killer. The young man said that he would not allow anyone to insult Chan, but all this was not done just like that. The young man had a clear plan of action and said that those present should make sure of Cheon's loyalty. Cheon did not understand what was happening at all. He looked at the boy and asked how he could prove his loyalty to the academy students. Song Won-hyung held out his hand and invited the young man to prove his intentions, and then they could all become friends. Some of the students present complained to the speaker and asked how Chong could demonstrate his intentions. Song Won-hyung had a prepared answer to that question. He held his finger up and said that Cheon should just verbally insult the great slayer. Cheon found this rather odd and smiled. But Chin Tiaman understood perfectly well why all this was necessary, because he had encountered such a person. Once upon a time, completely different turbulent times reigned on Earth. The demonic sect flourished, and did not give life to other sects. The way Psalm 1 suggested Hen was used to detect demons who pretended to be Murima masters. All suspects were immediately arrested and sent for examination. They began to be insulted and called demonic freaks. The method was very simple but effective, as the demon sect's supporters had a lot of faith in their leader and couldn't stand it. Song Won-hyung moved closer to Cheon and suggested that he take the test, calling his father a real freak. Peek Lee-hyang watched all this with a smile. Those present shouted to the entire dining room, forcing the young man to say these words. Song Won-hyung decided to take a little pity on the young man and said that since he was his father, he could say the phrase without using his name. Now Chin Tiaman understood everything perfectly. Song Won-hyung thought that Cheon had too small a gut to say that. Nam Gun Cheon started to get up from his seat and asked the interlocutor if this would be enough. He received a positive response. Cheon got up from his seat and looked into the eyes of the interlocutor. He told him to listen carefully and began insulting the great slayer. Those present were completely shocked that this was actually possible. Chong began by realizing that his father was a complete idiot. Cheon insulted his father as an unworldly bastard and an earthworm, which he received on merit. Peek Lee-hyang was simply shocked. The young man put his left hand on the table and said that these words made him want to tear someone apart out of anger, but he would be patient. Chong Nam Gun looked right into Song Won's eyes and concluded that it was long past time for the great killer to go to the other world. After that, the young man calmed down and asked if this would be enough. It was the inner voice of a father who hated himself for not knowing about his son's existence. The students could not regain consciousness and sat motionless in their seats. They were completely shocked by what they heard. Song Won-hyung heard what he wanted, but he felt quite strange afterwards. He could not understand what his feelings could be related to. Suddenly, one of the audience objected to this whole performance. He said he was sick of this food and was going to get out of here. After that, the big man came up to Cheon and grabbed him by the collar. He asked the young man what he meant by his speech. It was Ping Se-hek from the Hebei family. He said that the young man would not be able to change his origin and would forever remain the son of the great slayer. After that, the big man let Cheon go and added that he would never believe his words in his life and would hate him to the end. As the big boy started to walk away from Cheon, he suddenly realized that it was really Ping Se-hek from the Hebei family. The point is that Qin Tianlan dealt with the head of this clan, Ping Yang-mun. He came for the killer's soul, but lost. Yoon Young-sung grabbed Song-won's hand Hyung and suggested to stop, since Cheon's memory has not yet fully recovered. Peek Lee-hyang was sitting at the table opposite and was indignant at these words. She stood up from her seat, showing her displeasure. She called two young men and asked them to turn to face her. It is not clear to them why this is necessary at all. The girl delivered a powerful blow directly to Yoon Young-sung's face. She decided to teach the young man for his previous words. She called him an unworldly fool who doesn't understand what he's talking about. Inside, the girl spoke her hidden resentment. Peek Lee-hyang talked to the young man and understood what was the matter. Yoon Young-sung paid for this entire banquet by himself. The young man wanted to make an excuse and say that his behavior was not related to this at all. But he could not say that Cheon had shaken all the money out of him. The boy had Cheon's face in front of him, which he could not forget. It was a completely different Cheon, whom the academy had not seen before. He perfectly understood that the students were very far from his level. Yoon Young-sung thought about what reason to give the girl. He said that Cheon has changed a bit lately, and he is referring to Nam-gun's family, who needs to be more careful with them now. Peek Lee-hyang was not going to tolerate these words from the young man. She hit him again, causing him to fall powerlessly to the floor. It was just funny for her to hear the words about Nam-gun's family. The girl said that she has never been and will not be treated like Nam-gun. She was still very angry with this family for the past. She considered it a real shame that this family still continues to exist. Yoon Young-sung said that they might be in trouble if they killed Chong. Baek Lee-hyang asked if Hwang Sang-yoon's family is really still in the litter. She started mocking the young man who was of lower origin than her. The Hwang Sang-yoon family were countrymen with the Nam-gun family. Yoon Young-sung was very angry with the girl after these words. He warned her to watch her words. Someone overheard their conversation and couldn't help himself either. The unknown quickly raised his right leg from the ground to strike Jong-sung. The young man did not expect such a turn of events and felt the full force of the kick that hit him right in the stomach. It was Song Won-hyun, who called the guy a freak. He asked how he dared raise his voice at them in the first place. Yoon Young-sung tried to justify himself and didn't want to be treated like this. Song Won-hyun asked who he thought he was here. The guy called him Nam Gun-chun's servant. Yoon Young-sung was indignant at these words and said that he was not like that at all. Song Won-hyun immediately ordered the boy to shut up, since he had guessed everything long ago and could not hide it. Song Won-hyun drew attention to the luxurious cart the two of them had arrived in, and asked why he was jogging in front of Cheon. The young man warned Yoon Young-sung not to dare lie about his friendship as it could cost him his life. Yoon Young-sung was very scared at this moment, and didn't know what to do. He was very concerned about his position in the eyes of the students. Having no other choice, the young man decided to tell the interlocutors about the situation that happened to him and Nam Gun Cheon. Song Won-sung might only to laugh at the young man. He said that his family are real bad guys if they couldn't beat Chan. Yoon Young-sung got angry again and asked not to insult his family despite this situation as it was already too much. Song Won-hyun again decided to let the young man cool down a bit by slapping him across the face. He called it prevention from the elder. Yoon Young-sung lay helpless on the ground, covering his body with his hands. Song Won-hyun began to beat him without stopping for a moment. At some point, the young man realized that he had no other choice, and grabbed Sun's leg. He apologized and admitted he was wrong. Only after that, Song Won-hyun finally stopped the slaughter. He asked the boy if he was now aware of his true place. Yoon Young-sung was just shocked when he heard that they wanted to put him in John's place since he passed the test. Peek Lee-hyang stood by and didn't mind it at all. She laughed at the situation and called Yoon Young-sung worthless. Song Won-hyung ordered the boy to kneel. Clenching his fists tightly in anger, Yoon Young-sung was forced to do so. The young man decided to show his education and offered the lady a little rest. Baek Lee-hyang replied that she didn't want to get dirty. If the lady refused the offer, the young man himself decided to use a comfortable chair and sat on Yoon Young-sung's back. Baek Lee-hyang was still worried about the problem with Cheon. She asked her partner if he really wanted to leave things as they were. Song Won-hyun replied that he would not be able to forgive himself if he left. He said, pointing at Yoon Young-sung, that Chong needed the same training. The young man imagined how he would beat Cheon until he was half smart, and when he was already on the verge, he would stuff his throat with worms to cleanse his soul. Baek Lee-hyang was not against such a plan, but there was one problem. They publicly called the young man their friend. She added that the use of force would be a last resort. Song Won-hyun stamped his foot in displeasure and asked if there were any other ideas. The girl promised to take on all the work this time. She had a plan that would lead them to success. Baek Lee-hyang had a personal matter with Cheon. Even if he didn't look like his father, she wanted to make him suffer. It was deep night outside. Yoon Young-sung came to Cheon in the middle of the night and knelt before him, showing respect. Cheon was very much surprised by this performance. He asked the boy why he had approached him at such a time of day. Yoon Young-sung said that he wants to become as strong as Jong. He asked to reveal to him the secret of this incredible power. Cheon replied that he was not going to tell his secret to such a nobody, and ordered him to get out of here, as he would not be of any help to him. Yoon Young-sung grabbed the young man by the robe and asked him to wait. He shouted loudly, begging for help and drinking the secret. Cheon ordered the boy to unhook himself, but the boy replied that he couldn't do that because his life would be like pure hell. Cheon was shocked when the young man started blaming him for his problems. He wanted Chong to become the same as before. Cheon was not going to tolerate these words in his direction and kicked the boy in the face. Yoon Young-sung fully deserved it. He fell helplessly to the ground and could not get up. Cheon asked how he even dared to say anything about living in hell. The young man approached his target and pulled her by the hair. He couldn't let him go unpunished after what he said. Cheon asked the boy if he really thought he was better than the other students. Yoon Young-sung admitted that they wanted to make him a scapegoat. Now Chong understood why he was attracted to him. He smiled and said that the boy was finally telling the truth. Chong looked at Yoon Young-sung with his creepy gaze and asked if he wanted to put those who insulted him in their place. Cheon couldn't look that trash in the eye anymore. Holding the boy by the hair, he threw him to the right side of him. Yoon Young-sung was just shocked when he heard that the young man agreed to tell him his secret. He listened very carefully. Nam Gun Chong crouched down in front of the boy and said that a bastard like him would also have to live in hell to become stronger. The morning of the next day came and the students had to go to class at their beloved Blue Dragon Academy. Nam Gun Cheon entered the classroom where the class was about to take place and was very surprised. All the students welcomed him and accepted him as a family member. The young man could not understand what caused their behavior, and could something incredible happen in their heads overnight. Sitting at one of the tables was Yoon Young-sung, who smelled like a cesspool. Everyone present felt this horrible smell. The young man could not do anything about it, except to be patient. Now he understood very well that a bad attitude takes root very quickly. Chong looked at Yoon Jong-sung and thought of the followers of orthodox sects who always behaved badly towards others. He was suddenly met by Song Won-hyun, who gave him his hand and invited him to go on. Cheon was very surprised by such a gesture. Song asked Chong what was happening to his friend, why he smelled so bad, and offered the young man to help him wash himself. Cheon did not really like such a proposal and replied that it seems that it is only on their lands that countrymen help each other wash their clothes. Song Won-hyun felt extremely uncomfortable and got angry with the interlocutor. He warned him to be more careful with his words. Hyang decided to intervene in the conversation. She moved closer to Cheon and thanked him for last night's dinner. It was a difficult gesture on the part of the girl. She wanted to know about the power that suddenly filled the young man, and asked him for the secret. The girl said that Nam Gung's family could hardly afford the magic elixir, so it must be something only Cheon knew. Nam Gong Cheon didn't see any sense in this question. Folding his hands, the young man replied that he was strong all the time before that. Peak Li Hyang only laughed at the young man's answer. She called him a joker and asked why he was hiding his power then. Cheon confidently replied that Murim remains Murim, a world where it is better to hide one's skills and have a trump card up one's sleeve. The girl asked why he showed like now. The young man replied that death helped him understand that sometimes the trump card must be revealed. Peak Li Hyang still couldn't believe the young man's strength. She saw that he had changed, but she did not stop thinking of him as a jerk. Suddenly, the girl suggested to Cheon to train together tonight. Cheon asked why she chose him. P. Li Hyang replied that it was not because of sympathy, but she just wanted to know the secret. Cheon thought it was a little funny. The young man perfectly understood that it was all for a reason and the girl wanted to duck something again, so he thought very carefully about the answer. But Cheon did not have time to answer. Their dialogue was interrupted by the loud shouts of a man who asked what the people present here were doing. It was one of the teachers at the Blue Dragon Academy named Kupyeong Liang. He informed the students that the lesson had already started. He quickly began to put order around the coma by sending students to their tables. Interlocutors also had to go to places. Baek Li Hyang put her hand on the young man's shoulder in farewell and said that she was looking forward to seeing Cheon at the evening training. The teacher went to his desk and put the papers there. He asked the students what was the noise from early in the morning and also the unpleasant smell. He will compare this smell to a person who just crawled out of a washed-out hole. Yoon Sung felt extremely uncomfortable. Cheon watched the teacher and couldn't believe that they behaved like this in the academy. He thought it too arrogant. Kupyeong Liang ordered the student to wash himself and be more careful in the future. Chong thought that this man was also in cahoots with the cool ones. The young man understood very well that the atmosphere in the academy was chaotic now, so he should not act too lightly, but consider every step. The teacher glanced at one of the students and said that the great killer was finally dead, but several teachers had died because of him. Cheon could clearly feel the gaze on him. He didn't understand why he was looking at him like he was personally killing the teachers. Suddenly, to Chin it dawned on Tiaman that he was really the one killing them. The teacher began his lecture on the structure of the Murima Alliance parties. The classes were over for today, and Yoon Sung never came back to them. Besides, he still walked around as dirty as a pig. Nam Gun Young left the room and closed the door behind him. He immediately saw an old acquaintance in front of him and was very surprised. Yoon Sung turned to the young man and asked if he was really going to meet Baek Li Hyang, because it could be a trap. Cheon replied that he was not going to go there at all, but the boy reminded him of the meeting, so now in principle it is possible to go. Yoon Sung clenched his fist tightly and said that it is better not to go to this meeting, no matter what your skills are. Baek Li Hyang is too strong. Cheon was very surprised that his friend decided to take care of him. He asked if he really had a conscience somewhere in him at last. However, he did not care for advice. He said that he knows perfectly well what he is doing and went on an adventure meeting with the girl. Yoon Sung said that he really wanted to give his friend some good advice as he remembered the time when they were best friends. It was all a long time ago. The students were still very young guys who lived in the neighborhood and got along very well with each other. Nam Gong Cheon nevertheless went to the place where the girl called him. The place of their meeting was the backyard of the academy. Peak Li Hyang immediately noticed the young man on her horizon and was surprised that he had actually come here at her request. The girl felt as uncomfortable as possible, showing kindness. She thanked the young man for giving her some time. Cheon immediately got down to business and asked what was required of him. Baek Li Hyang said that she is still interested in the secret of his strength. Cheon was pretty smart, so he knew right away that she was talking about sparring. The girl folded her hands and confirmed the young man's guesses. Nam Gong Chong was absolutely not against such a warm-up. He got into a fighting stance and agreed to sparring, offering the girl to attack first. Peak Li Hyang was not against such a proposal at all. She agreed to it and immediately started from her seat. The girl moved very quickly towards the young man, leaving behind a stream of energy. Cheon could see this stream again, thanks to his eyes. Peak Li Hyang delivered a powerful blow with her right fist, which the young man managed to dodge by taking one step back. Another blow followed, which Cheon already had to block. He understood that the girl was very serious. The young man liked it very much. He observed the movements of his opponent, and assessed them to the level of a first-class Murima fighter. Peak Li Hyang settled on her opponent more and more as he dodged all of his attacks. She kept trying to get him. She couldn't believe that none of her shots had hit the target. Only one person from their class could defeat her. The girl looked at the young man coldly, and immediately reassured herself that her goal today was not to win. She began to concentrate her energy in her right hand, deftly controlling it. She was going to use the technique on the enemy. Cheon recognized the technique of the girl's clan and did not expect that she could use it. He needed to block the shot immediately. Suddenly, Baek Li Hyang decided to change her plan and hit the young man on the supporting leg, trying to knock him to the ground. She couldn't do it with her legs alone, so she decided to use her hands and pulled the opponent to the ground. Cheon didn't understand why. The young man firmly rested his hands on the ground, lingering in the air. He did it on the level of reflexes so as not to hurt himself. Cheon's body ended up on top of Peak Li Hyang's body. The young man was completely shocked and did not understand what the girl had just done. Peak Li Hyang, holding the young man by the collar, reported that he had grossly violated the rules by going out at night, not to mention sparring. Cheon did not understand what was happening at all. He looked at the girl below him and thought that she had simply lost her mind. Peak Li Hyang suddenly let go of one of her hands and decided to attack the opponent with it, gathering energy at her fingertips. Chong literally had no time to react to this attack. Just by looking at her, he realized that the girl was aiming at acupuncture points. The girl achieved her goal by hitting the young man in the body. She thought that even though he had become stronger, his abilities were still ridiculous. Cheon looked straight into the face of his interlocutor and tried to read her intentions. She just wanted to make a fool of him. Cheon understood very well that the girl wanted to leave him motionless so that he would be found in this place at night and then punished. The young man even realized that the girl had already prepared everything for this. He smiled and came up with a plan for himself in return. Cheon managed to avoid contact with the body with a simple movement. He smiled in the opponent's face, as if saying that she had miscalculated. The young man simply changed the location of the acupuncture points, turning them in the other direction. Baek Li Hyang was just shocked by this. She couldn't believe she missed. Now it was Cheon's turn to pull the girl by the collar. He lifted her above him. However, Chong was not going to hit the girl, but began to shake her. Peak Li Hyang couldn't understand what he was going to do. The young man replied that she did not have to wait very long to find out. Chong decided to use one of the girl's fists. Holding her hand, Chong delivered a powerful blow to his face that shook even Peak Li Hyang. She was just shocked. Now the girl understood what plan her opponent had come up with. All she managed to do at that moment was simply to ask the young man to stop. Baek Li Hyang pulled her hand back and warned the young man to get out of here as they would be in trouble. Cheon asked the girl to take her time and finish the matter. He added that those who come here should see what the girl did to him. Peak Li Hyang knew that the plan could backfire on her. She was shocked at how quickly Chong was able to assess the situation and draw conclusions. While the girl opened her mouth in surprise, the young man decided to give her a small gift in the form of a stream of energy that he collected in his hand. Peak Li Hyang couldn't understand what kind of technique the young man was using. She didn't seem too dangerous, so the girl didn't block. When Cheon used his technique, Peak Li Hyang felt her body paralyzed and unable to use her energy. Chong Nam-gun poured some of his energy into the girl's body and immobilized it. It was a clear plan that would allow the young man to win. Meanwhile, the guards around heard strange sounds and already went to them. They tried to understand the location of the violators. Nam-gun Chong did exactly everything on time. He looked towards the approaching people and thanked them for appearing just now. Cheon immediately started screaming, begging the girl to stop. At the same time, he touched the girl's body to put it on him. Peak Li Hyang proved to be a difficult opponent, and she managed to dispel the young man's technique. She pushed his hand away from her. Peak Li Hyang was very happy when she was freed from this technique. She turned towards the people and was ready to apologize to them. What the guests saw in front of them simply shocked them. They couldn't believe that Baek Li Hyang was really capable of such a thing. Suddenly, the girl realized that everything looks completely different from the outside. It was as if she attacked Cheon and beat him to death. Yoon Young-sung ran to his friend and informed the teachers that he was petrified due to the blood technique. Cheon mentally praised his assistant. Kufong Liang asked if the girl had really lured the student here at night to beat him up and leave him suffering in this state. Baek Li Hyang immediately began to make excuses as she was innocent. She tried to find the words to somehow describe this situation. However, the teacher did not even want to listen to the girl. He said that she will be on probation starting today. The girl was simply shocked by the result of this evening. Cheon lay there with a satisfied face and thought that he would put everyone here in their place. The next day, Peak Li Hyang entered the classroom, loudly opening the door. Someone met her on her way in. The girl was very angry because she had to endure breathing exercises all day because of some freak who set her up. Peak Li Hyang clutched her head in pain. Song Won Hyung reached out a helping hand to the girl and asked if she was okay. Baek Li Hyang informed the boy that Chong Nam-gun had really changed a lot and was no longer the person they knew. Song Won Hyun replied that it didn't matter as he would make him answer for the rumors he dared to spread. The girl asked what the rumors were. The young man said that Cheon had told everyone that the most beautiful girl in the academy had fallen in love with him. Peak Li Hyang was simply shocked by this turn of events. She was very angry and could not forgive such a lie in her direction. Song Won Hyung told the girl not to worry about it, and he would take care of everything himself. The young man confidently headed for the exit. Peak Li Hyang tried to detain him because she had some important information, but the young man was unstoppable. Literally after a few minutes, Cheon rubbed his hands, shaking them off the dust. He didn't understand why everyone in the academy was so weak. A young man was kneeling in front of him, who just wanted to clean his face. But everything turned out not at all as he wanted. Song Won Hyun lifted his battered face up and looked at Cheon, asking how he managed to defeat him so easily. Cheon only laughed at his opponent's worthless skills and said that he would rather never fight them in his life. The young man came out the absolute winner from this battle, in which no one else dared to interfere. One of those present shouted the young man's name. Cheon turned to face the sound and asked what they wanted, maybe to get kicked or give it to Song Won Henu. Peak Li Hyang watched all of this and was simply shocked. She couldn't believe that they both lost to Chona. Song Won Hyung wasn't going to give up on this. He began to raise his legs on top of him and shouted loudly that they were not done yet. The young man stood up and said that Cheon's skills didn't mean his strength yet, as he could only run around the academy like a stung man. The boy called Cheon the outcast of the great killer's wife. Cheon could not leave these words just like that and decided to teach the scoundrel one more time. He gave him a powerful punch, releasing a lot of energy. Song Won Hyun fell to the ground helplessly after that. Cheon pulled the defeated opponent by the hair and, looking into his eyes, asked him to repeat his last words. Not getting any response, Cheon once again hit the boy who dared to insult his mother and father. Song Won Hyun looked insignificant. Jin Tianlan looked at his son's body and thought that he couldn't even have fun with it because it was too strong here. At the same time, the young man continued to crush the enemy under his feet. It looked like some kind of ping-pong to Cheon. Cheon thought that the Murimu Alliance could send very strong masters after him, so he needed to become even stronger. In his past life, Jin Tianlan traveled around the world and avoided people who were somehow connected to the Alliance. In case of emergencies, the majestic killer always had shelters. Inside them were elixirs for colossal strength. Cheon thought about the fact that now they wouldn't bother him with a spare. But the problem was that there were none in the capital. The majestic killer hid them all over the world and the nearest shelter was the Great Star Mountain. Cheon had to get there somehow. Meanwhile, Song Won-hing continued to suffer that day. Chong had already dealt with him, so he was getting kicked by someone else. The young man did not like this day very much, and especially his face. He said something, after which he was immediately given a powerful blow. It was Cho Ka-min, the successor of the Nak Yangcho clan. He informed the young man that he had made 2 mistakes today. Cho Ka-min named Song Won as the first of them who dared to be jealous of Peak Li and hoped that he would not find out. And secondly, the young man came to complain to Cho Ka-min about the weakest brat in the academy who beat Song Won Hina. Cho Ka-min looked at the boy with a sinister look and called it a complete disgrace not only to Hanum, but also to the entire academy. Song Won Hyung realized that it would be better if he didn't say anything. Cho Ka-min told the little one to rest, and he would take care of everything himself. Song Won-heng advised his friend to be vigilant. Cho Ka-min said that only dogs like him can lose their vigilance. Song Won-hyung wanted to make up for his guilt in some way, so he offered her a good idea that would help deal with Cheon. He said that soon the students will go on an expedition to conquer the Great Star Mountain and death in that place will seem as natural as possible. Cho Ka-min praised his ward for at least something. It was indeed a good idea, but it was dangerous to go to the mountains. Ku Fong Liang told his students about the expedition to the Great Star Mountain. He warned them that they might return as corpses. The students were a little shocked to hear this information. They thought that the teacher was just intimidating them and testing their strength. The teacher explained that he is simply warning that it is very dangerous, so you need to think before applying. Song Won-heng said that the students who wanted to become an official had to risk their lives, so the whole class had to leave. The young man tried to pressure Chan to definitely go to the mountains, and their Cho Ka-min would be able to finish him off. The teacher looked at Cheon and said that he understood the students' intentions, but it was his duty to warn about the dangers in the mountains. Cheon didn't really like that the teacher was being wasted on him. He mentally called him a brat and ordered him to hide his eyes. The young man assumed that the teacher was trying to pressure him so that he could not go to the mountains with the whole class. Cheon just smiled and said he was ready. He did not have time to weave incomprehensible intrigues, because he had to get to the mountains. Classes at the academy ended and some students went to the cafeteria to have a snack. Among them was Nam Gun-chun. The guy was sitting in the very center of the hall and ordered a boiled duck. He really missed her smell, since he hadn't eaten in a long time. He remembered his beloved, with whom he had tasted this incredible dish for the first time. Chin Tianlan always remembered Song Nam Gong fondly. Of course, their first meeting was not very pleasant. Then they fought to the death and the man was wounded on the left cheek. Cheon raised a hand to his cheek as he remembered the moment. Then the soldiers did not even know that they would fall in love with each other, and that a son would be born to them. The young man decided to move away from his memories, as he was a little pressed for time and needed to eat. At that moment, someone approached him. Just as the boy was about to take a piece of duck, a blow came from his back and his face began to float in the plate. It was Cho Ka-min who had come to teach the young man. He behaved as impudently as possible and apologized profusely for this incident. He opened his mouth wide, calling himself guilty. The young man explained that he was just thinking and accidentally tripped, causing disaster to another. Nam Gong Cheon was not happy with such a performance. His soup spilled on the table and the young man hit it with his hand out of anger. Cheon turned his head back and said in an angry voice for the uninvited guests to leave since they were disturbing his eating. Zdrovin, who was standing behind Cho Ka-min, was not going to tolerate such statements in his direction. He swung his fist to strike. However, his attack was immediately blocked, much to the boy's surprise. He did not expect such speed of action from the enemy. It turned out that I was not the opponent at all, but Cho Ka-min, who turned to his friend Cheol Ju and ordered him to stop. The young man introduced himself to the stranger as a senior at the academy. He also introduced his assistant, who was his deputy. Nam Gong Chong watched the potential opponent carefully, assessing his strength. He was trying to control himself now. Cho Ka-min continued to taunt the boy and bowed before him once again, apologizing for spilling the stinky broth. Cheon looked at his meal, which was no longer possible to eat. He told the interlocutor that it was his fault, so let him clean up. Cheon himself quickly got up from the table and went about his business. He said that he was in a hurry, so he had to say goodbye. The young man left the uninvited guests behind his back so as not to take out his emotions on them, as this made his situation very difficult. Meanwhile, all this was watched by one young man who carried a sword with him. He listened very carefully to the conflict. It was Ping Su-hyuk, who hated Cheon to the bone. He constantly watched him, choosing the opportunity to teach him. Nam Gong Cheon headed to his room and closed the door behind him. He could finally breathe out and rest after a busy day. He remembered two young men he had met and recognized one of them as the successor of the NAK clan Yang Cho. He knew that this young man had good abilities, which by no means corresponded to their meeting. He attacked Cheon from behind, leaving a handprint there like the last coward. Cheon understood very well that no one would touch him within the academy for now. All his detractors will be waiting for a trip to the Star Mountain. Meanwhile, Song Won-hyun was standing in the backyard of the academy, waiting for someone. He had already been waiting for quite a long time. Suddenly, the boy noticed that something strange was happening behind him. He immediately started turning his head to check it out. He was grabbed by the collar and forced to restrain him. Song Won-hyun didn't understand what was going on. It was Ping Soo-hek who ordered the young man to be quiet. He wanted to find out from him what really happened to Nam Gun-cheon. When the big man shook the boy's hand, he immediately began to tell that Cheon had stopped being bullied and had become quite strong. Ping Soo-hyuk was a little surprised that this jerk was able to defeat Song Won easily. The young man said that he rebuffed him. Zdroven threw the boy to the ground and replied that it did not matter. He ordered him to get out of sight and run away from here. Ping Soo-hek was very serious against the son of the great slayer. He was smiling sinisterly, anticipating something wild. Zdroven wanted to deal with the young man and mentally ordered him to prepare for the inevitable. Ping Soo-hek was preparing to destroy Cheon. Just a few days later, the students of the Blue Dragon Academy decided to go to the Great Star Mountain for their test task. Chong Nam-gun was riding in a horse-drawn carriage. In turn, the young man enjoyed the scenery, which was really wonderful here. One was riding with him in the carriage, Hyun and Peek Lee-hyang. The young man was very unhappy with Chan's presence, as he wanted to be alone with the girl. Baek Lee-hyang turned to Song and asked if he thought the battle would be difficult given the peculiarity of the Star Mountain. The young man agreed with the girl, nodding his head. He added that not only the mountain is dangerous, but its surroundings below. The mountain was also called Foggy, which fully corresponded to its name. It was an ancient strategic point in which it is very difficult to navigate. In other words, it could be said that this is an ideal place for an ambush. The enemy could not see the danger because of the fog and was easily attacked. Pek Lin had heard that there was even a gang selling human corals. Sun replied that these were just rumors, not facts. Cheon decided to intervene in their dialogue, who said that they had nothing to fear from him. At the same time, he started laughing and spitting. Saliva got on the girl's face and she became very angry. Cheon had to apologize for his not-so-successful laugh. Song Won-hyun had absolutely no idea what was going on. Wiping his face, he asked the boy what was so funny. Nam Gung-cheon said almost nothing, except for the recent events that he keeps running through his head. Those present immediately understood what the young man meant. They hated the boy for his behavior. He did not dare to behave like this before. Nam Gung-cheon said he has some interesting information about the gang. Song Won-hyun immediately asked what the young man knew. He asked who they would have to fight. Cheon replied that he was not sure of the truth of his information, but it had been so before. He said that their enemies would be the ghosts of the kings of the forest. The gang is quite dangerous, but it is necessary to defeat it. Those present had never heard of the ghosts of the kings of the forest. They had no idea who you were or how to fight them. Song Won-hyun asked the interlocutor how he knew this. Folding his hands, Cheon replied that he should not be bypassed. Cheon carefully observed the emotions of the interlocutors and noticed that they were a little alarmed. This was evident from the very beginning. Yoon Young-sung did not ride in the carriage he had paid for, but ran after her. He was trying to do one important thing in time. As soon as the young man ran up to the front door, Cheon asked where the hell he was taking him to run to them for so long. The young man ordered his friend not to stand still, but to do his work. Yoon Young-sung began to kneel down in front of the carriage. It literally served as a staircase for high-ranking people. Yoon Young-sung felt excruciating pain in his back from this. Travelers arrived in Rajongman. Song Won-hyun went out first, and held out his hand to the lady to help her out. Nam Gun-cheon was the last to leave and went behind the boy. He looked at him, and wondered what would happen to him next. Suddenly, Yoon Young-sung gathered his courage and grabbed the young man who was walking behind him by his clothes, stopping him. Yoon Young-sung held tightly to the robe and was not going to let go. Cheon couldn't understand what was even happening at this moment. Yoon Young-sung earned it to clarify if he would really become stronger if he went through hell. He was very disturbed by this moment. The young man was very worried about his current situation, because he was not used to living like this. He said that it must be true. Nam Gun-cheon looked at the boy and asked what would happen if he cheated on him, and he would still be a weakling. Yoon Young-sung replied that he would not tolerate it. He added that Chong has no right to break his word. Cheon only smiled in response to the boy. He asked if he was really hoping for something and it still hasn't reached him. Cheon recalled that he had beaten the young man several times, and he still dared to grab his clothes and direct his energy at him. He added that if he does this with people who are stronger than him, then he is on the right path and can really become stronger. Chong held out his hand and told the interlocutor not to forget the main thing is that he is now living the life that Chong used to live. Yoon Jong-sung remained standing still and pondering Cheon's words. They really carried some meaning, which the young man was trying to understand. The students of the Blue Dragon Academy were ready for the task. They were told that their target would be the Heliurim organization. Cheon was very surprised by this, as he was sure that 3 years ago, the ghosts of the Forest Kings were here. Song Won-hyung looked in the young man's direction and smiled mischievously. Cheon thought that there was no need to stare at him like that because of a mistake. The teacher announced that the Murima Alliance would launch an attack at sunrise from the other side of the mountain. He added that there is no need to worry and just follow the instructions. Nam Gong Cheon had something else in mind. He didn't care which gang to fight. The young man only wanted to get to his dream elixir. I don't know. Cho Kam-min was behind him, led by his bodyguard. He watched Cheon carefully. The head of the academy mentally told the young man to laugh as long as he could, because very soon this mountain would become his grave. The order to go to the battlefield sounded and the students entered the forest. Here they took their time and slowly stepped forward, looking around. Nam Gung Cheon wasn't too happy with the way the teachers divided the groups. He got into the team along with past opponents. Also, Cheon's team included the head of the academy, who slapped him on the back, literally forcing him to kiss the bowl. After assessing the situation around him, Cheon realized that the leader of their team would be Jo Kam-min, who wouldn't care about him. In addition, the young man understood that they could plan something even before the battle. Cheon thought he didn't have time for these games. A fog reigned in the forest with minimal visibility. Nothing could be seen or heard around. The students were somewhat worried about such weather. The weather was only in his hand, as it was more difficult to notice him, which made his task much easier. Suddenly, the whole team stopped at the command of the leader. Cho Kam-min said that this place was quite suitable for them to stop to have fun. The team members were very pleased. Having arrived at this place, they began to turn their heads towards the target. However, Nam Gun-chan did not appear behind. The team was just shocked by this and did not understand where he went. Looking around, the students realized that their partner was nowhere to be found. They became very wary at this point. Song Won-hyung and Peek Lee-hyang tried to find her target with her eyes, but it was useless in such fog and wind. Cho Kam-min was standing next to his body as a bodyguard and also couldn't track the young man who literally ran away from their noses at the last moment. The head of the academy praised his target for his ability to hide. Chong was able to disappear without even Jo Kam-min noticing. The leader ordered his team to look for the target as they couldn't go too far due to the weather conditions and the forest. The young man was very pleased, despite the lost goal. He realized that the game would be much more interesting than he thought. Nam Gong Cheon got rid of his extra eyes and ran into the forest. It was not easy for him, as he had to climb over rocks. As the young man expected, the path was not easy. In his past life, he could climb this rock literally in a second. Baek Lee-hwa chased after the young man and noticed him struggling on a rock. The girl immediately informed her partner about it. Song Won-hyung was in complete shock and did not understand how the young man was able to get in there in such a short period of time. Cheon told the audience to get out of here and not follow him anymore, as they had their own business to deal with. The young man climbed to the top of the rock and told his partners that if they wanted to catch him, then let them try to catch up. Cheon stepped onto the ground on top of the rock. He warned the people that if they followed him, they would encounter trouble. A dense forest opened before the young man, into which he needed to go. His companions had no idea what was there. Cheon walked through the dense thickets, opening them with his hands. Finally he found a similar place and concluded that this must be it. The young man did not really remember the road, but he noticed important details. The incredible landscape ahead immediately caught his eye. Cheon came to the high mountains, among which the house was located. He was glad he didn't waste much time. The young man immediately headed for the house ahead. He grabbed the door handle with his right hand and pulled it towards him. Cheon was very happy to return to one of his past life hideouts. Opening the door, the boy greeted the house. Cheon looked around and was very surprised by the cleanliness. He did not expect anyone to be behind this place, and his wards are still watching. The young man walked into the very room of the team's room, where there was a bed that was covered with straw. Here was his hiding place. Cheon slowly opened his hidden stash, lifting the lid up. He immediately began to look inside. The young man was relieved when he saw his box. It was made of wood and was different from the boxes lying next to it. With a satisfied face, Cheon took the chest in his hands and began to open it. He had a premonition of getting the elixir. Opening the box, the boy saw that even his figurines of horses, which no one had touched, were left lying in place. A yellow pill lay nearby, which the young man took. He looked at it, and thought that its shelf life should be about 20 years. This elixir was invented by a man named Cheon Tok No. He boasted to the great killer that he was not inferior to Shaolin in strength, but now it was completely unimportant. The young man looked at this pill, which his body was supposed to digest, and then he would become stronger. Cheon stopped for a second and thought. He didn't know if he should pop that pill right now in this house. He knew that he was being hunted from the academy now. Plus, the ghosts of the kings of the forest know how to attack by surprise and were about to arrive at the house. Still, the young man decided that he needed to take this pill right now, before many people converged. He sat down on the floor. Cheon put the pill in his mouth with his right hand and started chewing. The pose on the floor was supposed to help him digest this pill. As soon as the elixir began to work in the young man's body, he felt a tremendous surge of strength. Energy literally began to cover his entire body. Cheon was very pleased with the result. He didn't think his body could absorb energy so quickly, but it seems it has learned to do so. A bright flash of light was visible in a small house among the mountains. Cheon's body continued to emit streams of energy. The young man's body finally digested this pill and it was absorbed into the blood. Cheon exhaled slowly and realized that the procedure was over. He remembered the man who invented these pills. Cheon Tok No had a terrible character that even surpassed Jin Tianan. Looking up, Nam Gong Cheon was very surprised. He saw a couple of people in front of him looking at him. The man standing in the center began to get angry at the uninvited guest. He asked if he really ate what was hidden. Cheon smiled at the men and said that he was very glad to see them again. It looked very strange, given the circumstances. The young man called the man's face a boar's face. The man was simply shocked and could not understand why he behaved so brazenly. The owners of the house were very angry with the young man and did not understand how he got here in the first place, and why he was behaving like he was at home. The leader slapped one of his charges and told him to stop smiling, because a boar's face doesn't sound so funny. The leader approached the uninvited guest and asked in an angry voice how he got here. The young man replied that he was just walking around here. The man was simply shocked when the young man asked if he recognized him. He replied that he had never seen such a fool. The owner of the house pointed to the box where the pill was lying and asked the young man if he really dared to take it for himself. Cheon smiled back and said he was very sorry for that if she was so important to the man. The man got very angry and took the young man by the collar, asking why he did it. Cheon replied that he had eaten what belonged to him. The leader did not want to believe the young man. Then the boy decided to bring them out into the open and asked who their master was. The leader was about to answer this question, but stopped in time, as he realized that he could just remain silent and not answer. The man again began to rage at the uninvited guest. Then, Chong took out his sword and decided to demonstrate his strength. In a split second, the blade of his sword was at the leader's neck. The man was simply shocked because he did not have time to react to the attack. His wards immediately took out their weapons and ordered the guest to put away his weapons. They threatened him with their numbers. Cheon said he didn't even know if he could handle them all if they attacked him from all sides at once, but he knew for sure that he could handle the boar's face. The leader asked the young man to calm down, and asked how he found this place. Cheon said he knew that the hosts here were the ghosts of the kings of the forest, and asked why they had arrived so early, and without a punishment squad. The leader replied that the Punisher must now be fighting with Heliurim. The young man was very surprised when he found out that they were not with the sect. Cheon was very interested to learn about the new group. He decided to get down to business and asked the men if their master was Qin Tianan. The leader was simply shocked to hear this name. He asked the young man how he knew him. Qion didn't really want to answer. The man wanted to find out at any cost how this young man learned about the killer. He asked him about his relationship with Qin Tianan. Qion coolly said that he had no relationship with the great killer since he was already dead. The leader of the Ghost Kings continued to wonder. He could not believe the information that the stranger had just told him. The king's ghost leader asked Chang if he really meant that the great slayer had really been finished. Qion was very surprised that the man did not know about this, because the whole Murim was talking about it. He asked the leader where he had been. The young man looked at the men and thought about the fact that they were once connected by a close relationship, because of which they are probably very worried now. The ghosts of the kings began to rejoice as soon as they were a little removed from the information. They were waiting for this big day. Qion had been very angry with his charges in the past. He had no idea that they hated him so much and wanted him dead. The young man gripped his sword in his hand more and more tightly, and did not hold back. He delivered a powerful blow to calm the men who had begun to cheer early. One of the ghost kings felt all the strength of the young man. The blow hit the target, hitting the man's cheek, which flattened. The leader asked the young man if he had mixed anything up, as he would now be kicked. Qion just stood over the man and smiled. The young man decided to hit him again as a precaution, hitting the nearby cheek. The man was again forced to fly back. The leader realized that the young man was not beating him just like that. He asked him why he was so angry when they started to rejoice over the death of the great slayer. Qion clenched his fist tightly and said that the great killer meant a lot to him as he was his own father. The man just laughed at this information. He said that they knew everything about the killer, and that he had no children. Qion decided to prove everything with his memories. He told the man that the scar on his face was left by a big killer with a dagger. The leader was absolutely shocked to hear this. Moreover, the young man remembered how a man fell from a cliff while trying to set up a tent. Chang is too much. He did not forget to mention the technique that the men had learned. He clearly described her disadvantages in combat. After this information, the leader's hands began to shake. He couldn't believe that the young man really wasn't lying and was the son of the great slayer. Qion held his left hand up and warned the men that their vacation was over as they had a new master. The ghosts of the kings were not happy with such news. Qion asked them who they thought should become king after his death. Leaders answered that the king's son. Qion praised the man for his answer and asked again who would be their master now. Qion took the sword in his hands and began to threaten. He said that either the men would swear allegiance to him, or be left without heads. The young man put a sharp weapon right at the throat of the leader. He said that he could send him to the great killer at any second. The leader asked how they could possibly submit to a new master since they had no purpose and no faith. After thinking about it a little, the young man proposed the following plan of action. He invited the man to fight him, since he was the strongest here, and the rest of the warriors would follow the ideals of the winner of this fight. The man had already begun to prepare for battle. Qion remembered that he was an honest thief and hoped that the man would not take advantage of the number. The leader agreed with the young man's proposal and offered to start immediately. He warned him that he would not hold back his powers. Literally after a couple of minutes, the man was sitting all bruised. He lost the battle and was now forced to call the young man his master. Qion wanted to clarify some information about Heliurim. The man told him that these were their direct enemies in these lands. The leader informed the new master that their squad used to consist of 40 men, but uninvited guests appeared and killed many people. Only 6 of them remained. The surroundings of the mountains were captured, so the ghosts of the kings had to hide here. Qion said that their number is not important because the alliance will want to get rid of them anyway, and they are all the same from a Murim point of view. Qion decided to help his charges a little and told them to take it. The young man threw a statuette of his horse into the hands of the leader. The young man said that he would help them escape from these lands if they recognized him as their master, despite their previous attitude. Men were simply shocked looking at this figurine. They understood that if they sell it, they can live in the capital. Their eyes literally sparkled under the influence of this relic. Qion added that they would be able to start life with a clean slate without robbing anyone. After this gesture, the men immediately swore allegiance to the new master. Cheon achieved what he wanted from the beginning. Meanwhile, a bloody battle was raging in the Heli-Urima settlement. Many warriors have already died on the battlefield, covering the ground with their blood. Yoon Young-sung had also participated in this battle and now understood what the teachers were talking about. The battle was really like a real war. He ran forward with all his might, fleeing from danger. The main task was to survive. Suddenly, the young man met an obstacle on his way. It was a large man looking him down. He was angry with the little one who dared to bump into him. Yoon Young-sung looked straight into the eyes of his potential opponent. He was not going to back down, but wanted to prove to himself that he could. The young man began to collect a stream of energy in his right hand, concentrating it. He was not going to tolerate this kind of attitude everywhere. Delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's chest, the young man advised him not to look at people with derision, and even more so to underestimate their capabilities. Yoon Young-sung himself was shocked by what he had just done. He managed to defeat the Heli-Urim warrior with just one attack. The young man looked at his hand and remembered Chun's words. He realized that the boy had not lied to him, talking about his entire journey. Looking down at his palm, Yoon Chongxing didn't notice the danger approaching him. At the last moment, he noticed an enemy with a weapon. In some inexplicable way, this opponent was neutralized before he could harm one of the academy's students. Peng Su-hek was in time to help his fellow academy member. He turned to him and asked if he had just put on his pants. Yoon Jong-sung was very frightened in the face of death. His voice trembled and he could only thank the big man for saving him. Immediately after that, the young man began to climb away. Peng Su-hek looked at his back and thought that real weaklings always remain weaklings. At that moment, Baek Su-hyuk was called from behind. He immediately understood that a punitive detachment of the Murima Alliance had arrived on the battlefield. The teacher asked the student to gather and lead a squad of his fellow students, as it was necessary to change the battle tactics. Baek Su-hyuk asked the teacher what he would do. The man replied that he needed to find Nam Gun-chan and Jo Kamin. Zdrovin was very surprised that they were in the same group. He promised the teacher to strictly follow his order, no matter what. Jo Kamin still couldn't find his target. He clenched his fist tightly in anger that they couldn't even find a clue. They walked from the body as a bodyguard in a circle, not even understanding where they were. This is a very strong anger of the head of the academy. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking about his hatred for Cheon. He had to find him and finish him at any cost, bringing the matter to an end. Suddenly, the young man heard behind him a voice that was different from his bodyguard, who asked how long they would continue their search. Nam Gun-cheon appeared on the horizon with a smile on his face. He was very surprised that his partners were looking for him so diligently, and wanted to save him. His whole group gathered around Cheon and surrounded the young man. He asked the insects present what they were doing here. Cho Kamin said that Chong went out of line without warning and for that he should be punished on the spot. Nam Gun-chong continued to act cocky despite the situation. He turned to the head of the academy, calling him a kid. Cho Kamin did not understand at first who the young man was talking to. Cheon clarified that he was the only one who spoke to him from the beginning. Cheon said that now they had to identify their true enemy and was grateful that the team had come to support him. The young man looked at his potential opponent and mentally advised him to run away while he gave the opportunity to stay alive. Cho Kam-min agreed with the interlocutor's goal, but added that more often than not, the real enemy always hides within. Cheon asked if it was one of the students. The chief replied that it could not be one of them and clenched his fist tightly. He added that trespassers like Cheon often put others in danger and began to draw his sword from its sheath. The young man finally threw off his mask and offered to do it to his opponent. With loud shouts, he immediately rushed into battle. Cheon expected such actions from the interlocutor, as he was carefully watching him. He evaluated his attack techniques and movements. His copying eye was at its best. He was able to clearly understand the enemy's strategy, which he used in battle. John easily deflected John Ka-min's attack, whose arm flew back several centimeters, missing the target. The young man was very surprised by this turn of events. He did not expect that the enemy would be able to repel his attack so easily. Cheon had already managed to get his sword and offered to end the fight there. He warned the enemy that he might regret this battle. Cho Ka-min was very angry with the young man. The thing that bothered him the most was that he felt insignificant compared to Cheon. The boy turned to his opponent and asked if he had actually learned a couple of tricks, and added that they would not help him. Cho Kam-min himself did not want to enter the battle and ordered his charges to gather immediately to attack the common enemy. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard on the battlefield, ordering to stop. Cho Kam-min looked up at where the screams were coming from. They were the ghosts of the kings of the forest who had come to protect their master. They noticed that their master was in danger. Cho Kam-min looked at the unfamiliar men and could not understand where they came from and why they were protecting this fool. He appreciated the man's strength, which was colossal. It seemed quite strange to the young man that a strong warrior was serving the weak Nam Gun Chun. Suddenly, one thought came to the young man's head. He allowed this development, but he did not think that Cheon would go this far. Cho Kam-min assumed that the young man had led Heliurim behind him and said that he had now seen the true son of the great slayer. The leader of the Ghost Kings was very angry at these words. He asked if they were like those bastards from Heliurim. He introduced his squad as warriors who had survived the attack of Heliurim. The leader was not going to tolerate such insults towards himself and the host. He pointed at Cheon and explained that he helped them defeat the enemy and save them. Cheon was very pleased with the turn of events. The man asked the owner what happened to him. Cheon explained that he did not fully understand, but it seems that they wanted to attack him. The students of the academy literally began to shake after the leader of the Ghost Kings began to shout, condemning their actions. Cho Kam-min said that these are personal affairs of the academy, so they do not need outsiders to interfere in their affairs. The man shouted loudly, ordering the young man to shut up. He was not going to ignore such actions towards his new master. Cho Kam-min realized that he would not be able to negotiate with the men because they were too serious about the battle. Suddenly their not-so-pleasant dialogue was interrupted by someone's voice behind them. The students immediately stopped fighting and turned their heads back. They saw in front of them a teacher who had come to look for them. The man could not understand who it was standing next to them. The leader of the Ghost Kings introduced his squad as nameless warriors. He explained that they were attacked by Heliurim, and Cheon saved them. The teacher asked the men why they were holding weapons in their hands. The leader replied that other students tried to attack Cheon. The teacher asked the young man if it was true. Cheon explained that he accidentally got lost in the forest and came across a hut in which people were locked up. He opened a door that could only be opened from the outside and released the people. They were very grateful to him and decided to thank him for his help. The teacher then asked Cho Kam-min if they really attacked the young man. The head of the academy replied that there was simply a misunderstanding. The teacher continued and said that there was no time for a solution. He ordered Cho Kam-min to gather the group and go to the rest of the students. The leader of the Ghost Kings asked the teacher if he would punish the students. The teacher replied that it was a personal matter of the academy that did not concern him. Cheon to stay here. The young man was very surprised why the man decided to leave him, and even himself. The teacher ordered to carry out his order. Cheon decided not to get into an argument, and agreed with the teacher, apologizing to him. The student and the teacher went to the forest together. The man asked the young man how he mastered the skills so quickly. Cheon replied that he had always been strong. The teacher just smiled in response and asked if he really wanted to say that he had been hiding his abilities from everyone all this time. Chong replied that he thought it best not to show the power, lest it turn into something dangerous or deadly for him. The teacher asked why he was showing them now. The young man replied that his previous plan was useless, and almost led him to the grave. The teacher stopped in his tracks and said that they had finally arrived. The young man was forced to stop after the man. Cheon asked why they all wanted to get rid of him. The teacher turned his head back and asked where he got it from. The young man replied that it was obvious from the very beginning. Their conversation was fake and the teacher was just talking his teeth to bring him here. The teacher assessed the students' guesswork. There was nothing to hide, so the man was not even going to continue this conversation. A squad of red-masked warriors formed around Cheon. They surrounded the young man and were serious about fighting him. The teacher ordered his supporters to deal with the target faster. He promised to pay them more if they did it faster. One of the warriors asked the teacher why do this if the young man would die anyway. The teacher ordered to carry out his order immediately. Cheon was shocked by the relationship at his academy. Even teachers encroached on the lives of students who were still quite young. the fighters began to discuss their dissatisfaction with the mission. Cheon decided to join their conversation to join the team. He got it literally on the first try. He has almost become friends with the men, supporting and discussing their problems. Suddenly one of the men realized that he was talking to the wrong person. Cheon asked what was the matter, which he shut up. The warrior became very angry with the young man and ordered him to stop talking immediately, warning him that death was already approaching him. Cheon understood that the men had come to their senses a little and that they would not be able to speak. Therefore, he used his soft palm technique. He delivered a powerful blow directly to the stomach of one of his opponents. The man did not have time to do anything and flew back a couple of meters. Cheon continued to taunt his opponents, asking them if they liked the energy he had infused the body of one of them. The men were simply shocked by this turn of events. They realized that he was just faking it, but in fact he was very strong. Cheon gave one last advice to the enemy to retreat, and announced that all his previous enemies were either dying or mortally wounded. He looked at the interlocutors with a cold look and said that he was in a good mood, but they dared to spoil it. The men were not at all frightened by the words spoken by the young man. They rushed at him with weapons in their hands, ordering him to shut up and fight. Cheon was going to do exactly that. The young man took out his sword and swung it in front of him, emitting a colossal stream of energy. One of the opponents felt the full force of the sword on him. He managed to block the blow, but it turned out to be quite strong. Another enemy wasn't going to stop after that. He swung his axe with all his might and struck the enemy. Cheon felt quite confident on the battlefield. He easily blocked the blow with his sword, colliding with the enemy's axe. The young man used his eye technique, which gave him an advantage in battle. He easily read the actions of his opponents. Cheon coated his sword blade with a powerful stream of energy, and swung it to finish off one of the enemies. He pierced through one of the men, who could not resist. He just watched as the sword entered his body. After that, Chong grabbed his opponent by the throat, strength arm. The man felt his breathing become much heavier. He threw an already defeated opponent in the direction of another one, so as not to let him get close to him. It was quite reasonable. The enemy was very angry with the young man after these actions. He swung his weapon to strike and asked how he dared to do such a thing. Cheon replied that he didn't need to ask permission from anyone. He added that the actions of the enemy are too predictable for him. Immediately after these words, the young man easily knocked the sword out of the opponent's hand. The man was simply shocked by the boy's speed. Cheon was merciless to his opponents. Without even thinking, he finished off another one, plunging the sword straight into his chest. The legendary family heirloom of the Nam Gong clan was covered in blood. She slowly and eerily dropped from the blade to the ground. Cheon looked at his defeated enemies and thought that this might not have happened if they hadn't underestimated his age and abilities. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he still had some important things to do. One of the main enemies was still alive. Kufeng Liang stood in the depths of the forest and watched the incredible landscape. He heard some strange sounds behind him. The man concluded that his charges had finally figured out their target, and asked why it was taking so long. Cheon slowly walked out of the thicket of trees and headed in the teacher's direction. He apologized for taking too long. The young man added that he would have done the previous one much faster. Cheon also asked the man why he was standing still. Kufeng Liang replied that he just looked at the trees. He turned his head back and saw his student in front of him. The teacher was shocked by the result of the fight. Cheon said to smile when looking at your students and not be intimidated by their presence. Kufeng Liang asked what happened to his mercenaries. The young man pulled out something interesting from his back and threw it right in front of the man. These were the bodies of people killed by Cheon. The teacher was simply shocked. Cheon asked why the teacher needed to kill the student. Kufeng Liang immediately tried to make excuses as he felt in danger. He said that men simply made a mistake. Cheon ordered the teacher not to say anything unnecessary, as he would lose his head. The young man demanded to explain why they wanted to kill him. Kufeng Liang was not going to explain anything to the student. He called him too insolent, and reached for his weapon to attack. Cheon saw perfectly that the opponent wanted to use the hidden dagger. It was impossible to defeat the young man with such a technique. He delivered a powerful blow with his foot to the nose, hitting the enemy's hand. The man had barely managed to take the dagger in his hands when his plans fell apart. Right after that, Chong decided to teach his teacher a lesson and cut off his right hand so that he would no longer dare to twitch in his presence. Kufeng Liang stepped back and leaned against the rock. He looked at the young man with horror in his eyes and asked him to wait and not kill him. Cheon just wasn't going to do that. He asked the man who was behind all these actions and who could be the leader of this party. The teacher just laughed in response and said that there was no need to even gather a group to kill him, because he was the son of a murderer. He added that literally everyone in the academy, and even outside of it, wanted him dead. Cheon listened carefully and watched the man. The young man asked if the teacher really acted at his own discretion. The man replied that he would like to kill the young man, having only the desire to do so. Cheon didn't like those words very much. These were Qin's thoughts. Tianlan, who was worried about the fate of his son. He struck the rock with his sword. The sharp weapon passed literally centimeters from the man's head. Cheon said that there are indeed many dogs like Kun Murima Pyongliang. The battle under the buried Great Mountains was over. Some of the students broke their arms, and some even defeated 3 enemies from Heliurim. Song Wonhung was discussing the battle with his friends, but he suddenly realized that he hadn't seen this teacher before and wondered where he had gone. Baek Li Hyang explained to someone that the teacher left with Nam Gun Cheon. Peng Se Hek asked where they were. After hearing the answer to his question, the big man turned his attention to the strangers behind the girl and asked who they were. Baek Li Hyang replied that they were nameless warriors who fought with Heliurim. According to them, they were saved by Nam Gun Chun. Peng Se Hek watched the strange actions of these men and could not understand what was going on in this campaign of theirs. Chan's bloody body appeared on the horizon. Those present could not understand where he got so many wounds and blood. The wards immediately ran to their master and inquired about his well-being. The young man pretended to be a victim and started talking about the teacher. The students were simply shocked when the young man informed them that the teacher had died during the Heliurim attack. They couldn't believe it. Cheon explained that they attacked by surprise and he was only able to survive because of the teacher who fought bravely to save them both. Instead, the young man decided to check the students' reaction to this event. After assessing their emotions, he realized that they were not involved in this. This greatly facilitated the task for Cheon, as he understood that at least here no one would doubt the truth of his words. The body of Kupyong Liang was left lying in the forest. He was found by a stranger who wore a black robe and looked creepy from the back. This stranger was nicknamed the Black Death. He was immediately helped by an assistant who said that she had not found anything else. Black Death turned to an assistant under the pseudonym White Undertaker. He assumed that Instructor Ko had been killed by the guy with the sickle. The interlocutor thought about these words. He assessed the situation and realized that the battle was indeed to the death, as the head had been cut off. The White Undertaker pointed a finger at the lotus mark on the tree that was left after the attack. He understood that it was a sudden blow. Black Death was very surprised to see the white lotus. He knew that the lotus mark only remained after using the inner energy. This alarmed both interlocutors and they decided to test their guesses. A very difficult investigation awaited them. The White Undertaker asked his partner if that was really all he could say and if he wasn't going to pray at all. The Black Death turned their heads and said that there was no point since they had already lost Instructor Ko's life. He advised his partner to just put up with it and accept it. After that, the man rose into the air and left the previous place of battle. The White Undertaker looked at his partner's trail and did not understand why he did not want to hear him, because prayer was always important to them. It has already been 15 days since these terrible events. Cheon found it very strange that there was still no news from the scene. He thought it was odd, as he had left footprints to be found later. He assumed that his teacher acted arbitrarily, but everything was not decided yet. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by someone who entered the classroom. Students could see a robed figure in front of them. A rather young blonde entered the room and immediately looked around. He looked as if he knew where he had come. The blonde began walking along the side of the classroom, heading towards its center. Yoon Young-sung was getting kicked as usual. Song Won-hyun walked up to the stranger and asked who he was, as everyone present was seeing him for the first time at the academy. The blonde said he was new here. Song Won-hyun replied that in that case he should introduce himself to all the students. The young man was very surprised when he heard that the blonde called himself the new teacher. He did not feel very comfortable after the previous remark. Chong Nam-gun watched all of this without an ounce of emotion. He heard men talk about looking like their peers. The teacher said that he eats well, that's why he looks young, but in fact he is already over 32. Song Won-hyung was just shocked and couldn't believe it. The blonde looked literally 2 years older than him. The teacher assumed that the student did not trust him and offered to show him his document, which recorded his age. The teacher asked the student his name. Song Won-hyung still couldn't come to his senses and barely uttered his full name. The teacher asked him to lead him to the rest of the students, as he was saying something about introducing himself to everyone. Song Won-hyung could not refuse the teacher and led him to the table. The blonde stood in front of the students and said that he was very happy to see them all, as the new teacher of the Sky Dragon class at the Blue Dragon Academy. The new teacher in the class was called Pai Liang. He said that the students probably already know that their previous teacher was injured, so he will be his replacement for an indefinite period of time. Pai Liang informed the students that the Dragon and Phoenix battle of the Wuhan Alliance would soon take place. He advised them to prepare diligently. Immediately after these words, the teacher simply wished his students good luck. The young men were simply shocked by how quickly everything happened. One of the students raised his hand and asked for a question. The teacher completely forgot that he still had to answer the students' questions. The young man asked the blonde if they would have a lesson at all. Pai Liang suddenly remembered that he also had a lesson to teach the students. The students were completely shocked by the behavior of the new teacher. They could not understand who he was and what he was thinking about. Pai Liang couldn't think of anything better to excuse himself than the first day of work. He assumed that the students were already tired of boring lessons. Therefore, he decided to give them a rest today and said goodbye to his students, waving them goodbye. The students were left alone in the classroom and still did not understand what was happening. The new teacher simply disappeared from their radars. Suddenly, the young blonde returned as he had forgotten something else. It seems that this was a feature of the new teacher to constantly forget everything. The teacher called 2 young men to him. One of them was Nam Gun-chun, who did not react at all to the teacher's words. The other was Yoon Young-sung, whose demeanor was slightly different. He immediately went back to the teacher and told him what he had to do. Teacher Pai Liang invited the students to go out into the corridor with him. He said he had something important to talk about with the 2 boys. The teacher took 2 students with him and led them to a separate room. They sat on chairs next to each other. Pai Liang asked Yoon Chongxing if he really taught his friend how to use inner energy. The young man said it was still in childhood. Then, the teacher switched his conversation to another student and asked Cheon if his friend was really telling the truth. The young man answered yes. The figure of the new teacher seemed suspicious to him. He assumed that he was behind Teacher Ke, a very suspicious person who appeared immediately after Ke's death. A very strange and creepy feeling did not leave Cheon. Cheon continued to watch him the whole time and was going to test his guesses no matter what it cost him. The young man expressed his displeasure with the fact that the teacher had detained them for half an hour just to conduct an interrogation. Cheon asked if they suspected him of the teacher's death. Pai Liang immediately denied this information and said that he was only following orders from above. The young man asked whose orders he was following. Ping Liang realized that the boy was more interested in who was behind this than why they were detained. The interlocutors felt some tension between them. Cheon didn't trust a single word the teacher said and could feel his true form coming out. Cheon decided to remove suspicion and said that he was interested in whether he would receive an award for using his inner energy in battle. Pai Liang began to smile very fakely, interested in the question. Cheon immediately knew that something was wrong. The teacher said that the student should receive some kind of wooden medal. This information was extremely uninteresting to Cheon. He said it was simply a shame for the academy to give out such awards. The teacher replied that there was nothing you could do about it, and that it was not his decision. The teacher said that the students can finally go. Cheon he was very pleased with these servants, and immediately got up from his seat. Yoon Jong-sung immediately followed the young man. The teacher said goodbye to the students, and told them to take care of themselves and be careful. Immediately after the students left, the teacher's expression changed dramatically. Pai Liang was already tired of wearing this fake mask. Ho Dok-chan was a teacher at the academy who was in charge of second-year students. He asked if any leads had been found. Pai Liang replied that Yoon Chongxing had indeed taught his friend to use the inner energy technique when he was a child, so it was true. Ho Du-chan had a completely different opinion on this score. Learning to use family equipment with ease seemed quite suspicious to the husband. Pai Liang replied that it is quite possible for children to reach such a level, even sitting in the huts of a friendly family, watching the elders. Ho Du-chan said that of course it was just for geniuses like a teacher. Pai Liang replied that he just had a good sense of smell. Ho Du-chan thought quite differently on this score. He would not call these skills ordinary human intelligence. At the age of 20, Pai Liang reached great heights and was nicknamed the god of martial arts. He also reached remarkable heights in the Murimu alliance. Pai Liang waved his hand and said that these facts were a thing of the past for him, especially since there are masters much stronger than him. He remembered a man who, in his opinion, was a true genius. The man who instilled fear in Murim, the great killer of Qin Tianlan. Ho Du-chan began to clench the book in his hand in anger. He asked how dare the man call the great slayer a genius. Pai Liang replied that it was indeed true, as the assassin had never studied martial arts, and had fought the entire alliance for decades. Ho Du-chan informed the interlocutor that his statements are quite dangerous if you look at them through the eyes of Murima alliance members. Pai Liang stood up from his seat and said that if he could not express his opinion in this organization, then he would be forced to leave it very soon. The new teacher had one question for the deputy. He asked why everyone was paying so much attention to Nam Guncheon. Ho Du-chan explained that he was the son of a great assassin who had caused the alliance many problems, and this young man had inherited his bloodline. In Pai Liang's eyes, this looked like a collective responsibility for the sins his father had committed. Ho Du-chan disagreed with the man. He asked if it was possible that there was something in the great slayer's death that he was not aware of. Ho Du-chan was very angry after these words. He asked the teacher how he dared to question the Murimu alliance. Pai Liang said, he hasn't done anything like this before, but he just finds it strange that everyone is watching over the son of a murderer who is already dead. He added that perhaps the academy is simply afraid of revenge for his father. Ho Du-chan stopped the interlocutor mid-sentence, and ordered it to stop. Pai Liang was well aware that his words could offend the man in the alliance, so he immediately apologized for his assumptions. The new teacher had some more information. He said that Instructor Ku's death could not be caused by Heliurim alone. It seemed very strange to the man that he died and did not kill anyone. He suggested that perhaps the teacher had a completely different goal, from which he died. Ho Du-chan was already on the edge. He told the interlocutor that he had already crossed all borders. Pai Liang apologized once more. Ho Du-chan did not allow to be questioned, as he believed that his leader ruled Murim fairly, despite the detractors. He explained that spying on the great slayer's son was only a small part of the plan to ensure his good intentions. Pai Liang interrupted the interlocutor by clapping his hands. He praised the man for really being able to express his opinion well. Pai Liang praised the interlocutor and the entire alliance for their espionage. Ho Du-chan warned the interlocutor that he needed to have some manners. The new teacher said he would try. He got up from his seat and remembered that he wanted to say something else to the deputy. Since he had now become a teacher, he demanded that everyone around him not touch his students, regardless of their origin and status. He looked at the interlocutor and said that he will not hold a ceremony even with members of the alliance, or with other teachers if they violate this rule. Pai Liang radiated one confidence. His gaze could drive anyone who came into conflict with him insane. Suddenly, the man assumed his cheerful teacher image again and laughed at himself. He asked if he looked like a good teacher now. Ho Du-chan felt extremely uncomfortable, and replied that he was similar. Then, Pai Liang decided not to stay here any longer, and said goodbye to her husband. Pai Liang wasn't going to take any action just yet, he was just going to watch the events. He was very worried about the situation of Nam Gun-chan. The leader of the Ghost Kings opened his little haunt in the center of the capital. It was raining terribly outside tonight. The leader himself served one of the customers. This was his master, so it was not surprising that he tried to make her like him. Cheon praised the man's dish and said it could be served to people. The leader decided to show off that this was his best dish, and the sign replied that he knew about it, so he asked his husband to prepare it. Qin Tianlan simply adored this dish when he was in the mountains. Cheon, without realizing it, almost revealed his true nature. He explained to his husband that his father had told him about this dish. The leader of the Ghost Kings decided to check with the host for payment. Cheon said that if in conscience it was the man who should have paid him. The leader disagreed a little with this, so he offered to give the young man a discount. At that moment, Chong put his hand on the man's shoulder. He looked him in the eyes with a creepy look and said that in that case he should take down his sign and return all the money invested. The leader immediately understood that it is better not to joke with the owner. He said that he will give him a fifth of the profit steadily. Chong asked for a fourth. Let's make a joke. The interlocutors laughed together at this joke, although the leader of the Ghost Kings was not at all up to it. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had given the man a very important reconnaissance task. He asked if it was possible to find out anything about his question. It was connected with the new teacher. The man covered his mouth with his hand and began to whisper so that no one would overhear them. We managed to find out about Pai Liang that he is quite handsome and can impress anyone with his appearance, especially considering his white hair. Nam Gong Chong was not very happy to hear such a report. He began to get angry, because this information was of absolutely no use. He shouted loudly to the whole establishment that even a fool could understand it. Something started happening inside that made the man scream. The young man simply decided to hit him a couple of times on the head, putting the music in place. He said not to go around in circles, but to get down to business. The ghost leader reported that Pai Liang had achieved the title of martial god even before joining the Murimu alliance. It was a colossal achievement. When the man joined the alliance, he very quickly began to move up the career ladder. He rose to the rank of Lord of Iron Blood. Even Chong was surprised by this information, since Pai Liang was able to achieve all this before the age of 25. The numbers just didn't add up in my head. For the next several years, Pai Liang held high positions in the alliance and resolved status issues. But nothing was known about his further life. Cheon asked if he didn't stay to work for the alliance. The ghost leader replied that at the age of 26 he was exiled to some province. A few years later, he returned to the alliance and joined some organizations, but was constantly demoted because he refused to obey orders. Chong had heard this information about the man, but he had a feeling that they had met before. It was possible in his past life. After finishing his speech, the leader of the Ghost Kings asked the host if he liked the information. Cheon called her quite worthy. Considering these words, the man said that it was very difficult to obtain information and he had to spend a lot of money, so he was counting on help. Cheon told the man that he would take less money from him this month. The leader of the ghost expected that the young man would not take money from him at all. Cheon again threatened the man to take down the sign if he continued to try to extort money from him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by guests who entered the establishment. They were immediately approached by a waiter who was also a member of the King's Ghosts. They were students from the academy who got caught in the rain. The waiter offered the guests to bring them something to drink to warm up a little. Cheon looked towards the front door and understood that not all the guests of Coma should enter here. It was the usual calm before the storm. As the young man assumed, the students were followed by more guests. They did not even have time to step on the threshold, but they already saw Chan. His favorite trio arrived at the facility. They walked a little forward and greeted their beloved friend Cheon. The young man remained sitting at the table alone, and did not understand what was required of him by this fool. They definitely didn't come here for nothing. Cheon immediately asked Songwon Hina, "Does he really like being teased? Otherwise why did he come here?" The boy felt helpless at this moment. He read and remembered the last meeting with Cheon, when he beat him like a punching bag. Right after those words, Song Won-hyung felt a powerful blow on his skin that slapped his skin and brought him to consciousness. Cho Kam-min shouted, and said that he was just waving his hand around, and it happened that he hit his friend in the face. He looked at the boy with a creepy look and told him to be patient, as the great successor must fear absolutely nothing. Song Won-hyun replied that he was fine. Cho Kam-min patted the boy on the shoulder, and said that he recognized his old friend. Cheon observed this performance, and called it the theater of one actor. It was really funny to watch from the outside. Cheon asked the guests if they wanted to eat. Cho Kam-min replied that they were not hungry, but that they had come here to see the young man. Cho Kam-min reminded Cheon that the battle between the dragon and the phoenix would begin soon. The young man replied that he remembered it perfectly. The head of the academy continued and added that 2 days before the start of the competition, A period of freedom begins in all academies. Cheon decided to tag along and asked if that meant he could eat all the time. Cho Ka-min was simply shocked by such a question. He barely contained himself and explained that it was not about freedom of food, but about freedom of action. Cheon continued to make a fool of himself by asking questions. Cheon was a bit shocked when he heard the information that during this period, the teachers would not control any of the students' actions, regardless of the consequences. Hearing these words, the young man clenched his fist in anger. From the outside it seemed that he was not afraid of what they might do to him. He condemned the organization, which is confused about nobility and justice. They created a mechanism for killing people with their own hands. However, Cheon is used to facing problems throughout his life. He stood up from his seat and took a step forward, heading towards the students. He gave them a creepy look and asked if they really wanted to attack him all together, calling them a bunch of freaks. Cho Ka-min began to taunt the single young man and assumed that all of them would be too much for him. He promised that his fellow students would not interfere and would sit here. The young men went further and sat down at one of the tables. After looking at the owner of this institution, the students concluded that they had some kind of special relationship with Cheon. Cheon assessed the situation and the number of enemies, realizing what they had for insurance. But all the same, the young man believed that he was not up to them. Cho Ka-min agreed that it wouldn't be fair, but Chom wanted to prove his strength himself, so a pair of extra hands wouldn't hurt him. Cheon didn't mind at all. The head of the academy praised the young man for his intelligence, and said that this was exactly what he expected from brother Cheon. Cho Ka-min suggested that they leave the establishment and fight outside. Cheon was totally in agreement as they could disturb people. Min tried to intimidate Cheon, but he told him to shut up. He said if he wanted a fight, let him follow him silently. The young men went outside, where the rain did not stop. Cho Ka-min said that her fighting weather is better than you can imagine. Cheon remembered a saying where the rain stops the dust. He drew his sword and asked his would-be opponent if he understood the meaning. The young man didn't want to wait for an answer and said that it all got to him. He ordered his opponents to attack with whatever they wanted. Cho Ka-min began to draw his sword and asked if the boy was sure that he would not regret his words at the end of the fight. The bodyguard of the head of the academy was also there. He took out his spear just in case to guard the young master. Song Won-hyun seemed to put on a mask on his face. Now he was satisfied with the situation and did not worry that he would be beaten. Baek Lee-hyang also took part in this fight. Unlike the young men, she did not mock the enemy, as she already knew his strength. Cho Ka-min continued to behave defiantly and talk. Cheon, in turn, rose from his place with the speed of light. In a fraction of a second, he was right in front of the enemy's face, swinging his hand. He said that you need to protect your face. Cheon paid attention to the opponent's left leg and was able to understand from it that he wanted to dodge to the left. All thanks to his eyes. Cho Ka-min was shocked that the opponent was able to read his movements. The young man blocked the enemy's blow at the very last moment. However, this was not all that Cheon had in mind. Having carried out the previous attack, he immediately took the sword and carried out the next one in the chest. Cho Ka-min let out a loud cry of pain. His bodyguard was very alarmed by the events, as his young master was injured. The man immediately rushed into battle, swinging his spear at the enemy. He was going to avenge his master's injury. Cheon caught the danger behind his back in time, and swung his sword to meet the enemy's blow and avoid any extra damage. The young man clenched his sword in his hand as hard as he could, preparing to attack. He managed to inform his enemies that they were using two simple techniques. Cheon made a powerful blow to the nose with the blade of his sword, which cut through the enemy's body. It was too easy a fight for the Namgun clan member. Song Won-hyun was just shocked at the way things were going. He did not expect that everything would turn out so badly. Cho Ka-min noticed that the boy was frightened and ordered him not to catch the crows, but to immediately take up arms and fight. Cheon asked permission to intervene in their conversation. He turned his head towards the young man, and was about to give him one piece of advice. Looking at him with his demonic gaze, Chong said that he had better run away from the battlefield if he didn't want his ass to be scratched. Song Won-hyun felt paralyzed and realized that he could not move his body. The boy thought that the enemy had used some kind of poison. The same thing happened with Baek Lee-hyang. She fell to her knees helplessly, and could not understand how this technique could be dispelled. Meanwhile, Cheon is going to deal with Jo Ka-min. However, an obstacle suddenly appeared in his path and landed in front of him. It was the young master's bodyguard, whom Chong called a real faithful dog. He advised him to get out of the way. However, the guard was not going to back down. He shouted loudly, calling his opponent a bastard, and was about to re-enter the battle. He rose into the air and swung his sword using hidden energy. However, it was useless in the battle with Cheon, who saw everything. The young man first blocked the enemy's counterattack, but even then he prepared to counterattack, filling the sword with streams of energy. Literally in a second, Cheon rushed through the enemy's body, leaving fatal wounds on him. The Kao poured out of the guard like a river. The man could not do anything about it, and fell powerlessly to the ground behind Cheon. Jo Ka-min watched this and the horror on his face. Cheon has dealt with one opponent who will definitely not give up. Now he could move on to his main objective here. He began to approach Jo Ka-min and apologize for making him wait a bit, but now their meeting is inevitable. Meanwhile, Pen Secretary Hyun burst into Yoon Young-sung's room. The latter was simply shocked by such a turn of events. Zdrovin grabbed the young man by the collar and asked where they were. Yoon Young-sung couldn't understand what he was saying and asked him to let him go. Pen Secretary Hung was looking for the proverbial three. Yoon Young-sung replied that they could be anywhere since the freedom period had begun. Suddenly, the young man realized that he knew their exact location. He reported this to the boy who broke into him. The young men ran out of the house and headed towards where Yoon Young-sung was leading. Meanwhile, a teacher was watching them behind the wall of the house. The people from the other class were simply shocked by the Heavenly Dragon disciples. Of course, they knew that the period of freedom had begun, but not that much. Yoon Jong-sung assumed that Jong was very hurt. Pen Secretary Hyun wanted to deal with the young man first, but it seems he didn't have time. The young men ran forward with all their might and finally arrived. What they saw in front of them was simply a shock that did not fit in their heads. Nam Gong Cheon beat Jo Ka-min to half-death, who was already on the edge, and begged the opponent to stop because he was going to die. Cheon promised the young man to stop beating him immediately after he gave him a parting shot. Chong was somewhat cruel. The young man clenched his fist in his hand with all his strength and delivered the final blow. He was very surprised when his attack was blocked. Cheon stared in front of him and couldn't believe that one of the teachers had intervened in their fight after all, stopping it. Pai Liang grabbed the young man's fist and ordered him to stop. In his opinion, it was already too much if one of the students of the academy died. Pai Liang, continuing to hold the young man's fist, informed him that he had gone too far and this had not turned into sparring. Smiling, the teacher said that if the students go so far, then the teacher is obliged to intervene, even if it is the period of freedom. Cheon asked the teacher, "Where is the line that cannot be crossed?" Pai Liang replied that he too had just crossed it. Pai Liang ordered his student to finish and prepared to take the victim's body with him. He asked if anyone had any objections. Not hearing any answer, the teacher ordered the students to go home and not to arrange any sparring for today, regardless of the period. Everyone didn't mind, except Pen's secretary Hina. He turned to the young man with whom he dreamed of meeting and said that he wanted it just now. Cheon will answer that it will definitely not work now, given the situation, but he will think about the offer of a big deal and will definitely give an answer. The nature outside was simply cosmic. The sun brightly illuminated the earth with its rays, heating the water that flowed straight from the source. Nam Gong Cheon was focused on meditation. It merged into one whole with nature, which we feel its breaths of wind. He was thinking about a technique called the Azure Sky, which was the basis of the Nam Gong family's fighting skills. It was very important to achieve balance, but there was another very strong technique of this family. This divine technique was known only to the head of the family and his successor. She was called the Emperor of Heaven and Thunder. It was a very powerful technique that could match even a natural disaster. The young man remembered his past as he couldn't understand why he would know about the existence of this technique unless he was a clan heir. He remembered his beloved son showing him her skills. She said that the Heaven and Thunder Emperor's technique was different from the Azure Sky. She demonstrated this in practice and asked her lover for his opinion. The girl knew this technique because she was the successor of the clan. Chin Tianan carefully watched the girl's actions. Nam Gun-sung asked her husband what part of the equipment she needed to change. The girl was very surprised when she heard that Tianlan did not know. She was hoping for his copy eye technique in this situation. The man explained that he could see energy flows as well as errors. But the more complex the technique, the more difficult it is to detect and correct them. Sun started to laugh. Tianlan asked what he said. The girl replied that it was simply unusual to see him in such a philosophical way. The man asked what she meant. To answer this question, Song had to take some time to formulate a thought. When they first met their beloved, he behaved a little tactlessly. He rushed at her with a sword in his hands, threatening to kill her. Tianlan didn't really want to remember those times. He said that he did not want to be on the verge of death from such techniques a second time. The girl behaved as relaxed as possible next to her lover. She quickly ran to his side and opened her fingers. Sun climbed onto her husband's shoulders and hugged him. She seemed very happy. This happiness was always given to her by Qin Tianlan. The girl whispered in the man's ear that she really wants to change this technique, but she can't do it without his help, so she asks a lot. Tianlan put his arm around his beloved's hand and agreed to fulfill her request. He promised that he would manage to change this technique for the better. In the end, Sun left her husband and went to the other world, and he was not able to change anything. It was a rather sad ending. Then the majestic killer seemed completely different. He was over the moon with the happiness that sleep gave him. But unfortunately, the world is too cruel. In Chion's eyes from memories from his past life, Tianlan couldn't let go of the thought of their family's fate. The woman continued to meditate in the garden, sitting on a stone. He had to focus on improving his technique, letting go of unnecessary emotions. After some time, the master's peace was interrupted by his wards. They brought him a bowl full of vegetables and handed them to him. Chion took the vessel in his hands and tossed it up. Thus, all the vegetables that were inside began to fly up. The young man quickly drew his sword before his eyes could land. With one of his swings, Chion could cut through a dozen of them. The guy delivered a lot of weak, but alkaline blows, and the vegetables magically began to fly to pieces, no worse than on a board. Chion landed on the ground after using the technique, and was applauded by the audience. They admired his skill in cutting vegetables. The leader of the Ghost Kings thanked the young master for covering the vegetables with his energy, and now they would last for a very long time. The young man said that he did not need gratitude and that he still had a lot of work to do, so he ordered his wards to leave him alone. After the men left him, Chion remembered the ginger cuts. All the vegetables turned out to be the same cut, except for him. Chion did everything exactly as Song once showed him and realized that the technique was really not perfect. He thought it had something to do with the sword. The young man knew that anyone who could master the Heaven and Thunder Emperor technique would be able to use lightning, but this body was not ready for such a thing. Chion needed to think not about lightning at all, but about current technology, and how to identify its flaws and then fix them. He was well aware that he would have to sweat a good deal, as the skill of this technique was far beyond his copying eye. Despite all the stress, Chong felt that his body was already used to constant training. The young man was going to graduate today. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a loud cry calling him. Chion wondered who it was leaning against him. Pen broke into the yard secretary Hyun, who looked very angry. He demanded an immediate duel from the young man right now. Chion asked if this event could at least wait until tomorrow. Peck's secretary Hing assumed that the young man was simply afraid to fight him. When the big man heard that Chong was not afraid of him, he immediately called him to spar on the chosen territory. Chion was in no rush to follow his sparring partner. He did not understand why he came to him every day and asked for this. The young man was too lazy to go to sparring, especially since he did not promise anything. Chion decided to go home and get some sleep. Meanwhile, Peck's secretary Hing was sure that the young man would follow them and he would finally be able to show him where the crayfish spend the winter. At some point, the big man turned around and noticed that Chong was in no rush to follow him. He was very different because of it. Peck's secretary Hing began to shout loudly, calling out to his opponent. He said that his excuses won't work anymore, and he will fight today. Suddenly, on his way, the young man met a man with a knife. He held it straight in front of him and asked what he wanted. It was the leader of the Ghost Kings of the forest who decided to frighten the young man. He asked him if he wanted to help him cut up the chicken. Peck's secretary Hyun almost peed his pants at that moment. The young man decided that he needed to get out of here, because now he himself would become a chicken. Zdroen was still extremely angry with Cheon, who once again avoided sparring with him. He ignored the call again and simply disappeared. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon, signaling the end of the day. Dragon Tower was a small settlement on the outskirts of the mountains. In one of the local haunts sat a young man who took a bottle of sake and poured it into a glass to enjoy the moment. It was Moen Han, the second son of the Moen family, and also a student of the Knighthood Academy. He took the glass in his hands and said that he liked it. Looking around, the young man saw only defeated bodies complaining about broken arms or motionless legs. One guest continued to mock them. He pulled the man by the hair, and he begged to let him go and spare him. Tan Wu Ji, head of the Sa family Cheon and also a student of the Knighthood Academy. They searched for Cho Ka Min and couldn't find him. Mo En Han offered his friend a drink. Tang Wu Ji asked where he got it from. The young man replied that it was here. Tang Wu Ji guessed that it was one of the bodies they had just beaten. Mo En Han asked what was on Cho Ka Min's account. The head of the family Sa Chong was about to find out. He looked at his victim and reached for her with his hands. He took one of the injured by the throat and asked where Cho Ka Min was. The man replied that he had just regained consciousness. Tang Wu Ji didn't care about the circumstances and punched the man in the face, demanding that he remember the information better. Mo En Han supposed that fists wouldn't make anyone here talk. Tang Wu Ji said that Cho Ka Min should come because his students were beaten in the courtyard of their own academy. He added that today is the last day of the period of freedom, and after midnight it will no longer make sense to hunt for the target. Tan Wu Ji wanted to meet with Cho Ka Min and said that if he had an ounce of courage left, he would crawl out. Suddenly, someone else interrupted their conversation, which surprised the young men. The unknown person said that this will most likely not happen. Jae Gal Ji, the son of the Jae Gal family, reported that there was a possibility that Cho Ka Min had already been defeated by one of the disciples. The young men were simply shocked by this information, because Cho Ka Min is the best student at the academy. They asked who could have beaten him. Jae Gal Ji looked at his friends with an interested look and said that the answer would make them gag. Cho Ka Min was beaten by the head bastard of the Blue Dragon Academy, the illegitimate son of the great assassin Nam Gun Cheon. Tang Wu Ji just couldn't believe it. He asked if the young man was at all sure of the authenticity of this information. Jae Gal Ji added that the best student had help and a bodyguard with him, but still, Cheon beat him to death. The young man assumed two options for the development of events. Either Chong became incredibly strong or Cho Ka Min and his gang are just fakes. Mo En Han said he was leaning towards the second option. After 3 minutes it was already midnight, and the day of freedom was coming to an end. Mo En Han understood this perfectly. He looked out the window and said that what was started must be finished at any cost. Jae Gal Ji suggested that we go on a search as soon as possible and all together, just in case. Tang Wu Ji replied that the children of the 5 great families are still not decreed by anyone. The son of the Jae Gal family disagreed with this and bowed. The young men set out on the road together. Mo En Han remained sitting at the table and was now constantly thinking about Chong Nam Gun. It's almost midnight. The sun fell behind the mountains and the grounds of the Blue Dragon Academy began to glow with night lights. Cheon walked the night streets and enjoyed the air. He really liked the moon in the night sky today, but the young man could not just think about nothing. Unsettling thoughts constantly crept into his head. He was thinking about a competition in which he could reach enormous heights. Then his name will definitely be remembered and this will be the first step towards the revival of the Nam Gun family. Then the checks will become even more brutal, but the enemies will also be more obvious. Cheon wondered if he should win at all. One of his thoughts was to take second or third place, so as not to draw too much attention to himself and avoid unnecessary duels. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He called the young man a vile rat who seemed to understand only the language of Kalax. The stranger was slowly approaching his goal. He added that now the young man definitely cannot avoid the fight, and he has nowhere to run. It was Pen Secretary Hyun, who was very angry with Cheon for running away from him. Stroven reached for his sword, showing his intentions. Cheon behaved loosely, even before the blade of the sword. He asked the enemy why he was looking for him so eagerly. Pen Secretary Hung ordered the young man to just shut up and take out his sword so that they could finally spar and find the winner. Cheon understood very well why the big man was angry with him. He said there was nothing he could do about his father killing Peng's grandfather, Secretary Hina. These words made the boy very angry. He understood that if it weren't for this incident, the Hebei clan would still be one of the big families. Pen Secretary Hung rose into the air and swung his sword at the enemy, which seemed to be very heavy from the hidden energy. Cheon assessed the situation and realized that the enemy was using the kidney meridian. He had never seen anything like this before, and it was quite interesting. Having avoided the blow, the young man realized that this technique requires a lot of energy, and also slows down the man's actions several times. Pen Secretary Hyung wasn't going to stop there. He swung his sword again and shouted that Cheon would die right here. Cheon narrowly dodged the blow as he did not expect such a speed. He realized that he had not fully managed to read the enemy's techniques. The young man decided not to be ceremonial anymore, but to get a family heirloom. The heavenly dragon sword was ready to engage in battle. Cheon parried the enemy's last attack. An explosion rang out on the battlefield, throwing a large amount of energy behind it. Cheon successfully parried the attack and emerged as the actual winner from this encounter. Pen Secretary Hyung left the sword on the ground. Zdrovan was just shocked that someone parried his blow. He should have guessed about this power even after the incident with Cho Kam-min. His hands were literally shaking, which was the first time. Zdrovan always came out victorious when he used such a powerful attack. However, this time his opponent was not easy. Cheon smiled at his opponent and praised him for his rather good technique. He held his sword out in front of him and asked if they could have a little more fun, or if they were already at the limit of their strength. Pen Secretary Hen once again became angry with his opponent. He showed his willingness to continue the fight by holding his sword in front of him. Cheon started talking to his opponent again about his grandfather. He said that the old man must now be happy with his grandson in heaven. Pen Secretary Hyun couldn't stand talking about his late grandfather. He clenched his teeth, showing his anger and willingness to take revenge. Zdrovan rushed into battle at the enemy, calling him a scoundrel. He swung his sword, intending to cut the enemy. Cheon couldn't understand his opponent's behavior, as he had just praised him and his grandfather, and he still attacked him. Pen Secretary Hen fought not only for himself, but also for his family. He struck a powerful blow with his sword, radiating a colossal amount of energy. Cheon remembered this fighting style. It was called Iron and Blood. The young man thought that this style of fighting would backfire on him. Cheon was behind his opponent in a fraction of a second, avoiding his blow. The big guy's grandfather died in battle, making the same mistake. Pen Secretary Hing was simply shocked by the speed of his opponent. He did not even notice how he ended up behind him. There was no time left to block Cheon's attack. The young man swung his sword, intending to end this fight right now. Cheon took pity on his opponent, and struck him in the back with the back of his sword. However, it still turned out to be quite painful for the big man. Pen Secretary Hyung fell to the ground after this impact. Despite the young man's defeat, Cheon still recognized him as much stronger than Cho Kam-min. After that, Chong could hide his sword in its scabbard. The battle was over and Pen Secretary Hyung was no longer able to stand up. Cheon felt a presence behind him. He said that the performance has already ended, so the guests can show themselves. He added that it would be insulting to them if he just ran away now. Therefore, the young man offered to show himself immediately, so as not to waste time. Many shadows of opponents appeared behind the boy. Cheon was somewhat alarmed at how many enemies he would have now. One of the would-be opponents immediately jumped off the roof and landed right in front of Cheon, who was his target. A.C. Quen, the second son of the Sandong family, mastered his spear perfectly. He was also a student of the Academy of Chivalry. The young man began to twist his weapon, shifting it in different hands. His speed was amazing. The spear was like an extension of his body. After turning the weapon several degrees, A.K. Quen swung it in front of him and pointed the sharp blade towards the enemy. Nam Gong Cheon didn't even move and silently watched the performance in front of him. The wind from the sweep slightly ruffled his hair. A.C. Quen finished his performance and stood firmly on his feet, showing his readiness. He wasn't about to go into battle without reinforcements. Cheon assessed the potential opponent's skills and asked if he was not at times a descendant of General A.K. Pai himself. A.C. Quen introduced himself to the enemy as the second son of the Sandong family. The blood of the legendary General A.K. Pai really flowed in him. Cheon said that the handsome master was immediately visible, asking if it was the general himself who had come back to life to fight him. A.C. Quen appreciated the young man's teeth-talking skills. However, he added that such simple children's games will not work on him. Chong said that he was telling the truth, and the people around him were blowing up the elephant. A.C. Quen was a little wary at this point.
Their thoughts were interrupted by another guest. He was on the roof and shouted loudly, calling Cheon a brazen bastard. He immediately rose from his place and landed in front of the enemy. Cheon immediately noticed the enemy's huge muzzle and realized that he had called the boar's snout the wrong thing.
Huang Bo-sung, the son of the Huang Bo family and a student of the Knighthood Academy, immediately expressed his displeasure at what the young man said. Cheon noticed the dark brown leather armbands on Sung's clothing and guessed that he was from the Huang Bo family. His eye worked well. Cheon added that he managed to resurrect himself before this family had time to rot. Huang Bo-sung had no idea what he was talking about.
Suddenly, another figure intervened in this fight. Cheon noticed that behind his back, someone called him his toy.
It was Tang Wu-jiai who told someone that the young man seemed lucky to beat Cho Ka-min, but he was too cocky. When the young man gave a signal with his right hand, the soldiers who were with him on the roof immediately jumped down. Cheon found himself surrounded by dozens of opponents. He didn't like it very much, as it was a very difficult battle ahead. However, the young man was not scared at all. He looked at his enemies and told them to approach in the order in which they wanted to be kicked.
Tang Wu-jiai only laughed after the young man's words. Now he realized that he was really overconfident, but he was unlikely to win.
Cheon turned to the chief and called him worthless, as he didn't even want to come down from the roof because he was afraid to go into battle. Tang Wu-jiai was very angry at the young man's words. He clenched his right fist and promised his opponent to shut his bad mouth forever. Shurikens from his arsenal and threw them towards the enemy. It was quite unexpected. Cheon immediately assessed the attack with his eye and realized that it was a butterfly flight technique. He didn't expect the enemy to have such a powerful attack, but for Cheon, this attack meant nothing. He deftly deflected one of the shuriken with his sword and it hit the body of one of the opponents. This young man fell powerless to the floor from the wound and could not move. His body began to shake and he sighed heavily from the pain inside. Cheon realized that the weapon was poisonous and capable of draining energy. He called his enemy real scum if he uses such a weapon. Tang Wu-jiai had not expected that the young man would be able to deal with his attack so easily. He gritted his teeth and said that this was just the beginning. After that, he threw some more shuriken towards the enemy and asked if he could handle it since these are more powerful. Nam Gong Chong was not going to assess the situation this time. He instantly moved from his seat to counterattack with shurikens.
Cheon deftly began to deflect the shuriken so that they were redirected towards the opponents. The young men did not expect such a turn of events.
As he continued to parry the attack, Cheon said that this was why he had said to line up for kicks from the beginning. Cheon looked at his enemy with a demonic gaze, bringing his sword to his side and said that he would be next in line. Cheon was referring to Tang Wu-jiai, who only fought at a distance. The young man did not like the fact that he had now become the main target. Tang Wu-jiai at the enemy after these words. He threw out a couple more shurikens, and asked how he dared threaten in the first place. Cheon dodged the attacks with ease. He rated the enemy's abilities at a high level, but considered him too raw for combat. The young man quickly ducked from his seat, leaving behind only smoke. Cheon's speed was on a whole other level. One of the students of the Knighthood Academy noticed the young man above his head, and could not understand what he was even going to do. Cheon used one of his opponents as a stepping stone. He stepped on his face and pushed away to keep moving. Cheon had almost reached Tang Wu-jiai. He asked where his famous strength was, whether his father had not had time to teach him it. Tang Wu-jiai did not expect such a turn of events. He did not have time to react to the fact that the enemy instantly approached his face.
A student of the Academy of Chivalry loudly shouted to the best man that the young man would not dare to do such a thing to him. However, it seems that he did not know Cheon well. The Blue Dragon Academy student threw his opponent to the ground with all his might. Tang Wuji felt the exact number of vertebrae on his spine.
Tang Wuji was greatly angered by Chion's words when he asked if he really thought he could face him with such skills. At that moment, AK came to help his fellow student Quen. He swung his spear to distract the young man. He struck a powerful blow with his weapon right at the place where Chong was. For a moment it seemed that he hit the target. Chion blocked with his sword and tried to resist for a while, but he was at a rather disadvantageous position in this situation. Therefore, the young man decided to retreat and, having done a somersault in the air, landed near the wall to have a better view of the battlefield. Huang Bo-sung immediately charged towards him, covering his fists with streams of energy. He ordered everyone to disperse so that no one would be hurt. Zdrovin delivered a powerful blow with his fist, which Chion easily dodged. His speed was on a whole other level. After avoiding the blow, Chion jumped back and told his opponent that he was taking back his words, but that he was a pig snout. He invented a new nickname for his health stubborn boar. Huang Bo-sung said he wants to listen to his next call, but when Chion's skull is crushed. Suddenly their not-so-pleasant dialogue was interrupted by someone's shout from behind. Huang Bo-sung immediately cast his gaze behind to take a look. It was Pen Secretary Hyung, who finally came to his senses after the last fight. He defeated one of the Academy of Chivalry and called the guests bastards. He was very angry with them for daring to attack his prey. Pen Secretary Hyung still wanted to fight Chion. One of the students of the Academy of Chivalry came up to the big man and asked who he was, even dared to call their academy like that. Immediately after these words, the young man received a powerful blow to his face. He did not expect that the big man would turn out to be quite strong.
Peck Secretary Heng sent his opponent to rest against the wall. He said that if they want to fight Chion, then
Senior students from the Knighthood Academy did not want to tolerate such treatment. They decided to immediately put the young man in his place. Pen Secretary Hyung wasn't just going to stand up either. He immediately rose from his place and headed in the direction of the opponents. He swept through them with lightning speed. The young men still continued to say that he could not overcome them.
They were very surprised when the young man simply ran past them. They turned their heads back and did not understand what had happened.
For the purpose of Pen Secretary Hyun was not at all the students of the Knighthood Academy, but Chion, whom he wanted to defeat at any cost. Chion noticed the danger in front of his face in time, and blocked the big shot without much effort. Zdrovin met the enemy with his eyes and promised to destroy him. Chion was surprised that he even got up and was going to fight again. AC Quen wasn't too pleased that the big man had run past them and was attacking a completely different target, ignoring them.
Huang Bo-sung was even more enraged as he did not want to tolerate such treatment. He wasn't going to just stand still.
AC Quen decided to take responsibility into his own hands and turn to his fellow students. He ordered them all to attack at once.
While the students of the Blue Dragon Academy were figuring out the relationship, Huang Bo-sung was coming towards them with loud cries for their death.
Pen Secretary Hing decided to take matters into his own hands and counterattack the approaching enemy. He told him to get out of the way immediately. Huang Bo-sung didn't expect his shot to be blocked. He barely had time to put a block on a very fast attack of a big man. Chion heard someone else's loud screams promising to deal with him. The young man did not show any emotions and simply watched the events. Pen Secretary Hing also stopped AK Kven, ordering him to fall off. He was not going to give away his goal, which he had already almost overcome. AC Quen was also surprised by the greeting skills. His spear began to shake from the colossal force inflicted upon it by the enemy. AC Quen was forced to retreat, and asked why the big guy was bothering them at all, since they now had one goal for everyone. Pen Secretary Hyung replied that they would not be able to do anything about Chion. Zdrovin was already well aware of the young man's skills, which were very strong.
AC Quen was generally in a misunderstanding of what was happening here. He wanted to clarify one point with the big man, with whom he was fighting.
Pen Secretary Hyung swung his sword and confidently replied that his only target on the battlefield was Nam Gun Chong. AC Quen offered to just join them. Chion decided to intervene in this conversation and asked his opponents not to argue. He started spouting some nonsense about the fact that students from neighboring academies should get along with each other, and not arrange such illegal sparring matches. Pen Secretary Hung ordered the young man to shut up immediately, and swung his sword at him. He was already tired of Cheon's constant insolent statements.
Nam Gong Cheon realized that his words would no longer affect his opponents. Therefore, he exhaled and prepared to continue the fight.
He looked at his opponent, and made one last offer to stop the fight as it would not be in their favor. Pen Secretary Hyun gave his answers with a punch. Cheon blocked him and told him to line up exactly now so there would be no questions. Pen Secretary Hyun still didn't understand what his opponent was. He tried to suppress it with the power of his sword. At some point, Cheon decided to give in forcefully, and took his sword away. After that, he had to dodge the blow.
The young man decided not to stay in one place for a long time and quickly moved from it after breaking the connection with the enemy's sword.
Chong made the decision to retreat to prepare for the next attack. Pen Secretary Hyung did not expect such a turn of events. Cheon, despite the unpreparedness of his body, still decided to use the technique of the Nam Gong clan. He used the lightning technique.
Pen Secretary Hyung blocked the blow and was shocked by its power. He could barely contain such a powerful flow of energy. Chong praised his opponent, but added that he quickly redirected his energy to the midfoot to counterattack.
The young man decided that no one from the Pen family was capable of such a thing, and this was their limit. Pen Secretary Hyung was very angry after these words.
Their fight was interrupted by one of the Night Academy students who swooped down on their opponents from the air, asking if they had forgotten about them. Cheon immediately noticed the divine flower scattering technique with his copying eye. He was a little worried at this.
Pen decided to undertake this attack. Secretary Hen. He swung his powerful sword and created a stream of energy for the block of needles. Chong mentally praised, in this case, his partner who had managed a technique that was virtually impossible to defend against. Pen Secretary Hyung told Chong that he would deal with these scumbags, and then he would come to him, asking him to wait a little while.
Cheon didn't mind watching the fight at all. He told Hen that he could take his time and give it his. Meanwhile, Tang Wu Ji, who was attacking the youths, was simply shocked that his scatter technique was easily repulsed.
He gritted his teeth and promised himself to destroy his opponents, even if he had to use all the weapons in his arsenal. One of them was a rain of needles. A type of weapon of the Tang family. When used, tens of thousands of needles are formed, covered with spiritual energy. Tang Wu Ji understood the whole of this technique, but he also understood its shortcomings. After use, the young man would have suffered very serious injuries.
He seriously thought about the decision. The young man could not come to a common thought with his body. They brought 40 people here from the academy and still can't handle just 2. And Chong dares to make fun of. Pen Secretary Hyun was now also on the side of the Blue Dragon Academy. He entered into battle with an enemy equal to him in size. After assessing the situation, Tang Wu Ji still decided to use this technique. He set fire to the TNT and shouted that now was his time. The young man promised his opponents that they would not be left alive after this technique. He placed all his hopes on this combustible tea. However, everything did not turn out as the young man expected. A stranger approached him from behind and extinguished his weapon. Turning his head back, the young man saw a handsome blonde in front of him, who said that it was no longer possible to cross the border. The blonde introduced himself as the Academy's Blue Dragon class teacher. Pai Liang arrived again just in time and warned of fatal consequences for the Tang Wu Ji was simply indignant that a teacher had come here. He emphasized that he has no right to interfere, since now is the period of freedom. Pai Liang pointed his hand to the sky and said that it was already midnight, and therefore the laws of the freedom period would cease to be effective from this moment. Other teachers also arrived on the battlefield and informed the students that the period of freedom was over and that the fight should be stopped. Pen Secretary Hyun was the most outraged of all. He never had time to finish off the opponents, not even including Cheon. The representative of the Nam Gong clan, in turn, thought about what he had just seen. He turned his attention to the suspicious teacher again. As usual, Pai Liang arrived right on time without even being noticed. Chong wondered who this person. Pai Liang noticed that one of the students was staring at him. He was very interested in what exactly Cheon. All the young man knew about this teacher was that he was quite dangerous and definitely had an above-average level of combat skills. Pen Secretary Hyun watched Chong and couldn't believe that he didn't even have a breath after such a long and hard fight. He gripped his sword tightly in anger. He did not want to admit that the enemy was stronger than him and would easily defeat him. Pen Secretary Hung decided to challenge the young man again. However, it turned out not to be so easy, given his physical condition. He was very Cheon did not understand at all what he wanted, and how much he was panting. He said that he should go to the toilet immediately if he already wants to. Pen Secretary Hyung was simply shocked by such an answer. He tried to reach out to the young man, who decided not to stay here any longer. The next day, the students arrived at the academy, where they were supposed to continue their studies. The period of freedom ended tonight. Yoon Young-sung holding a wooden sword and who he was arguing with. He couldn't understand why he was being forced to do such things. Pen Secretary Hyung said to stop asking him everything and just do as he says. Yoon Young-sung asked again. Zdrovan shouted at the young man with all his might, so that he would not dare to argue with him anymore. He ordered to hit him on the forehead immediately. Yoon Young-sung had no choice but to do so. He quickly rose from his seat and swung his sword to attack. Pen Secretary Heng carefully watched his opponent's movements and prepared to repulse the attack. It was a practice that had to be done. Zdrovan remembered the words of the young man who defeated him. Cheon advised him to transfer the energy to the middle of his foot to avoid the attack. Pen Secretary Hyun hated Cheon to the bone. Just remembering his face, the young man began to get angry, radiating. No matter how strange it sounds, the big man still decided to try to reproduce Cheon's advice. He began to fill his feet with energy. Pen Secretary Heng instantly moved back and avoided the sword strike. Yoon Young-sung didn't expect to miss the target. The young man looked at his adversary and did not understand how he had done so at all, because he had never stood out from others with tremendous speed. Pen Secretary Hen actually emerged victorious from this fight and placed a wooden sword on the back of the opponent he was training with. Cheers just couldn't believe it worked. Yoon Young-sung asked his friend how he managed to do this. Pen Secretary Hyung remembered Cheon's face and wondered who he was if he knew such powerful secrets. Nam Gung-chong meditated and hiccuped for some reason. He could not understand who was so persistently mentioning him behind his back. The young man tried to divert his attention from this hiccup, as he needed to concentrate. Now it was most important. Cheon meditated and thought that he now knew several techniques of the Nam Gong clan, but it was still not enough to win the competition. He wanted to somehow get to his elixir, but he had no way. He was well aware that Pai Liang would be following him close. In addition, there will be a lot of people from the alliance at the festival, so the young man will definitely not be able to move freely and disappear at least for a few minutes. Anyway, Cheon wasn't going to win, so he just decided to focus on killing as many bastards as possible. The festival started the next morning. The training ground was very large. It could accommodate thousands of soldiers at the same time. 2 warriors entered the Murima alliance. The girl was simply shocked by how big he was. She had never. Ju Enhwa was a student at Huashan School. The girl was simply amazed by the number of participants. There were more than 4,500. A young man named Yuheng also came with a girl from Huashan School. He explained to her that half of the participants would be eliminated immediately. Ju Enhwa asked the boy if he had even heard of the latest news. Yuheng asked which ones she was asking about. The girl reported that the students of the Knighthood Academy attacked the Dragon Academy this year. The young man was simply shocked and asked. The students of the Academy of Chivalry had such a tradition. Every year during the period of freedom, they looked for a strong. She turned out to be someone from the Sky Dragon Academy. They identified the strongest student, and then began to beat him to death. Yuheng replied that he had heard about their annual tradition, but had no idea that the rumors could turn out to be true. Ju Enhwa told the interlocutor at this time their target was the main loser of the academy. It was a shock for the young man. The girl told about Nam Gun Chun, who was always a loser in the academy. He was despised because he was the son of a great murderer. Yu Hyung warned the girl to watch her words because even though Cheon is the son of a great assassin, he is a martial artist. Ju Enhwa was displeased with the young man's words. She did not like to observe etiquette and called the interlocutor similar to an old man. The girl continued to spread gossip and reported that if it hadn't been there, the students of the Knighthood Academy would have failed the hunt this year. Yuhan replied that the girl should focus on herself and stop paying so much attention to the rumors as they were distracting her. Ju Enhua was just a shocked reaction of the young man. She asked if he was worried about the fact that the students of the Knights Academy had messed up. At this moment, Yuheng turned his attention to a voice behind him that questioned what the girl had just said. The guy turned back. Ju Enhua also immediately turned around and became very worried about her situation as the voice was quite rude and angry. It was Huang Bo-sung who was very angry with the Huashan students. He demanded that they repeat again what they had just discussed. Yuheng immediately decided to apologize to the big man. He apologized on behalf of the two for Ju Enhua doesn't watch his tongue. Tan Wu-ji intervened in this conversation, and I asked the young man why he was apologizing for the girl, since she was the one who offended them. Yuhan explained that she is still too young and does not know the rules of etiquette. He asked to treat this situation with understanding. Tang Wu-ji wasn't even going to do that. He looked down on the interlocutors and asked why he should understand and respect them at all. Ju Enhua expressed her displeasure that Yu Hyun apologized to the young men and they don't even want to show him their respect. Tang Wu-ji told the girl that she better shut up since she was the one who started it. Ju Enhua disagreed and continued to speak out. At some point, Yu Hyun decided to stop the girl from going too far. He put his hand in front of her and told her to shut up. Yuheng promised that the girl would be punished. Huang Bo-sung disagreed and rubbed his fists, saying that he would punish her himself now. Zdrovan continued to tell what he could do with the girl. At that moment, someone behind him ordered the pig's snout to move out of the way. Turning their heads back, the students saw Nam Gun Cheon in front of them. As always, he was in his repertoire, walking forward he once again advised the fat man to get out of the way, as he was still being prevented from passing, and there were already too many people here. Huang Bo-sung was at the edge of his emotions. He could no longer tolerate the presence of a young man who, in addition, dared to insult. Zdrovan decided to reprimand the young man for his words. He rushed into battle with his fists, covering them beforehand with a stream of energy. However, Cheon was able to easily stop this attack despite its power. He simply caught the opponent's fist, squeezing it in his hand. Other students immediately paid attention to the loud screams. They noticed that even before the competition, the students were already going to fight. Huang Bo-sung was simply shocked and his attack was stopped with ease. He couldn't believe that anyone could hold his fist. Yuheng couldn't understand how this happened. The energy fist of the Huang Bo family was stopped today with one hand. Disciple Huashan carefully watched the clash of opponents. He couldn't believe that Huang Bo-sung couldn't even move his arm. Zdrovan decided to use his other hand to attack. He used the same technique and was about to crush the enemy. Cheon only smiled in response to the enemy's shouts. He said he attacked him first, so now don't be offended. Cheon simply twisted the left hand of the man. Huang Bo-sung was unable to do anything about it and fell powerlessly to the floor, crying out in pain. Tang Wu-ji wanted to help his friend in battle, but an obstacle appeared in his way in the form of someone's hand. That hand belonged to Yuheng, who stopped the young man and said that he did not want to stand by while someone helped him. Tang Wu-ji was very angry at the obstacle and called the young man a bastard. He took out his shuriken and advised him to get out of the way. Yuheng realized that his potential opponent was from the Sa family. Cheon asked how the son of a noble man could act so reckless. Tang Wu-ji became even more irritated after these words. He shouted at the enemy to shut up, causing Yuheng to draw his sword. Suddenly, Cheon was forced to stop his taunting of the big man as something very loud caught his attention. Huang Bo-sung also paid attention to the voice that echoed from everywhere. Zdrovan continued to lie on the floor and writhe in pain. The parallel battle, which hadn't even started yet, also stopped. The young men raised their heads in the direction where someone's voice was coming from. Some man loudly announced to everyone present that they had come here for a reason. He was finally about to start the competition. All the students immediately turned their heads towards the main building. The 14th Dragon and Phoenix Battle Festival was declared open.
On the high stairs near the pedestal stood a woman in a red dress who announced the start of the competition. The participants began to come closer. They could observe right in front of them the figure of the eldest daughter of the Sanchangdan family, Dan Yi-sol, who was the leader of the Red Crane sector. Na-gun Cheon was forced to let go of his opponent and raise his head. Huang Bo's son was finally free from the shackles of the enemy. The rest of the participants who somehow participated in this conflict also calmed down and turned their heads back to listen to the rules. Dan Yi-sol looked very sternly at the members who had just ignited a conflict among themselves. She didn't like that no one followed the rules here. One of the main participants in the conflict felt very uncomfortable when he caught the woman's gaze. He wanted to fall through the ground at that moment. Dan Yi-sol loudly announced the start of the inauguration ceremony, warning the participants of the silence they must observe during the inauguration. Cheon listened intently to the leader of the Red Crane sect and looked at the familiar faces at the same time. In his past life, he met them very often. At the wide table sat 3 elders who had changed a lot since the time of the Great Slayer. He once even gouged out one of them's eyes. The man's rivals in the past life have aged very much and were completely unlike themselves. Despite this, Qin Tianlan recognized them immediately. He glanced at his current opponents and realized that they clearly obeyed the hierarchy established by his enemies in the past. Dan Yi-sol announced that it was time to listen to the Lord. Absolutely all the participants started screaming with delight. Everyone except Cheon. The Lord slowly approached the pedestal and placed his hands on the wooden post. He stepped forward as confidently as possible to the shouts of the audience. The leader of the entire Murumi alliance finally appeared before his wards. Mook Chanak has remained the head of the alliance since the time of the Great Slayer. Cheon's expression changed dramatically when he saw the old man in front of him. A picture from his father's past clearly appeared in his mind. He couldn't stand this old man who was constantly ruining other people's lives, and despite this he kept smiling as if nothing had happened. As Cheon clenched his fist tightly in anger that Murimu's head killed his entire family, including himself, and almost brought his son to the grave. Looking at the old man with a sinister look, the young man promised that he would definitely take revenge for his family, and very soon send the old man to the other world. Mook Chanak declared the competition open and said the prayer of the League to Murim. All the participants were delighted with the leader and praised him loudly. Chong certainly didn't intend to do that, and didn't understand why this idiot who does everything only for his own benefit was being praised for. Mook Chianak suddenly cast his gaze directly in the young man's direction. His ominous eyes seemed to look into Cheon's soul, asking for his past. After that, the old man turned to the man behind him and asked if it was really the same young man he was thinking about. Moon Sung, the head of the Moon family and the leader of the Blue Dragon sect, replied that it was the same Namgun Cheon, who is the son of a great murderer. Mook Chanak noted that the young man is very similar to his mother. Moon Sun answered, despite the similarity, the young man's skills are completely inept. Alliance leader Murima really didn't want this young man to become famous because of today's competition. Moon Sun promised not to let this happen under any circumstances. Mook Chianak smiled and scratched his beard, saying that he had high hopes for the youngest son of the Moon family at this festival. Despite his words, the head of the Murima alliance kept his eyes on the suspicious young man. He understood that it was definitely not possible to write him off. Nagun once more Kona, the old man made sure that he inherited a lot from his father, and therefore you need to be on guard. Cheon immediately felt Murima's head's gaze on him. A smile appeared on his face, which worked as a protective reaction in this situation. He perfectly understood that it was no longer possible for him to quietly participate in the festival, so the plan had to be changed. He confidently put his foot on the ground. Cheon looked at the Lord with a sinister look and thought to himself that now he was going to win the festival, and the old man would be forced to recognize him. After the Lord, Dan Yi-sol approached the pedestal again. She announced that the first day of competition would begin with the main test of all martial arts. The woman raised 2 fingers up and announced that the finalists will be 200 people who will be able to reach the final destination. The participants were a bit shocked when they heard that they would have to cross the river. This task did not seem very easy, given the absence of a bridge. Dan Yi-sol said that the final destination will be the ships that are almost on that shore, and once the 200 men are there, the first day of the competition will be over. As soon as the woman spoke her last words, a real commotion broke out in the central square. The contestants started the competition very unexpectedly. Nagun Cheon wasn't about to linger in his place either, and immediately set out to participate in the competition, heading in the direction of the wide river. From the very beginning, Danny's sole plan for the participants to understand the beginning of the competition themselves, because the winners must not only be physically gifted, but also mentally. Absolutely all the participants of the competition sooner or later headed in the direction of the river. They were rapidly approaching the main exit to begin crossing the river. Meanwhile, a flotilla of 2 ships led by Cho-ri-P watched the competition. The man was the leader of the storm vanguard of the Murim Alliance. Literally in a few seconds, he already saw on his horizon the figure of one of the participants, who approached the river. He did not expect such speed. However, the captain of the assault vanguard was in no hurry to draw conclusions. He understood very well that the young man could easily lose as soon as he touched the water, but this did not happen. One of the participants began to cross the river at the speed of light, pushing off the trees that were hidden among the waves. Cho-ri-P was just shocked watching the young man. He seemed to be flying over the water and was already a few meters away from the main ship. The entire crew simply could not believe their eyes. They couldn't understand how an inexperienced young man could pull off something like that. This mysterious young man was Namgun Cheon. Nothing was impossible for him, given his past experience, so it wasn't surprising to him. All the trees that the young man touched immediately went to the bottom. Cho-ri-P couldn't understand where the contestant had so much inner strength to do such moves. He recognized this as an incredible skill for a young man of his age. Namgun Cheon wasn't even going to stop. He did not notice any obstacles in his way. The leader of the assault vanguard of the alliance, Murim, seeing the young man's skills, was immediately fired with the idea of taking him under his care, recruiting him. Meanwhile, Cheon had already approached one of the ships. He grabbed a lifeline that was lowered down for the participants to climb up. Cheon easily climbed aboard the ship and landed right in front of the men. They were simply shocked, although they had already seen enough. Cheon asked the ship's captain if he had passed the test. Cho-ri-P clapped his hands and replied that it was really amazing for his age. The man did not want to walk around for a long time, so he immediately offered the young man to join the assault vanguard. Cheon was a bit shocked. As the leader of the alliance's assault vanguard tried to name the benefits of joining their sect, Chong simply replied that he was not interested at all. Cho-ri-P was very angry with the young man. He did not expect such an answer, because no newbie had ever spoken to him in such an insolent manner. The leader of the attack vanguard of the Murima Alliance could not believe that the young man refused the offer. He asked if he had not heard of this organization. Namgun Cheon replied that he was very familiar with the Rapid Task Force, which carried out any orders of the Alliance like dogs. Cho-ri-P was shocked that the young man did not want to join them, even knowing a lot of information about the organization. Cheon refused the offer anyway. The entire crew of the ship was shocked at how the newcomer behaved. No one has yet refused such an offer. Cheon did not understand what the matter was and why they were so attached to him. After all, he had his reasons for not joining the vanguard. He perfectly remembered how, in his past life, a special forces unit pursued him for several days. Then they greatly tired him. It was for these reasons that Cheon refused the offer, without giving the real reason. Cho-ri-P did not understand why the young man refused. Meanwhile, another participant arrived on the ship. A young warrior in a red cloak landed on the ship, confidently looking ahead. Cho-ri-P immediately switched to another young man and praised him for the way he had traveled. He asked the participant if he wanted to join the vanguard. The captain of the Alliance Assault Vanguard had high hopes for the entry of at least this young man. However, the next participant also declined the offer. Cho-ri-P did not understand what was happening at all. The 2 young men refused his offer without even giving a real reason. John watched his visage from behind and recognized the academy's best student, John Hyuk. Kang Moen was quite famous in narrow circles. The young man suddenly turned his head back and looked at his colleague behind, asking if there was anything written on his face. Cheon smiled and said that the young man has an incredibly clean face, on which not even dust settles. He just liked to stare. Considering his behavior, Cheon assumed that Kang Moen would attack him, but his character was not like the Moen family at all. Cheon had no choice but to simply back away from this conversation. He continued to stand on board ships and watch the other participants. Immediately after the best student of the academy, Jung Hyuk, 2 more contestants stepped aboard the ship and passed the first stage of the competition at the same time. It was Jun Manhwa and Yuhan, who even participated in competitions together. The girl thanked the young man for his help at this stage. Jun Manhwa had not been able to swim before and was very grateful to her partner for helping her. Yuhan did not understand what was happening. Cheon watched the young people, and it was clear even to him that Manhwa takes a liking to Yuhan, so she asks him for constant help. After some time, there were already enough people on board ships. As Chan assumed before this, almost everyone around were students of the Murimu Academy. Yuhan turned his head around and surveyed the situation. He suddenly noticed a familiar face and decided to say hello. He began to approach the 2 young men who were the first to set foot on this vessel. He immediately greeted the young man, expressing immense respect for him. Kan Mon decided that this greeting belonged to him. He also recognized Yuhan from the Wasen faction. The young man wanted to make friends with him. Yuhan got as close as possible to his interlocutor, and said that he was very happy to see him again. Kan Mon decided to introduce himself. The young man was very surprised when the representative of the Wasen faction simply walked past him. He did not understand what caused such behavior. Yuhan was not going to Kan Mon at all. He folded his hands together as a sign of respect to Namgun Cheon, whom he had met before. Yuhan didn't have time to introduce himself last time, so he did it this time. He told the young man that he had been impressed with his speech at the meeting last time. Cheon didn't really like such a formal conversation since they were the same age. He suggested switching to conversational style, and introduced himself. Kan Mon was not happy with the way things were going. Absolutely no one paid attention to him, to which the young man was not at all adapted. Jun Manhwa suddenly broke into the conversation and also recognized the young man who was an exile from the N faction. She said it out loud. Yuhan immediately covered his partner's mouth and ordered her to behave herself. The girl immediately understood that she had to keep her mouth shut. Yuhan apologized to the interlocutor for the behavior of his partner, and said again that she is still too young and does not understand the principles of etiquette. Cheon said that he understood her behavior, and that it was due to her inexperience. Manhwa did not like this answer very much and got angry with the interlocutor. Yuhan reassured his partner again and said that she had already said enough. The young man also reminded that they should be the face of the Wasen faction. Yuhan apologized again and bowed his head. Cheon said that everything is completely normal and he understands people who are participating in such events for the first time. The Wasen faction knew that the young man represented the Namgun family. He added that he hoped for the young man's support in the near future. Cheon found this very odd considering their rivalry. At this time, participants continued to climb aboard the ship. Cheon was just shocked when he saw the next member. His face seemed very familiar. He had definitely seen him in his past. The young man remembered that this member was with him in the Azure Dragon faction and was so quiet that no one noticed him at the time. However, Chong remembered her face perfectly. The young man could conclude that this contestant was not very strong, given her arrival time. Suddenly, another participant landed on board the ship. It crashed heavily into the ship, creating a shock wave. The participant was quite large. It was Huang Bo-sung who tried to catch up with Chong in the first stage. He was very angry, because he had to fall into the river several times before arriving here. Cho-ri all this time, listened carefully to the dialogues of the participants, and realized that Cheon is the son of the Great Slayer. He couldn't even think about it when he offered him the position. The captain of the first vessel announced that there were already enough participants on his ship. He asked his visitor how many seats were left on the other ship. Cho-ri replied that he had 2 places left for contestants. After that, the leader ordered his wards to cut the ropes and not let anyone else in. The participants, as at this moment were climbing up the ropes, were simply shocked by such a turn of events. The victory was taken away from them at the very last moment. There was only 1 rope left on board the ship, which led to the water. All the participants were wondering who this lucky person was, who managed to arrive last. Namgun Cheon had been waiting for his old friend to arrive, but at some point he concluded that even the first test was too difficult for him. However, the young man hastened his conclusions. At some point, a hand appeared on the edge of the board. one of the participants was still able to come to the test. Yoon Young-sung, who had been traveling with Cheon for a long time, was able to prove to himself that he was worth something. He was the last to get on the ship. Cho Ri-P was reviewing the results of the first round of the festival in his room. Someone suddenly came to him and asked if it was possible to find someone talented. This guest was Dan Yi-sol. Cho Ri-P answered the girl that they were rejected by the best contestant. She asked if it was Moon-Kon at times. The man said that this participant also refused the offer, but he was not the best. Dan Aeseo was shocked when she heard about Namgun's achievement. Chona. The woman decided to ask if Cho Ka-min had participated in the competition. Cho Ri-P replied that word had arrived that the young man would not be participating. He said that the senders did not specify any details, but the young man was definitely seriously injured and now seems to be recovering in Yangkan. Dan Yi-sol could not even imagine that this festival would be so interesting. The main favorite is not participating, and a new one has appeared on the horizon. Suddenly, the woman turned her attention to the man who unexpectedly entered the room. He immediately asked the audience if it was Nam-gun Cheon took first place. This man turned out to be Moon's son. He was informed that the young man really won the competition, leaving the rest of the participants behind him. The head of the Moon family thought it was very strange that a loser who had followed him all his life suddenly defeated even his younger brother in the first round. Dan Yi-sol decided to tease the unexpected guest a little and asked what place Kang Moon had taken. Cho Ri-P replied that he was in second place. Moon family asked what the gap was between the young men. The leader of the assault vanguard could not give a clear answer to this question. Dan Yi-sol decided to do it for him. She suggested that there was an incredible gap between the participants, which would be very difficult to bridge. Moon Sung was very angry with the woman who continued to annoy him by telling him that Cheon Nam-gun could even get a little sleep and still win. Having calmed down a bit, the head of the Moon family asked what was going on with the Martial Arts Academy students. Cho Ri-P replied that they were all in the top 50. It was a very good result. Dan Yi-sol smiled mischievously right into the face of the man who was very worried about the outcome of this festival. She took out a short knife from her inner pocket and announced that the participants in this festival should learn not only martial arts, but also cunning. In this opinion, Moon Xing completely agreed with the woman. He added that it will be much easier to die in battle if there is no rivet in the head. At that moment, a knife flew towards the man. The head of the Moon family managed to react to the danger in time and repelled the unexpected attack in his direction. Zhu Ri-P was just shocked by what happened. Dan Yi-sol suddenly attacked the interlocutor and said that the knife just slipped out of her hands. Moon Sung looked at the interlocutor with a serious look and said that people often pay very dearly for their mistakes, no matter how accidental. Cheon again Namguna, the result of which will not please the Lord very much. Dan Yi-sol reminded her that the young man was not the same killer. Moon Sun understood this perfectly, but could not accept the fact of his victory. After all, the blood of a great killer flowed inside the young man. Meanwhile, Chong decided to take a break at a local restaurant. Around him, he constantly heard conversations about himself and about his incredible result in the first round. He was not very happy that he was attracting a lot of attention. He didn't want to be here anymore, but he couldn't just leave the room anymore. Suddenly, someone in this institution loudly slammed his hand on the table and announced that there is no point in the young man's first city anyway, because in the second round he will be qualified somewhere due to the lack of a team. The man scoffed at the son of the great slayer, with whom no one would want to communicate and cooperate, let alone fight side by side in a tournament. The interlocutor opposite reached for the bottle and informed his friend that it was too early to make hasty conclusions. The man did not understand who was talking about what. Cheon Nam-gun sat quietly in his seat and rested. Suddenly, someone approached him with a bottle in his hands and offered to drink a little. This young man turned out to be Moon Kon. Holding a bottle in his hands, the young man asked the winner of the first stage whether he had already decided on his team. Cheon didn't really want to continue this conversation, but decided to have a drink. He replied that he had not decided which team to choose. Suddenly, Moon Kon invited the young man to join their team. Chong did not expect that a direct competitor would offer him such a thing. The young man's friend tried to stop his partner, but Moon Kon waved his hand, ordering his friend to sit down and not disturb him. Moon Khan behaved quite brazenly and told the interlocutor that this was his only chance to join the team, so he advised him to think carefully. At that moment, Cheon started to get up from his seat and reminded that he was the one who won the first place in the tournament, so he will join the team only on his own terms. Cheon gave the interlocutor an ominous look and warned him that they were not going to listen to this delusion, so he better get out of here. Moon Khan did not move a step from his place. He called the interlocutor a real fool if he refuses such an opportunity. At the moment of the dialogue between the two best participants of the first round, another participant burst into the room and loudly called Nam Gun Chona. What was Hwang Bo-sung like to the participants? He wanted to talk to Cheon, although now everyone in the establishment turned their attention to him. Cheon asked what he wanted from him. Hwang Bo-sung asked if he didn't understand why one of the contestants came to him. Cheon suggested that he wants to spar again. Hwang Bo-sung denied this fact and told someone that he had a serious conversation. The man was having a hard time starting a conversation, so Chong decided to give him a little pep talk. He ordered not to mumble, but to say everything as it is. Hwang Bo gathered his strength and said loudly that he had come here to join the team that John was supposed to lead. Khan Moon only laughed at the stubborn young man in his subconscious. He understood that these fools are definitely worth each other. Suddenly, another participant entered the room. He slowly opened the door and calmly walked forward, ignoring the shouts around him. Another unexpected guest at the establishment was a representative of the Azure Dragon faction. The girl confidently walked towards Chan. Kang Moon thought she was going to ask to join the team and immediately turned her down. However, the participant had completely different plans. The girl heard the dialogue between the two interlocutors and approached the leader of the future team, asking him if he could accept her into his small squad. Cheon Na-gun didn't expect such a cue to line up for his team. Without thinking for a long time, the young man replied that the participant could join him. Kang Moon was very angry at this moment, and clenched his fist tightly. He tried to reassure himself that Chong was still not the fourth member. Moon family was very angry with his direct competitor. He really wanted them to be disqualified in the second round for not having a fourth contestant. Meanwhile, another one of the 200 participants who made it to the next stage begged one of the team leaders to take him to his teammates. This young man was Yoon Jong-sung, who was preparing to ask John for permission. The young man scrolled through the worst moments with Cheon in his head. Yoon Jong-sung was well aware of his chances of advancing to the next stage, so he decided to join Cheon's team despite the humiliation. It was quite calm at the training ground of the Murim Alliance. Most of the participants did not train here because they were confident in their abilities. Despite his status as a favorite, Cheon Na-gun still arrived at the training ground. He tried to improve the quality of his inner strength. In his past life, he was able to adapt any technique to himself. This made him much stronger, but there was a downside. Due to the lack of any foundation, the alien's power could completely absorb his body. Qin Tianlan could completely lose control of his body. In his son's body, the great killer felt completely different. Cheon's inner strength was as pure and solid as possible, so it could resist anything. The young man was lucky that in the past he already possessed significant martial arts. He had to go through a lot to raise his fighting spirit. Having greatly increased internal strength in this body, Qin Tianlan fell in love with the practice of martial arts, although he had never been interested in it before. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Cheon Na-gun threw it from his hands in the direction of the target, which was several meters away from him. The sharp blade of the sword hit the trunk of the tree in front of the young man. At that moment, behind the tree was Yoon Young-sung, who was scared to death. The young man was simply shocked as Chong literally cut the tree trunk in half with his throw. It was just something unreal. The swordsman walked over to the trunk to retrieve his weapon. At the same time, he told the uninvited guest that he could even make a mistake. Yoon Young-sung fell to his knees in front of the young man and began apologizing for his presence. Cheon asked him why he dared to come here. Yoon Young-sung once again apologized for bothering. The young man asked his supposed partner when he could teach him martial arts. Cheon wondered why he was doing this. The young man replied that he needed to get stronger in order to go as far as possible in the tournament. John asked again why he would start training at junk like Yoon Young-sung. The young man had many things of his own besides these. Yoon Young-sung replied that they needed to start training immediately so that their team could win the second stage of the festival. Now Cheon understood what the young man had been up to all along. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and offered to do a little testing before joining the team. The young man said that he will make a decision based on the results of this test. Yoon Young-sung was not at all thrilled with such a proposal. Literally after a few minutes, the young man could no longer move and lay powerless on the ground. Cheon asked if his friend knew why this arena was called Purity Enlightenment. With barely a breath, Yoon Jong-sung replied that the name was considered appropriate since there were lotus flower prints everywhere. Cheon asked the interlocutor if he could create a similar one. The young man replied that he had not yet mastered this technique, so he would not be able to do it. Cheon replied to someone that this is not the case at all. According to the young man, everyone possessed this technique, it's just that everyone's lotus strength is different. The sword master told someone that it is important to create a perfect lotus, even though it will be weak, and then this technique can be easily mastered. Yoon Young-sung didn't expect that this technique was so simple. Now he realized that he had wasted his energy before. After some pretty helpful advice, Cheon ordered his friend to get out of his sight immediately. Yoon Young-sung asked if that was all. Cheon looked at the young man with a serious look and asked if he didn't need to start training immediately to become stronger. Suddenly, a woman's voice decided to interrupt this dialogue. He informed the young men that their training would have to be delayed a little, as it was time for the second gathering. Looking at the girl, Chong recognized the same person who had asked to join his group yesterday, and he accepted. The girl asked the team leader if he was really going to take such a badass to his team, who does not even have normal endurance. Yoon Jong-sung said that no one but him would want to join this team anymore since its leader is the son of the great Slayer. Immediately after these words, the young man received a powerful kick on the back. Cheon didn't want to hear such sentences, so he immediately stopped his friend. Judging by what the girl saw with her own eyes, she concluded that there were at least 2 naive idiots in their team. Yoon Young-sung didn't really like being sassy with the girl. Cheon told his friend to shut up and asked the stranger who she was. The girl was simply shocked by the reaction of the young men. She didn't expect that they wouldn't recognize her, as she was quite a well-known figure at the festival. The stranger hoped that at least the weakling knew her name. However, Yoon Young-sung had absolutely never heard of the girl, so there was nothing to say. After that, the girl decided to introduce herself. Jin So-hong came from the Corps Yangkan and belonged to the Blue Dragon Division. Cheon Nam-gun asked the girl why she wanted to be a member of his team, because no one but her had voluntarily agreed to it. Jin So-hong pointed to her face and informed me that I trust my eyes much more than hearsay and saw how the young man had overtaken everyone. Looking at the interlocutor with a serious look, she said that she had high hopes for him, which is why she decided to join the team. Cheon was pleasantly surprised by the girl's answer. He didn't expect that anyone would actually volunteer to team up with the Great Slayer's son, even for their own benefit. Suddenly, this dialogue was interrupted again by one of the team members. Hwang Bo-sung informed the leader that the meeting was coming soon, but he didn't lift a finger. Zdrovin told the leader that he had joined his team of his own free will, so he shouldn't act like he was the supreme commander here. Cheon asked his partner if he couldn't come up with a better excuse. Hwang Bo-sung was simply indignant at the young man's answer. Zdrovin said that he is telling the truth and expects absolutely nothing from the team leader. Cheon decided to just stay silent in this situation. Suddenly, the young man saw a girl on his right who suddenly approached him. Jin Seo-ho asked the cheerleader why he chose Cheon's team. Hwang Bo-sung took his time to answer the question and asked his own. He first wanted to know who this stranger was. In the end, the whole team went to the second meeting of the tournament. All participants had to divide into groups. This was ordered by the organizers of the festival. Dan Yu-sol went to the central staircase to look at the remaining members. She was very shocked at one point from below. The woman did not expect that Nam-gun Cheon will still be able to assemble his team, despite the pedigree. The young man fulfilled the main rule of the second round. Despite this, there were still many obstacles ahead. Dan Yi-sol was looking forward to the competition. She was interested in watching Cheon. At one point, Dan Yi-sol drew the attention of all the participants by raising her hand. She informed that today's task may continue until tomorrow. The woman explained that today's test will be passed by those who can return to the main training grounds of Great Mirim before dawn. However, these were not all the conditions that Dan Yi-sol voiced. Cheon carefully watched her movements and guessed what she was leading to. With a wave of her right hand, Dan Yi-sol took out some object from her sleeve, which flew out of her hands very quickly. After that, the woman used her weapon to open hers, which flew into the air. No one understood what was happening, only some quite experienced participants guessed what it could be. Among such Cheon Namgun, who immediately understood everything. Dan Yi-sol explained that this scroll contained a list of the creatures currently living on Mount Makran. A meeting with them is inevitable for the participants. The woman also added that out of these 30 creatures, most are quite weak and there is only one creature to be wary of on the mountain. Dan Yi-sol emphasized that participants only need to bring one creature to pass the test. Any methods can be used for this. Kon Mon could easily count the number of teams and the number of creatures. He realized that there would not be enough loot for everyone, so he had to leave immediately. This was the opinion of almost all the participants around. They immediately moved from their places and headed towards the mountain to catch the weakest creatures. Huang Bo-sung turned to face his team and also advised them to leave immediately as they might be left with the strongest creature. Cheon Namgun had a completely different opinion for his partner. He said that they will definitely go, but they will do it a little later. Strovan asked the leader what he was doing now. Cheon Namgun warmed up his body and said that he was preparing to go to Mount Makran. Huang Bo-sung was not happy about this and said that they needed to hurry. Cheon reassured his partner and said that he would only make people laugh like this. Strovan could not control his emotions at this moment. The team leader was literally driving him crazy by not wanting to do anything. Meanwhile, Dan Yi-sol was watching the last team left in the arena. The woman wondered what Cheon was up to. Namgun. Lord Mook Chanak watched the celebration from his window, admiring the piece. He did it together with a ward standing behind him. Moon's son was near the Lord almost all the time. They were in anticipation of what would happen now when the participants finally returned with the loot. Mook Chanak enjoyed what was happening in the central streets. He said that he made a lot of efforts to make people live in peace. The old man reported that a peaceful state is very vulnerable to internal rumors, which can be more dangerous than external dangers. Moon's son took note. Mook Chianak still couldn't believe that the Great Slayer's quick strike had won the first round. Moon's son replied that he would be closely watched from now on. The head of the alliance, Murimu, informed his charge that people like change, especially within the alliance, and asked the man if he had any ideas as to why. After receiving the answer, the old man agreed that the people believed in the alliance. Mook Chanak did not want the changes to affect the top of the alliance, and that bastard. Moon Sum also perfectly understood that if Cheon achieves incredible results in these competitions, it will cause problems within the alliance. The man knew that people were very interested in watching internal changes, and what could be more interesting than a son who decided to atone for his father's sins? Mook Chanak never ceased to be amazed at the intelligence of his ward, who grasped everything on the fly. He greatly appreciated him for this skill. Moon's son said that as the leader of the Blue faction, he is obliged to obey the alliance and do everything to keep it afloat. The current head of the alliance also informed his ward that external threats can become much more dangerous if internal threats are not dealt with. Mook Chianak asked the interlocutor if he thought it would be better to keep the peaceful state in the alliance, or let the changes happen by themselves. Moon's son agreed with the head of the alliance in everything. Mook Chanak was preparing the man to succeed him and assume the position of leader. The night of the same day came and all the teams were on Makran Mountain. There was dead silence here. Nature was the absolute master around. One of the teams decided to take a short rest by the fire to gain strength. On the way, they caught a deer, which they decided to let for dinner. Cheon was warming himself by the fire with his wards. All the members of the team were acting quite anxious, especially Huang Bo's son. Zdrovan could not understand what the leader wanted from them at all. Cheon calmly and confidently said that the team should just enjoy the meat now. Huang Bo-sung asked how he could get a piece down his throat. Cheon was completely oblivious to the tense situation and simply tried to calm down his teammates. The leader of the team took a piece of meat, which was fried richly, and said that food on the trip is more important than anything else, especially so tasty. Huang Bo-sung was completely at odds with his leader. He asked the young man if he really wanted to steal the prey from one of the teams that had already caught it. Yoon Young-sung asked the big man if it was possible. The young man recalled that on the announcement she said that any methods can be used. Jin Seo-hong looked at their team leader and asked if it was all true. The young man was in no hurry to answer the question. After finishing off the meat from his stick, Chong told his charges to forget about stealing the target as they had to catch it themselves. The leader advised his companions to simply rest and eat. These words angered Huang Bo-sung more and more, who couldn't keep his emotions to himself. In the end, the man snapped at the leaders again and asked in a commanding tone what he was going to do, because the prey would not crawl into their hands by itself. Huang Bo-sung swung his hand and knocked a piece of meat out of the leader's hands, asking if he was afraid to face the other teams in this forest. Cheon Na-gun didn't like the behavior of one of his team members. He asked the big man if there was no hierarchy for him. The young man began to slowly approach his ward. Huang Bo-sung at this moment suggested his leader come up with a normal plan. Yoon Young-sung immediately understood that his friend was very angry, because his pride, which he had been standing up for recently, had just been affected. Jin So-hong really wanted to see their leader's skills before that, but she understood that now was not the best time for such a relationship. Meanwhile, Cheon Nam-gun continued to confidently approach his charge and began to slowly bring his right hand up to grab his throat. However, the young man simply bent down to pick up a piece of meat, warning that this was the last time. Huang Bo-sung was simply shocked by such a verdict. Cheon blew on a piece of meat and said that his ward did not understand the price of food at all, and even more so in the forest, it was difficult to get it. Huang Bo-sung got angry at the leader again as food was the last thing he wanted to think about. The man could not find a place for himself at this moment. He spilled all his emotions out, informing the young man that he joined his team only so that he would have at least some chance of further participation. He clearly set all his priorities and explained them to the team leader. He said he was going to look for the loot, while everyone was seated. Cheon Nam-gun glanced at his other charges and asked if anyone else wanted to voice their opinion. Jin Seo-hong was the first to speak. Of course, she did not really want to quarrel with the team leader, but she agreed with another participant, at the expense of a new plan of action. After these words, a smile appeared on the young man's face. He didn't say a word, instead he just smiled in the face of the interlocutor. After a second, his face did not look cheerful at all. He slowly raised his right hand to his face and thought about how the situation looked in the eyes of others. Dead silence reigned between the team members after the last skirmish. Huang Bo-sung headed for the forest. The rest stayed by the fire. Yoon Young-sung did not feel very comfortable in such an environment, and kept looking at the leader. He understood that the young man really would not do anything. Based on this, Yoon Young-sung got up from his seat and decided to practice a little, remembering the leader's words about a rather simple technique. This morning Cheon taught his ward the lotus technique. He constantly emphasized that it is important to create an ideal, however weak. After that, the team leader decided to demonstrate everything in practice. He concentrated the maximum energy in his right palm and struck the tree. Remembering this moment, Yoon Young-sung clearly tried to reproduce the young man's actions. A lotus appeared on the trunk of the tree, but it was far from perfect. It was because of this that the young man continued training and struck another blow, trying to exert less effort and concentrate on perfection. Meanwhile, John stayed with Jin Seo-hong. He asked the girl if she had said that she had placed the team that had the best chance of winning. The leader suggested that the girl simply follow his instructions if she had already joined the team, and not trust the emotional big man. Jin So-hong listened carefully to the team leader and realized that he had a backup plan. This was not surprising, given his state of mind. Cheon decided to wait a bit before executing his plan as one of his charges went to the forest and the other went to train. No more than an hour passed and the team members began to return. Huang Bo-sung took a confident step towards the fire, reporting a successful hunt. Despite the fact that the young man was covered in blood, he still managed to catch the spirit. He held a bright blue snake in his hand that wrapped around his arm. Yoon Young-sung also came back from training at this time and was just shocked. He expressed his sincere admiration that his partner really managed to keep his word. The snake that Huang Bo-sung caught was a spirit named Blue Forest Guardian. She was alive and trying to escape from the trap. Cheon knew the names of all the spirits perfectly well and asked his charge if he would not be ashamed to return to the Alliance with such worthless loot. Huang Bo-sung was indignant at the leader's words and asked what was wrong. He was a little offended that the young man did not appreciate his efforts and work. Yun Jong-sung understood perfectly well what this conflict was leading to. Just the thought that they would throw out the spirit of the young man began to shake and break into a sweat. In the end, Huang Bo-sung did exactly as his teammate had assumed. He informed the leader that he just decided to show what a spirit looks like. Yun Young-sung was simply shocked by what was happening. He asked his teammates if they really wanted to come to the test, and why they had to throw out the monster. Huang Bo-sung decided to rub the leader's nose in and announced that he would bring a much higher level spirit to make everyone in the Alliance shut up. It was already almost midnight in the yard and the young man again went to the dense forest in the mountains. He wanted to achieve his goal at any cost. Yoon Young-sung asked the team leader why he behaves like that and provokes a big man who is already on the edge of his emotions. Cheon Na-gun was very surprised when the young man began to express his opinion. He asked him if anyone had just plucked up the courage. So-hong decided to intervene in this dialogue. She agreed with her companions and informed the leader that the young man had strong evidence. The girl once again told the leader that the prey would not come to them by herself, so it would be better to listen to the partners and look for the target in the forest together. Suddenly, Jin Seo-hong's eyes widened in surprise as her interlocutor asked what she would say if the prey really came to them by itself. The girl could not believe that the young man meant what first came to her mind. Cheon translated the interlocutor and said that she thought everything correctly. Looking at the full moon, the team leader also added that now is the time for the final match, which they must win. Jin Seo-hong couldn't believe that Chong really dared to hunt a golden-blooded mouse that no one wanted to face. Cheon was somewhat surprised and asked, "Does the girl know about her?" The interlocutor replied that only the lazy person does not know about the strongest monster from the list. Jin Seo-hong knew that the golden-blooded mouse was incredibly fast and rare. Based on these factors, it was very difficult to find and catch her. The girl also knew rumors that even the master of the art of light Gon Ryan Pa was unable to catch up with the spirit, she was so fast. Cheon, however, knew all this information and also informed his ward that the mouse is very dangerous, and when you meet it, you should not look it in the eye at all. Jin So-hong slowly swallowed as she heard the golden-blooded mouse literally begin to control the brain and suck it out from the inside. Cheon also added that the mouse is very fond of the brains of martial artists. At the same time, he took the deer horns that were lying on the floor. The young man threw one of the horns to the girl and told her to keep it for herself. Jin Seo-hong is confused as to what is going on. The girl asked the leader of the team what she should do with the deer horn he had caught. The young man replied that such a girl knows very little about hunting. Jin So-hong didn't know how to catch a fast animal with it. Cheon immediately decided to demonstrate in practice and began to set fire to the deer antler. Cheon explained that the gold-blooded mouse was fond of this particular dish. Now the girl understood why the young man hunted deer from the very beginning. Jin So-hong asked the team leader if he even knew what this spirit looked like. Cheon replied that he himself had not met him yet. Despite this, he knew how to catch the animal. The young man said that you just need to spread the smell of deer antlers around and the mouse will appear by itself. Moreover, the leader of the team clarified that now it is midnight, and the golden-blooded mouse goes hunting in the period when no one sees her. Jin So-hong now clearly understood her leader's plan, but she was still a little doubtful. She asked for one last question. The girl continued to be bothered by only one fact. Why should the young man catch the golden-blooded mouse, if there are a lot of other spirits around? Cheon was in no rush to name the reason, as it was personal. He made it clear to the girl that she would not get an answer to the question. Looking at Yoon Young-sung, the team leader said that if his wards wanted to capture another spirit, he would not stand in their way. Cheon was not going to back down from his goal and was ready to hunt the golden-blooded mouse even by himself. Jin So-hong froze at this moment. The girl did not know what to do in this situation. In the end, she looked at the fire and decided to set her horn on fire as well. Jin So-hong agreed to the adventure and said she was ready to help. After all, she also wanted to surprise the alliance leaders with a wall on her return. That was the answer the team leader wanted to hear. Cheon was pursuing exactly the same goal that his ward had just voiced, puns above all else. Young Sung stood silently aside and listened to the dialogue. When he finished, the young man wondered what his role was in this difficult mission. Cheon replied that the young man would only get confused underfoot, so he ordered him to go back into the forest to practice with the tree trunks for a bit. The team leader finally advised his wards to use the signal lights given to them by the team if they were in a dangerous situation. After that, a squad of 3 men led by Cheon Nam-gun could go hunting. The young man was full of enthusiasm, which could not be said about the rest. Each of the team members individually walked around the territory and spread the smell of roasted deer antlers. Suddenly, Jin Seo-hong heard some strange noises behind her. Turning her head back, the girl saw brightly shining eyes in front of her, looking directly at her. She wondered what she should do now. Jin Seo-hong felt the golden-blooded mouse immediately start moving in different directions. It could not follow her movements in any way. The girl perfectly understood that the high-ranking spirit was simply watching her. She barely had time to move her eyes to follow something. Of course she knew that golden blood mice were very fast, but it was too much for an ordinary person. Her eyes were literally going crazy at that moment. The animal was not even going to stop. She continued to move in different directions and suddenly caught her target by surprise, piercing her leg through. Jin Seo-hong had no chance to dodge this attack. She fell powerlessly to the ground after the impact, feeling unbearable pain in the leg area. The girl tried to keep herself in her hands and constantly told herself not to panic. She tried to keep calm as long as possible and invent something. However, her emotions got the better of her. Jin Seo-hong reassured herself that she at least did not meet the high-ranking spirit's eyes. After being on the ground for a short time, the girl finally decided to stand up. Suddenly she saw something very unusual in front of her and stared. Just in front of her on a tree branch sat a golden-blooded mouse that seemed to glow in the dark. Her eyes shone the most and attracted the most attention. Jin Seo-hong realized that she had looked into the eyes of a dangerous monster. Now she was in mortal danger. Paralyzing its target, the golden-blooded mouse immediately rose from its seat and headed in the direction of the girl to take her brains. Jin Seo-hong could see the animal coming towards her perfectly, but she couldn't do anything. Her body was paralyzed and could not move anywhere. Suddenly, Cheon Nam-gun decided to save his partner. He managed to help at the very last moment, and repelled the attack of the evil spirit. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword straight into the animal's face, which almost devoured the brain and his friends. The mouse could not avoid the collision. Jin Seo-hong was very grateful to her savior. The young man immediately asked the girl why she looked into the animal's eyes, because he warned of the consequences. In the end, it was useless to teach his partner, so the young man simply warned her once again not to lose her vigilance, and always be behind his back. Cheon Nam-gun told his girlfriend to step back a bit and listen to the surroundings. He was sure that the mouse was somewhere nearby. The hunters behaved as quietly as possible and listened to every rustle. Suddenly, the young man heard a sound behind him. He immediately gripped his sword tightly in his hand and realized that the scouting was over. Now it was necessary to start a battle with a dangerous spirit. The golden-blooded mouse thought much the same as his rival. She prepared to attack and took out her claws to take the enemy's brains. The animal approached the young man with the speed of light, but he was able to repel this attack. The unexpected blow from the spirit proved unsuccessful. Despite this, the golden-blooded mouse wasn't even going to stop. She stopped with her nails and was ready to move in the opposite direction. Pushing off the ground, she again found herself a few meters away from her opponent. Cheon Nam-gun had time to notice the moment of the attack again. Thanks to his vigilance, the young man was able to repulse the attack of a dangerous mouse that moved at the speed of light for the second time. It was just something incredible. Jin Seo-hong stood aside and just watched the team leader's movements. She opened her mouth in surprise and wondered if it was really possible. Just before her eyes, a mere mortal was pitted against the fastest animal in the world. Cheon seemed to see the steps of his super-fast opponent ahead. The girls simply couldn't believe that the leader of their team really had such skills that he could use against a golden-blooded mouse with ease. Cheon could watch the spirit creature and its maneuvers like a hawk. The young man understood that he just needed to find a good moment for a counterattack. The main thing for the warrior now was not to lose his vigilance, because the animal moved very quickly, but it lacked the intelligence to attack in different directions. That is why Cheon could easily control the course of the battle. He saw that the animal was moving in only one direction and aimed his sword in that direction. Another attack from the golden-blooded mouse was unsuccessful, and she met the blade of a sharp sword with her teeth, which were no less sharp. The high-ranking spirit put the maximum of his golden energy into this strike, but it failed. The golden energy simply evaporated into the air. After an unsuccessful attack by the enemy, the young man decided to help himself a little with his legs. He swung his right to hit the restless mouse. Cheon delivered a powerful blow with his right foot to the nose and pinned the golden-blooded mouse to the ground, thereby creating a colossal shock wave around him. In the end, all his actions turned out to be as correct as possible. The high-ranking monster was on the ground after the collision and could no longer move. Cheon told his partner that she could leave since the fight was over. The girl was simply shocked and could not say a word. Cheon asked the girl how her leg was. Jin So-hong replied that everything is fine. The young man said that the bite is not poisonous, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The young man took the golden-blooded mouse on his shoulder and asked his partner if she needed help. The girl replied that she would be able to reach their shelter by herself. Jin So-hong still couldn't come to her senses after what happened. She did not even suppose that the young man would really be able to catch a golden-blooded mouse. While his companions continued to hunt, Yoon Young-sung practiced the lotus technique. He worked for an hour without resting his hands. In the end, the young man could see a much clearer lotus, especially in shape, on the trunk of the tree, but he was far from ideal. Yoon Young-sung tried to replay in his mind the punch that Jong had given him when they all had a fight. He was sure that it was a perfect lotus. Suddenly, the young man was forced to distract himself from his training, as he noticed his companions on his way. Cheon Nam-gun did come back with the golden-blooded mouse. Yoon Young-sung couldn't believe his eyes as he didn't have any hopes for hunting. The leader of the team ordered his charge to calm down and asked him to take care of Jin So-hong, who was shot through the leg. After giving the order, Cheon decided to hide their loot in a cave so that no one could steal it. Yoon Jong-sung was also ordered to watch behind the cave. After a while, Hwang Bo-sung returned from hunting. He was very tired and unhappy because his hunt was unsuccessful. The man reported that he had not seen a single spirit during his entire trip. It was not surprising, because there were only 30 of them on the whole mountain. Hwang Bo-sung asked where Cheon is now. Yoon Cho-sung pointed his finger at the cave and announced that the team leader had gone inside. Zdroven literally did not find a place for himself in this situation and became very angry. He shouted loudly and asked what the young man had forgotten in that cave. When he was asked to be a little quieter as the team leader caught the gold-blooded mouse, Hwang Bo nearly lost his jaw. He did not believe that an ordinary person could catch a high-ranking spirit. He wasn't even going to be happy for the leader of his team. In contrast, Hwang Bo-sung immediately went to the cave to check the result for himself. He was not going to believe in ordinary words. Zdroven moved as fast as he could. He had hoped that all this would turn out to be false, so that he could tell the village where the team was. However, when Hwang Bo-sung looked into the cave, he could not believe his eyes again. His jaw could barely contain his incredible emotions this evening. Yoon Young-sung and Jin So-hong heard their partner's screams from the cave. They did not understand what had happened. Hwang Bo-sung's body was trembling inside the cave. Yoon Young-sung quickly headed inside to see everything for himself. When the young man went inside the cave, Hwang Bo-sung pointed to the dead higher-ranking spirit creature and informed him that Cheon had killed him. Yoon Young-sung tried to call out to their leader, but he didn't answer. The young man decided that he needed to be brought to his senses. However, Hwang Bo-sung suddenly stopped his partner. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked what he was going to do anyway. Zdroven informed his partner that their leader is still meditating, which means that he has completely absorbed the core of the gold-blooded mouse. Hwang Bo-sung warned the young man that if he touched Cheon's body, he would be left with nothing but bare bones. Hwang Bo-sung himself wanted to kick their leader's ass, but he understood the danger and decided to wait a little while he would get out of his current state. Cheon Nam-gun sat inside the cave for a while and finally finished his work. Now he could go outside and breathe fresh air. As soon as the young man left the cave, he immediately saw his wards in front of him, including a not very pleased-looking Huang Bosung. Zdrovan immediately rushed at the leader of the team, and asked how he dared to kill a spirit creature. Cheon reminded him that he was the one who caught him. The team leader said that even if they wanted to share the core, there wouldn't be enough for all team members. Cheon Nagun turned to the rest of his charges and asked what was going on with Huang Bosung anyway, because he was a bit wild. Jin Seohong explained to the leader that one of the team members was very angry with him because they couldn't catch any creatures and would fail the second stage. Cheon Nagun glanced at the dead mouse and informed them that there was one spirit creature in them after all, and it was not Huang Bosung who caught it. Zdrovan was not angry at all because of this. He pointed his finger at the leader of the team, and showed him that he decided to drain the mouse's strength, for absolutely no reason. Cheon Na-gun saw absolutely nothing criminal. He said that nowhere in the rules did it say that the animal must be brought alive. Huang Bosung was simply shocked by this answer. He informed the team leader that no one had said that the animals had to be brought dead. Cheon Na-gun smiled and said that no one said they couldn't be killed either. In his opinion, everything was clearly according to the rules. Jin Seohong decided to intervene in the dialogue and said that there is some truth in the leader's words, although there may be some questions for him. Huang Bosung told the leader that if their spirit was deemed unfit, then he would be responsible. The young man did not mind at all. Meanwhile, Yoon Young-sung picked up the dead mouse and said that now they don't need to worry about the safety of delivering the dead animal. Cheon said he took the utmost care to ensure reliability. Yoon Young-sung laughed and replied that there was nowhere more reliable. The leader of the team ordered the ward to keep the dead mouse as the apple of his eye. Yoon Young-sung was also angry at the young man at this moment for his appetite. Cheon was by no means bothered by the opinion of his wards. With the help of the core, he maximally saturated his body with very tasty and useful energy. All the drugs that could be purchased from the market or obtained elsewhere increased the flow of internal energy, but did not affect speed in any way. The core of the golden-blooded mouse, on the other hand, had unique properties. It made it possible to increase the amount of internal energy that could be used to increase speed. This would be the deciding factor in why Chong decided to hunt the golden-blooded mouse. Now he could hone the skills of the Namgun family that required a combination of speed and strength. Cheon Na-gun was pleased with the result of his hunt. He looked ahead and realized that he had finally begun the revival of his incredible skills. The morning of the next day came and a certain crowd of people was observed around the northern gate of the Alliance. They stood right at the central gate. A man from this troop of men sharpened his weapon and wondered if Chun's troop would not return, since they had not been able to capture any animals. The other man replied that it was very good for them because now they would have less work and would not have to fight with them. The former did not like this course of events, as he wanted to punish the bastards who offended him. He was ready to do anything for this. Another member of the detachment was completely in solidarity with this opinion. He wanted to punish Namgun Cheon for what he did to them. At this moment, the squad leader intervened in the conversation and ordered the wards to wait a little longer, and then they would go in search of Chan. Of course, they did not like to just sit and wait in place. But you can't do anything. One of the men pulled the rope and an animal sound was heard. This squad of participants managed to catch a high-wounded spirit named Red Snow Fong. They were sure that Chong could not achieve a similar result. The leader of the team reminded his wards that they have only one mission to do absolutely anything so that Cheon does not have time to return in time. One of the men was absolutely sure that they would succeed in achieving their goal. He was already waiting for a meeting with interesting opponents. The leader of the team ordered his charge not to relax and not to be self-confident. The man didn't like that phrase very much because it was true. Suddenly, one of the squad members drew the attention of his partners to the target ahead. He concluded that these are exactly the people they need. Cheon and his wards slowly and confidently approached the northern gate. They could see 4 unfamiliar figures in front of them. One of the enemy squad members noticed that Cheon's team had brought a dead mouse with them. They managed it with a very poor decision from the captain. The 2 men immediately made their way to Jin Seo-han. They asked why the participants brought an ordinary dead mouse with them. The girls sharply and confidently answered potential opponents, informing them that it was none of their business. She demanded that they get out of the way. Men were not ready to do it just because a lady asked them to. At this point, Cheon decided to join the conflict and asked if the men really wanted to fight. One of the members of the enemy squad noted that Cheon seemed to be reading their minds. The man invited the young man to look at their prey. He showed his potential opponent a real living high-ranking spirit, not the dead mouse the young man had brought with him. Cheon smiled and noted his opponent's hunting skills. He admitted to someone that the red snow fawn was indeed a very good prey. After that, the team leader snatched the dead mouse out of the hands of his ward and told his opponents that he was ready to make concessions in this situation. Cheon smiled pleasantly and placed the dead mouse directly in front of him, offering to exchange this animal for a red snow fawn. Chong spoke to his opponent in all seriousness. He was offering him a mouse spirit that was once a high-ranking spirit. The man opposite did not like this tone of conversation. He asked the young man if he even understood who they were trying to bargain with. He also advised the young man not to rely on luck alone. At that moment, his partner came up behind the man's body and decided to intervene. Zdroven did not want this dialogue to continue and wanted bread and spectacle. He challenged the young man to a duel, wanting to defeat him. Cheon took his time to join the battle and turned to face his charge. He told Yin Young's son it was now his turn to fight. The young man was completely unsure of his abilities and barely dared to take a step forward. He was not ready to demonstrate what he had achieved. He had a not-so-pleasant smile on his face that spoke of insecurity. Yoon Young-sung told someone that he was not ready. Cheon wasn't even going to listen to something like that. He slapped the young man on the back and told him not to hide behind others' backs anymore and to join the fight himself. These words inspired Yoon Jong-sung to fight. He clenched his fist tightly and agreed that he couldn't hide behind his friend's back forever. His opponent did not like this idea very much. He asked if he was just a joke to the leader, that's why he is putting such a badass against him. The man began to insult the young man in front of him, calling him an incomprehensible body. He even felt a little sorry for beating a completely helpless young man. Yoon Jong-sung suddenly decided to silence his opponent. The man did not like it very much and asked if he had just heard. The young man repeated that the big man looked as unworthy as possible, and called him a piece of shit who can only flaunt his size. He was no longer able to tolerate the greetings. Emotions overwhelmed him at this moment, and gave him the strength that needed to be put somewhere. Cheon watched as his pseudo-friend tried to resist the enemy. He thought it was still very funny that the boy's voice finally broke through. The man opposite gathered his strength and began to unroll the bandage on his right hand, announcing that he would now show the young man a true master. Immediately after that, the big man moved from his place and headed in the direction of the enemy. Yoon Young-sung was just shocked and didn't have time to do anything. In a fraction of a second, the enemy's fist landed right in his stomach. The young man was forced to take a blow, which was very unpleasant. After the last stage, Yoon Jong-sung flew back a few meters without being able to return. His body was completely powerless against such a force. The man asked the boy if he now understood the true power of the master. He warned him never to associate with the likes of him again. Despite the warning, the enemy was not even going to stop. He powerfully pushed off the ground with his left foot to continue bullying his opponent. He struck him with a powerful knee right in the temple, saying that the young man had talked enough today, so now it's time to be quiet. Yoon Young-sung was absolutely powerless to do anything about his bullying. After the last blow, he landed very painfully right on the coccyx. After that, the man approached his opponent and took him by the collar. He wanted the young man to now repeat the words he had said before. Despite not being in a very favorable position, Yoon Young-sung continued to brazenly talk and said that all the members of his man's academy were badass. After hearing these words, the opponent could not control his emotions, so he hit his opponent with all his might right in the face, leaving a mark on him. Hwang Bo-sung became very worried about his partner and wanted to help him. However, the team leader decided to stop his ward halfway. I asked Chan what it all meant. According to the man, they should have moved immediately and helped the young man win this match. Cheon Nam-gun had completely different plans on this account. He just stared coldly ahead and ordered his charge to do the same. Hwang Bo-sung didn't say anything more and calmed down. He decided that the young man definitely had an additional plan, so he could wait a little. The man agreed that any act could hurt Yun Young Sung's pride. He managed to understand this during the period of their cooperation. Despite this, the young man had too little strength to face the opponents. Hwang Bo-sung perfectly understood that his partner could not win. Yun Young Sung felt extremely uncomfortable in this situation. His face took a lot of blows and blood splattered everywhere. At the moment of the last blow, the young man remembered the conversation by the fire with Jin So-hong. It was just after Cheon had caught the gold-blood mouse. Yun Young Sung asked how they even caught her. The girl replied that she herself did not understand anything and Chan somehow managed to defeat the mouse. The young man wondered if there were any things at all that their leader could not do. He wondered if it was after Chong had experienced death. Jin So-hong expected some kind of answer or question from the interlocutor, but the young man simply thought. The girl did not touch him. A few seconds passed, and Jin So-hong still decided to ask her partner about his training. Yoon Jong-sung replied that he was making progress. The young man scratched his head and added that he still could not understand absolutely anything that was happening to them, and besides, he was also weak. Yoon Young-sung was suddenly interrupted by the interlocutor, and shocked him with her question. Jin So-hong asked the young man if he trusted Nam Bun-chong. The girl concluded that the young man follows the leader only in order to become stronger. She said it was very noticeable because of his behavior. Yoon Young-sung could not give a clear answer to this question. He tried to say something while the girl bombarded him with questions. After thinking it over, the young man remembered that he and Cheon had once been very good friends. He was the first to spoil this relationship and renounced his friend. Moreover, the young man began to abuse his friend, destroying all ties. Watching this reminded him of who he really was. While looking at the bonfire, Yoon Young-sung blurted out that he didn't know why the leader was putting up with him since he hadn't done anything good for their group. Jin So-hong had an answer to this question, and said that this is the first time she has to say such things, so she may be a little inaccurate. The girl reported that if Cheon really wanted to harm or get rid of his friend, then the young man would definitely be lying somewhere in the nearest hospital right now. Jin So-hong admitted that she herself joined this group for her own benefit, but it turned out that this decision was extremely correct. Yoon Young-sung listened intently as the girl talked about the proper relationships she was able to learn during her trip with Chong Nam-gun. Yoon Jong-sung was now in a completely different situation. He clenched his fist tightly in his hand and thought that he could not go back to where he had started. The young man shouted loudly, informing his opponents of the danger. Yoon Young-sung realized that now was the time to start acting. The young man moved from his place and headed in the direction of the enemy. He didn't want to lose his true face and lose this fight. Yoon Jong-sung used the lotus technique he had practiced so much and delivered a powerful blow directly to his opponent's chest, knocking him down. Hwang Bo-sung was simply shocked at this turn of events. He did not even expect that his partner would be able to stand on his feet, let alone counterattack. Jin So-hong was shocked no less than the big one. Yoon Young-sung, who she thought was defenseless, decided to show his teeth at some point. The man who confronted the young man was unable to do anything with the last attack. He would start to fall hard to the ground. His body was paralyzed. Yoon Jong-sung was able to hold his own against a difficult opponent. After the last attack, he remained standing with his hand out. It was difficult for the young man to believe in his victory. Realizing the fact of his triumph, Yoon Jong-sung raised his hand up and began to rejoice beyond measure.